Awards 2025. First of all, सबसे पहले जन आप लोग सब एक दूसरे के लिए ताली बजाइए. Mumbai traffic is always difficult to beat, but you all have conquered the odds and come over here. Please clap for yourselves for that, ladies and gentlemen, to begin things with. That's always something that we start when we do an event in Mumbai, right? Early morning reach out is always a difficult thing. I see people smiling over there. I'm pretty sure they agree with everything, right? But then thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have all of you over here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today at the Ad Factors PR presents the FINIXX Summit and Awards 2025, powered by Audience Pro, a Visa product, AdTech partner Hybrid, Silver partner Sakal Media Group, communication partner Teamology, and gifting partner Magical Blends. And of course, an initiated by Adgully Media Network. Can I please have a big round of applause for Adgully Media Network, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. All you experts from the BFSI sector, you make this event very special every year. So thank you so much for being with us over here. I have done my bit of introduction. Everybody knows about what FINIXX is. It's a very high-end IP, and I'm sure everybody is very well aware about it. But to take the legacy forward, I would say for this particular season, I would like to call upon stage somebody truly special. But before that, I have a few AVs to be played. So I would first request my friends from the console to please kindly play the event AV for all of us over here to give you all a better idea of what to expect from this year at FINIXX Summit and Awards 2025. Can we have the AV, please? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was a special glimpse of the event AV, what you all need to expect from this year. We have a lot of partners over here. Without their support, we truly couldn't have pulled this event off. Of course, I read all the partners and the names. Of course, we would love a special AV from their end as well. So can we please have the partner AV, the sponsor AV for all of us over here at this venue?
We all love choices. They help us personalize, refine, and make every decision our own. When we walk into a departmental store, we get options designed for someone like us. You browse, compare, and pick what fits you best. What if consumer insights are available in the same way? Where marketers could browse through limitless choices, insights that are not just unique, but based on transactional behavior. With Audience Pro, marketers get sharper consumer insights fueled by over 1,800 deterministic segments that are generated from a massive scale of over 640 million consumer profiles. Limitless segments means limitless insights. Insights that are available on demand and easy to activate across Google, Meta, programmatic, and beyond. Audience Pro, India's #1 on-demand, zero storage consumer intelligence platform, providing deterministic insights that have elevated marketing efficiency by 10 to 25% across platforms, trusted by 350 plus brands, giving marketer the necessary flywheel of efficiency. Audience Pro, turning deterministic consumer insights into marketing efficiency.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual advertising solution with a multi-format approach. Hive. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation. AI vision advertising platform Vox.
offers eye-catching ads that are embedded into images and article content. Bright formats have high visibility, while non-standard mechanics and artificial intelligence capabilities create wow impressions. Overcome banner blindness with Vox.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronized TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was all about our partners for FINIXX Summit Awards 2025. Everybody in the house, can I have a big round of applause for all our partners, please? Thank you so much. A huge thank you to all of them. Without their support, like I mentioned, we truly couldn't have put this event off. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for this. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to be calling up on stage somebody truly special. I like to call her a visionary in the true sense of the term because that is exactly what she is. I believe she truly symbolizes women empowerment, and all the women over here, I'm sure she also agrees with that fact. Ladies and gentlemen, a powerhouse of energy and talent. Please give it up for Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO of Adgully Media Network, for the opening address. Can I please have Bijoya ma'am over here on stage with us? Ma'am, please come from here. Bijoya ma'am के लिए और जोर से ताली हो जाए, please. Thank you so much. We're kick starting this event on this note. Thank you so much. And ma'am, over to you.
Hi, good morning everybody. Good morning. Thank you for braving the traffic and vehicles. Although all over India it is the same, but Bombay I guess is the worst. So good morning everyone and welcome to FINIXX 2024. A warm welcome to all of you as we deep dive into one of the most India's dynamic growth engines, the BFSI sector, so to say. So FINIXX is just about not discussion, but it's about discovery. The summit brings together leaders, innovators and change makers. Some of them are with us here today. Who are redefining how India saves, invests, borrows and insures. And today, the FINIXX Awards will celebrate the excellence driving the transformation. With the theme, Reimagining BFSI, Powering Digital Bharat, Digital Bharat goals, we focus on the forces shaping the sector: digitization, trust, and customer centricity. From UPI's 2 billion monthly transaction to 9 trillion in projected digital lending, the numbers are impressive. But the real story lies in how financial inclusion is spreading across Tier 2 and Tier 3 India, where over 65% of new digital bank accounts now originate. This is the face of Digital Bharat: innovative, confident, and inclusive. Yet, as technology accelerates, our biggest responsibility remains building trust. So today, as we celebrate this evolution, let's not just reimagine BFSI for growth, but for good, but for a stronger, more inclusive India. Thank you and welcome to FINIXX 2025. Before I leave the stage, I want to thank my sponsors who helped us truly in putting up this great show. First and foremost, a person who's really gone out of the way to help us in curating this event is Team Adfactors and Mr. Madan Behel at the helm. Hybrid, VServe, Teamology, Sakal. All of you guys have helped us in putting this event together. Thank you so much. Last but not the least, I want to thank my jury members, Mr. Sandeep Malunj. Thank you for being the jury chair and seeing all the entries through. And with your guidance, I think we've been able to prove something here at this point. Most importantly, I want to thank my team members. Some of you are here, some of you are not here. But thank you so much in putting together the FINIXX 2025. Thank you everyone. Have a good day. Shubhajit, thank you so much as well.
Thank you, ma'am. And I believe the biggest round of applause need to be happening for Bijoya ma'am. Jitne bhi log hain, uske 2x energy mein Bijoya ma'am ke liye zor se taali, please. That's exactly how we honor excellence. Thank you so much, ma'am. And like ma'am said, that anything great is always a culmination of a lot of good factors coming together, and I think that's exactly the best part of FINIXX and every event related to Adgully as well. We're going to be having a very, very interesting and engaging session right now that's going to be full of knowledge. I truly, truly promise that. This is going to be an opening keynote, ladies and gentlemen, on the topic Emerging Trends in BFSI. And this is going to be conducted on stage by somebody who is perhaps one of the most experienced in the field. He brings alongside himself a whole pool of knowledge, and I think all the excellence that he brings forward is going to be sharing insights from that so that he can for our event. Mr. Sandeep Suresh Walunj, Executive Director and Group Chief Marketing Officer, Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Sandeep sir, ke liye please can I have the biggest round of applause as I call him up on stage. Pleasure to have you again, sir. Very, very happy to see you again. Give him a big round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much. Let me know which mic would you like to use, this or this? Yeah, sure. Can you just check if this is working? This is working?
Hello.
Yeah, perfect. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So I'm supposed to be speaking about the trends in Indian BFSI. I am not sure, looking at the audience, whether I should be doing that or should I be doing something else. So we can do it in two ways. Permission. I got some points noted down. I can trace the emerging trends in Indian BFSI and how companies can win. I can do that. Or if there is anything else that you want me to talk on, I'm okay to do that either. So which one should we do? Or not? Neither. For that I'm going to need her special permission. What is it that you would like to hear from me? Both. Oh my God, we don't have time for both. So I take it as a go-ahead for the trend that the theme that we have identified, and I got some points noted down, which is about the the emerging trends in Indian BFSI and how can companies win in a very, very rapidly evolving landscape that we are all part of, right? Why am I saying this is because all the four elements in I see some students at the back. I'm sure all of you know Porter's framework, so all the four elements of that framework are in a very, very crazy state of overaction, hyperaction now. So there are consumers, who are extremely busy, but also looking for purpose. are absolutely on social media, endlessly scrolling, but have the attention span of a firefly. People for whom the ambitions are running ahead of their current preparedness as far as financial services are concerned. So that is one area. On the other area, you have the intermediaries, okay, which are changing rapidly. So what was used to be the table stakes earlier, distributors, physical distributors, DSAs, MFDs, etc., rapidly changing, taking their places being taken by financial platforms, who can be impersonal. If you do not know how to use them, you could be taking some of the wrong choices because they are also driven very much by the business need of making you click that invest now or act now button. Given added to that is the internal human greed of making quick money, and the potential volatile combination of these two may lead to a wrong choice, as we see in the world of investing. SEBI had to come out and say that 93% of the F&O investors in India lose money. And while all the three factors that I just spoke of are at play, which is the investors are taking action before knowing, so action comes before knowledge, that's one trend. Second one is the intermediaries are, making it really quick and kind of giving you an impression that it's easy, you can win. And then you go ahead and kind of do that trade and that leads to whatever. And the third factor is that there is an information overload. But dearth of wisdom. So, there are dime a dozen influencers who are giving you reels after reels of something that sounds extremely simple, enjoyable, and, makes you scroll endlessly. But that may not impart enough wisdom for you to take those right choices, right? So that's the second parameter which is at play. At the third level are really the regulatory, landscape that is also rapidly evolving. Multiple things are changing. On the lending side now we have unified lending interface. On the investing side or the entire BFSI we now have the account aggregator interface. There are, can you see that all the partners, most of the partners are essentially digital transaction enablers. So there is Audience Pro, there is Hybrid. Most of these people give you tons and tons of personalized data of the consumer, which means as a marketer or as a financial services brand, it is all the more easy for you to target somebody very, very specifically, almost as a segment of one, create content at scale using all of these tools that are available and generative AI, which is at your help, and guide them towards what is right for them. But what tends to happen is most of the times we tend to take the short-term call compared to the long-term well-being of both the parties. As a result of which, some of the matrices that we chase, and I'm guilty as a financial services CMO myself, but many times we change transactions, as a metrics of our performance, rather than possibly the customer lifetime value. Okay, or the increase in wealth of the customer that we're servicing to, or have we moved that person's happiness and well-being up a notch? So rather than long-term variables which are really essential for everybody's well-being, we tend to choose some of these short-term matrices because there are so much of business pressures. Arundhati said very famously, QSQT, quarter se quarter tak, and as a result of which, there's this whole plethora, that is emerging. And the final trend actually is that the changing technology landscape. I would say technology landscape, but what I really mean is really the entertainment industry, the social media, the way the landscape is emerging, the way that is shaping the aspirations and, making people run ahead of their ambitions. All of that with generative AI at scale puts tremendous pressure if you look at it from that perspective, or humongous opportunities if you look at it from the other perspective to the industry. What that means is, somewhere and by the way, marketing is a glue. Technically it has to play the role of a glue, which keeps the brand together, and brand is nothing but trust when it comes to BFSI. to the and connect the consumer to the brand, which is done through content, which is done through positive experiences, which is done through UI UX, which is done to long-term care, as I spoke of. And the distribution channels, so the huge amount of physical distributors are on the verge of extinction in category after category. It's true in investments, it's true in insurance. And by the way, they represent dearth of knowledge. Very, very important dearth of knowledge, and they are the ones, especially in investing, who can really control, the greed and fear going out of control, especially among the younger investors. But that entire, intermediary segment is probably going to be extinct very soon if we don't, go and help them, equip them with knowledge as well as, technology to be able to be meaningful and relevant to the younger audience who these days prefer impersonal communication. बात मत करो मुझसे, link भेज दो. I will click on that link and I will invest. That's really the piece. So that's why, and I said the solution probably lies in marketing other than any other function, because we are the glue, as I said, which puts all of this together. So possibly the way forward, the second half of my keynote is how can companies win? So the first part of it is we have to reimagine the role of the brand and the role of the company completely. So instead of driving transactions, getting people to open accounts, getting people to buy insurance policies, can we look at the person as a living human being whose life needs to be improved, whose well-being needs to be enhanced? And we have the power, especially given the platforms with all of those CDPs and customer profiling tools that we have. And of course the power of data as well as AI, we can actually know each of our customers individually. Okay, and this is true even for somebody like Mithila Oswal, who's sitting on possibly crores of customer data. It is possible, and we are doing it. It is possible to understand, for example, in trading, what is your trading style, what is it that you're doing right, what is it that you're not doing right, giving you that individualized advice that, please avoid these mistakes or, correct your portfolio in this fashion, etc., etc. Same thing can be done for investing, for loans, insurance, and so on and so forth. So if we reimagine our role as somebody who's going to be bringing positive change, one consumer, one investor at a time, possibly that would be a great beginning. Once we do that, we will clearly see the role of our intermediaries, a little differently, especially the traditional ones and also the new age fintech ones. Okay, so quite a lot of times, I would say, as I said earlier, the fintech makes you feel that this is very easy, especially on the investing side, you can do it. It kind of takes the soul out of brands, especially the aggregators. On the insurance side, there are aggregators who say, fine, you want to buy a policy, I'll list out 10 brands and you can compare their premiums and choose whichever makes sense to you. Since when, did BFSI start becoming, like a Sabzi Mandi? Right? So somewhere the brands lose their soul if their differentiation is not communicated. Right? And I'm not blaming fintechs either, because obviously, tali do haath se bachti hai, so the brand is also equally responsible. And many times on the investing side, they are guilty of not providing enough investor education, enough guidance. And you're seeing that somebody is, registering trade after trade, which is not working, and the losses are mounting. And instead of that, you do margin funding. So somewhere, from the long-term perspective, may not be the right thing to do. Now, the moment you look at it in this fashion, somewhere the trusted Mishraji Sharmaji, Guptaji, which is the advisor or a DSA or MFD, you can start looking at him as a person who could possibly instill some sense or prevent some of the disasters from happening, and be that guide and philosopher. Because as I said earlier, BFSI is all about trust. It starts with trust. So you can reimagine the role of the intermediaries once you have the longer, more strategic perspective of where brands are headed or where brands should be headed. And then the third part, of course, is then you can look in-house and look at products which are more meaningful, which are more long-term, which make it very, very possible for investors to actually use them intelligently and kind of make sense. And finally, the regulatory landscape. You know, if I get talking, I mean, I'd probably need an hour to just list down the regulatory challenges all of us face. I mean, KYC for a simple thing, extremely difficult thing even today. You know, so year after year we hear that there are going to be changes done, there are going to be simplification which are going to be administered, but things continue to be difficult. But that's just one part. At the same time, the same regulatory system is giving us account aggregators, United Lending Platform, and so on and so forth. UPI is a great, very, very great enabler for all of us. So again, if regulatory functions also look at it from the long-term well-being of the investor's perspective, possibly our industry, can truly be the partners of wealth creation or prevention, for our customers going forward. So those were some of my thoughts. I kind of curtailed it looking at the audience response. But if we have time and if there are some questions, I would love to take those questions. If you please guide me. I mean, there's no counter, so I don't know whether I've taken more time than what I should have. Yes, sir. Yes.
Hi, Sunny. My name is Mrutyunjay. I work with Hybrid. A couple of points that you mentioned, that brands have lost their soul, and then you mentioned about since when did BFSI become a sabzi mandi. The thing is, when it comes to marketplace, scaling becomes very important for any brand out there, including a Motilal also. Today we are seeing market classification being put out, even on platforms like Money Control, for that matter, as B30, which is beyond 30. Or else earlier we used to have Metro, Tier 1, Tier 2 and everything. There's a reason why B30 as a word or as a phrase has been coming. When we spoke about these pieces, I just wanted to understand from a point where digital transaction or digital collection of users is being picked up, and a particular user is being marked by average order value, whether it is for mutual funds, investments, whatever it is. What is your take on the DPDPA Act which is coming as far as the brand safety piece is concerned, and consumer guidelines, like in order to safeguard consumer guidelines? Because there's one thing talking about multiple set of data that Motilal also is setting on. There's a news in the last week that MasterCard is getting into retail media. And JP Morgan Chase has been brewing on it for the last 1 year or so. What's your take on the DPDP Act, which is going to come out next month? Or possibly, that's the news coming out. Yeah.
Sure. So before coming to DPDP, you touched upon 3 other points. I quickly will have to address them. When I said that the brands are losing their soul, that was in the context of the fintech platforms, and this whole pursuit of transactions and performance marketing, taking center stage. So it is in that context. So I'm saying brand fear or brand have a fear of losing their soul if this continues unchecked. Right? So if you simply get listed saying, if a home loan partner is going to be chosen just by the IRR that they charge, that's probably not the right thing to do. Right? So that's what I meant. The second thing that you said was the B30, explosion. Now B30 explosion, in my mind, is about access. There was always the need, right? Now you look at mutual funds, right? So in case of mutual funds, the distributor commission has been reduced to such a level that it is not viable for a distributor to go beyond T30. Please look at it from that perspective. So what does somebody in a tier 4, tier 5 town do? Correct? So therefore Fintech and all of these apps have come as a blessing in disguise for them. So access has really allowed a pent-up demand which was already there anyway, to become visible and come to the surface. That does not mean that it is happening in the right fashion. Right? That does not mean that it is happening with right guidance. You understand? So you just got an access. In financial services, knowledge, understanding, profile, review, etc. Those things are also important, apart from you simply buying a transaction. So I'm saying currently the metric is how many transactions are coming in. You yourself quoted that metric. That is what is, that could possibly leave a few people unsatisfied, dissatisfied, or mis-selling can happen and so on and so forth. That was the point I was making. Coming specifically to DPDP, I think it's a reform whose need had come long time back, correct? Because we have rampant mis-selling and data theft, etc. happening at a very large scale. So obviously data has to be protected. But do I see it as a problem or as an impediment? I don't. Right? It's a very simple fact of life that if I think that our relationship is adding value to my life, I'm happy to share any data with you. Right? So that's why I said at the end of that, the core of it is trust. If that trust is established and it is maintained by both parties, people don't mind sharing data. I mean, especially in India, it is still a very common thing. Third question in a social do these days is, what's the kind of package that you are on? So we are very easy with data. I don't think people have a problem with sharing data, and the brands need to use it, properly. More importantly, there needs to be first the trust needs to be established. Say AA, for example, account aggregator, right? So we do that, right? We use a lot of AA data, but we give an assurance. So by the way, Mukul has advisory and research also to help you. We have that. So we say, all right, please can I, look at your entire portfolio so I'll be able to guide you better. And I tell you this, I listen to, calls that happen, recording of calls. People are extremely happy to share, their data. So I don't think that's a problem, provided you establish trust and establish that you will add value. So that's my complete answer to your question.
Yes. So good morning. In your opening keynote, I don't say you missed it, but AI is also one of the emerging trend in BFSI.
I'm not able to hear you.
AI, artificial intelligence.
Yes.
And all are using it. In fact, Motilal Oswal was one.
Yes.
Can you throw some more light?
Yes. So you would like to know more about it?
Little, yeah.
Is that the question? How is AI playing out in investing?
Yeah. It plays an important role.
So AI is in
larger levels.
Absolutely. So AI, as I said, I did touch upon it. It is an absolute blessing. Again, it depends on how you use it. Anything you misuse obviously can become a challenge. So how does AI help BFSI? Right. So first of all, there is a lot of metadata that we generate. Right? There are innumerable transactions that every customer create, especially on the trading side. Insurance probably create 2 or 3 transactions in a year. Trading creates 2 or 3 transactions possibly in an hour. So there's so much of metadata that we have, right? So how are we going to be processing that data? So a lot of data processing today we have kind of given off to AI, and most of that happens real time, right? Which then allows me, my advisors, to see you. When you call, I see on your screen your picture, your photograph, the past history of your thing, and whatever is AI telling me that his habits are these are the products that he has, these are the products he ought to have. So it becomes far more easier for us to give you the pinpointed advice that is necessary without wasting your time. Right? So a lot of metadata analysis and personalization is what we do while the call is in progress. Right? So after the call is done, as in you heard your recommendation and you took an action, AI then can help personalize the pitch to you. Especially for our higher end customers, the pitch presentations today are being done through generative AI. So the pitch that will go to you versus what will go to Vijoya will be different because your backgrounds are different. Right? So that's the third area of use. If it is on the retail end, then there is mass customization of creatives. Right? So all of these, for example, Audience Pro just said that there are unlimited micro segments that they can do, which technically means there need to be unlimited creatives that need to be sent also. Who's going to be doing that? Generative AI. Right? So then again I mentioned about the huge gap in investor education. It requires quite a lot of videos and educatory tools. Who's going to be doing that? Generative AI. Right? So and then there are also fund management side usages, but I see that the MC is standing there looking at me. So I know my time is up. But obviously this is a bedrock on which whatever I said, which is the brands need to be looking at future and being absolutely adding value in the long term, customer lifetime value. AI is going to be the key tool that we all will be using going forward.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Right? I will do one-on-one now, because I think they are running out of time. All right. Thank you so much for being patient. I hope I've been able to.
Thank you so much, and I believe I'll request you to wait on stage, sir. And I believe just this, sir, I'll request you to wait on stage. This amount of cheers is not enough for Sandeep, sir. Also, please value the group. I'll request you to kindly pose for a photograph over here. Can we have a photographer over here, please? This was truly a very, very insightful session, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and thoughts with us and also answering the queries. It's truly, truly a pleasure to have you over here. So thank you so much. Once again, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please, for Sandeep sir, the one and only Sandeep sir. Thank you so much. And like sir said, he'll be doing one-on-one to address your queries. So we are very happy with that as well. Thank you so much, sir. We look forward to having you at our event the next year as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be having some interesting felicitations, the marketers' felicitations right now. This is going to be an exciting round of CMO felicitation. To do the honors on stage, I would like to first call upon stage Bijoya ma'am to kindly be with us over here. Once again, give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Bijoya ma'am, please. We're going to be having the CMO felicitation right now. And I'm going to be reading out the categories and our winners, and I'm going to be requesting them to please join me on stage once your name is called. This is a special moment, so I hope that you're truly, truly going to love every bit of it. Ladies and gentlemen, the CMO felicitation begins now. The first one is BFSI Marketing Visionary of the Year. And may I please have the biggest round of applause for Nipun Kaushal from Yes Bank. Can I please have Nipunji over here on stage with me? Team member is here? Okay. So I have heard that Nipunji is not here. So can we please have Nipunji's honorable team member over here to join me on stage, please? Thank you so much. Give a big round of applause for sir, please. Thank you so much for being with us over here. Can we have the music being pumped up, please, everybody? Thank you so much. This truly calls for a moment. I request both of you to be over here at the center for the photograph. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we have some more appreciation coming in, ladies and gentlemen? Clapping in appreciation. It's a result of a lot of hard work, so of course that deserves the round of appreciation. Thank you so much. On that note, we are going to be now moving to our next felicitation. This is again the BFSI Marketing Visionary of the Year, and it goes to one and only Ruchika Malhan Verma, Chief Marketing Officer, General Central Insurance. Can I have the biggest round of applause for ma'am, please, over here? Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us over here. Truly, truly happy with your presence. Give her the biggest round of applause, please, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. The BFSI Marketing Visionary of the Year. Thank you so much, ma'am. Congratulations to you and your entire team. Best wishes for many more accolades coming your way in the future. Give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We'll now move to our next felicitation. This is again the BFSI Marketing Visionary of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the biggest round of applause for Mr. Sameer Mehta, Chief Marketing Officer, 5paisa. Can I please have Sameer over here on stage? Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. Big round of applause for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. BFSI Marketing Visionary of the Year. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you. We'll now move on to our next BFSI Marketing Visionary of the Year. This one is going to be truly, truly exciting. No brownie points for guessing. The one and only Sandeep Suresh Waluk's Executive Director and Group Chief Marketing Officer, Motilal Oswal Financial Services, our very own honorable jury member. Sandeep sir, thank you so much. This one is yours. Give him the biggest round of applause. Everybody, please. BFSI Marketing Visionary of the Year. When I introduced him during the session, I called him a visionary, and it's wonderfully correlating with the felicitation as well. Thank you so much, sir. Many congratulations. Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next felicitation. This one goes to Sapna Desai from Manipal Cigna Health Insurance. We have somebody receiving it on her behalf, so thank you so much. Give her a big round of applause for receiving it on behalf of Sapna. Thank you so much. And I'm sure when Sapnati sees the video of everybody clapping, she'll be very, very happy. So आप लोग प्लीज ताली बजा सकते हो. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll move on to our next one, which I believe is the last one. This one is the BFSI Marketing Visionary of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Zameer Kocher, Chief Marketing Officer, Angel 1. Zameer sir, ke liye please. Source Itali. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have some more noise over here? It's very early in the morning. We have a long, long way to go. We need to uphold the energy at its very best. Thank you so much, sir. Can we maybe do a nice photograph with all the felicitations? Can I please invite all of you over here on stage with your respective trophies? It's not every day that we get all of you over here together under one roof, so we want to make the most of it. All our wonderful marketers who have just been felicitated right now, can I please have all of you coming on stage with your trophies? Please, I'll request you to come as well. The trophy is still there. I know you have collected it on behalf of someone, but you can still be a part of the photograph. I'll request all our marketers who have been felicitated right now, please come up on stage with your respective trophies. We want a nice group photograph to happen. This is a part of a special memory, a core memory. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how we do it. Celebrate excellence like never before. All sorts of talent, please pump it up in the air. Yes, thank you. Superstar, thank you so much. Please continue to inspire with all the great work that you all do. And we look forward to honoring you and seeing your excellence every year. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Vishal once again as well. Please, I request you to take your seat, ma'am. Thank you so much. On that note, we're done with the marketers felicitation right now, and we're going to be having a fireside chat. Can I please have some help in terms of having 3 chairs on stage for the fireside chat? In the meantime, I'll quickly introduce the topic for you all for the fireside chat. This is going to be about customer-centric BFSI, designing personalized journeys that drive engagement. I'll quickly repeat the topic for you all once again. Just maybe put it a little over there in the middle because sir, आप बताना frame के हिसाब से 3 chairs सही है कि नहीं, so just put it in the middle as much as possible. हाँ जी. Thank you. So I'll quickly repeat the topic once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the first fireside chat of FINIXX Summit and Awards 2025 over here. Thank you so much. This is going to be about customer-centric BFSI, designing personalized journeys that drive engagement. We have 3 very, very special speakers over here joining us, and I'm going to be calling them and introducing them very, very soon as we're ready with the chairs. हमारे 2 शक्तिमान के लिए भी जोर से ताली हो जाए, please everybody. Thank you so much. Love the smile on their faces when I say शक्तिमान. अभी शक्तिमान बोला थोड़ा जोर से, जल्दी कर दो थोड़ा. Thank you. हाँ, ये सीधा, I think we need to keep it straight, right? So straight. सीधा इसको, we'll keep it straight like this. It's fine. It's looking good. Okay. We need a table. We need a table, right? हाँ. Just put the specs over here and put the table. And can we have the mics on stage as well, please? हाँ जी, thank you. आ जाइए, please. We'll just put the tables. आप उसमें रख दीजिए. Thank you, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Just put it in the middle kindly. Thank you. Yeah. And water bottles, please, for our speakers. Do we have water bottles over here for our speakers? Any water bottle available for the speakers? Give it to me, sir. Thank you. Can I have all of you clap for Sudhir sir, please? Every time I see an event, I see him running around from one corner to the other, and he's quickly making me feel like he's the youngest of the lot. That's exactly the vibe that Sudhir sir gives all the time. Thank you so much. We are ready with the mics, we are ready with the speakers. I've already introduced the topic. I'm going to be introducing our speakers right now, ladies and gentlemen. This session is going to be chaired on stage by Ashok Shindeji, Managing Partner, Strategy Pivot Roots. And joining Ashokji on stage would be Ruchika Verma, Chief Marketing, Customer and Impact Officer, Generali Central Insurance Company, and Sameer Mehta, Chief Marketing Officer, 5paisa. Can I have a huge round of applause for all our speakers, please, everybody, for this fireside chat. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us over here. What a pleasure to have you. And I request you to take the seat as per the photo arrangement, so you can sit over here. Thank you, sir. Congratulations once again. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations once again. I request you to sit in the middle and sir over there. You have your mics over here ready. You have your bottles over here ready. Can we quickly put the timer for our speakers' reference? Yeah. And I believe we are ready, sir. Over to you. Thank you.
Check. Can you guys hear me? I'm audible? Very good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us for this interesting session. We have an interesting panel here as been introduced. Before we just open discussion, I just wanted to cite a few of the observations that a report that Havas Media has been publishing for last 9 years. It's across certain 9 markets, and in India we cover about 50 brands. And what it interestingly states is that the consumers are expecting more from each brand, and they want brands to go beyond just the functional experiences that brand are giving to the consumer. They would want it to be more emotional, they would want it to be more personalized. Globally, staggering 59% of people who responded to this report suggested that if one single bad experience would make them move away from the brand. That's a very big number if you look at it, and that goes to show that the functional experiences is the table stake now. Yeah? You had to go beyond, you had to look at personalization, you had to connect with them at an emotional level. And some of these benefits is where brands are able to do it exceptionally well, is they are able to command about 15% revenue lift, and also they are able to command in a higher price from the customers, which are 16% higher price they are able to get from customers for the services they're providing. Some of those things are validating that how critical is customer experience or customer centricity is for brands in today's age. And we have this distinguished panel of CMOs. They work in different categories, but they have very demanding jobs cut out for them also. Yeah? How do they bring this customer centricity for their business, and how do they grow it? So we will start the discussion with asking maybe Ruchika first to you about how are you planning on designing a customer-centric approach for your business in 2025?
Thank you so much, Ashok, and hello everybody. Great pleasure to be here. So I belong to the general insurance industry, and when I really look at customer experience, I think it can be boiled down to 3 basic pillars. One is the proposition that you offer the customer. The second is the service that you offer the customer. And the third, especially true for our industry, is what happens at the time of usage of product. In our industry, that basically means the claims experience. So how do you articulate the claims experience for the customer? And we have done a lot of work around all 3 pillars. They are the mainstay of our customer approach. When you look at propositions, we divide our customers into various segments. We do a lot of work around customer insight mining. And using those insights, we develop products and propositions which really don't exist in the market today. So for example, GCI has a dog insurance product, which was unheard of. And this insight we got during COVID, because the adoption of dogs actually doubled during that time. And we realized there's an opportunity there. And we said, just the way you cover health insurance for your family, your dog is also your family. Ask any pet parent. And therefore, here was an opportunity for us, and that did extremely well. Similarly, we have a product for women, surprisingly, there is no comprehensive health insurance for women out there. So these are just some examples. Similarly, from a customer service perspective, we believe in providing the power in the hands of the customer. So, you know, customers can reach out to us, of course, through the call center, but they can also reach out to us on WhatsApp, through our app, through our website. All channels are available, and we make sure that the experience is omni-channel, right? Regardless of, you know, how they reach out to us, they get the answer that they need really quickly, really efficiently, with, you know, the lowest TAT which is possible. And finally, the claims experience. And here, it's a mix of what we do in terms of technology, but also what we do in terms of human touch. Because at the end of the day, we do realize that when somebody is claiming a product, you know, they are in trouble. There's either been an accident or a loved one is in hospital, and there is an emotional sense, you know, an emotional time for the customer. And therefore, we approach it with a lot of human touch and hold our customer's hand right throughout the journey. We make sure we don't do underwriting at the time of claims. If you've got a policy from us, we will pay your claim. And that, at the end of the day, builds trust. We have the highest claim settlement ratio in the industry. We have the lowest complaint ratio in the industry. And I think when you deliver to your promise, you build the trust. And that is really customer centricity for us.
This great thoughts. Thank you, Ruchika. Samir, if you want to come in and sort of share your views too.
Yeah, thanks Ashok, and thanks Adgully team for having me here. So I'm from 5paisa. 5paisa is India's first listed discount broker, and you know, so we've been around for a while. One thing I wanted to bring out is that when it comes to our segment, which is stockbroking, right? If a user has a bad experience, or you know, if there's anything that goes wrong, usually they lose money, right? Now, when you compare that to, let's say, you going for a movie to PVR, if you have a bad experience, you will lose. I mean, that experience would have been bad. You would have had a bad time, but you don't necessarily, you know, have a monetary loss. Whereas in our case, there are two types of losses. One is if the product is screwed up, they were trying to sell, it's not sold, they will have an actual loss. And a lot of other times it is, you know, they did not want to sell, or you know, they did not have the right data, and they ended up selling early and let go of a lot of profit. Both have happened to me, not on 5paisa, on other platforms. But I think that makes it all the more important that we have to be very, very careful about looking at customer centricity, customer engagement, making sure that we're doing the right thing for the users, right? That is one part, and I think as Ruchika, you mentioned, in your industry, there are two times I think when the user comes to you, or maybe three times, right? One is the first time they're taking a policy, maybe the second time it's a renewal. The third time is when they've experienced a loss and they're coming to do a claim, right? In any of these times, we cannot afford for the user to have a bad experience, right? So I think in the BFSI segment, across different use cases, there is actual loss that a user will go through. So we have to be all the more careful about what experience, you know, do the users go through. So I think it's great that, you know, we're having to discuss this on our panel, and happy to, you know, go into it in more detail as more questions come in as to what's specific to us in stockbroking as well as in 5paisa. Yeah.
Very interesting. I think you mentioned when people come to you when they're in trouble, and secondly, you know, how do you handle it? And when Samir spoke about it, they probably would maybe have an outreach when there is a loss for them, and how do you handle some of those very sensitive situations for customers? It becomes very important. Ruchika, maybe the next question for you, with this AI and automation, that's probably transforming how insurers connect with customers. And there's this, I think, a given need for you to be sensitive, be transparent, and also be compliant with it. You know, how do you then look at personalizing, you know, your customer experiences? If you could share some thoughts on it.
Thank you so much, Ashok, for that question. So at Generali Central Insurance, we've been in a phase of digital transformation over the last few years, and AI is a tool which we use extensively. We have used AI for predictive analysis. We have used AI to provide the right advice to our customers. We have used it for personalization at scale. We have used it to provide strong customer service and of course to ensure that we can accurately assess risks and prevent fraud as well. I'll give you some examples of how we have used AI in very different use cases, right? So one of the things that we realized is in the health insurance space, our customers were not very sure about what is the right sum insured for them, right? So insurance in terms of penetration, GI insurance is less than 1%, right? But what is even more important is even in that 1% people are underinsured. They don't know what is the right insurance for them. And medical costs are very, very different. So for example, if you're going for a particular treatment in Nagpur versus in Mumbai, the same treatment is going to cost you differently. So what we've done is that we've taken data from our customers and using predictive analysis and AI, we recommend to them what is the right sum insured for them and their families. And that's done extremely well for us. And it's not about pushing a product, it's not saying, hey, buy my product. It's really about telling them, listen, this is what you need. This is where you are, which stage you are in life. The second use case of AI that we use extensively is in customer service. So, I was talking about putting the power in the hands of the customers, and we leverage WhatsApp very extensively with more than 500 million people on WhatsApp today. I truly believe that, that is one area that can be really leveraged for all things customer. And we have developed an AI-based chatbot. That chatbot is extremely functionally robust. You can do anything that you can, from a call center. You can purchase a policy, you can renew, you can get your health card, you can find your, nearest garage, nearest hospital, etc., etc. But what we've also done is that we've ensured that it doesn't sound like a machine. So the amount of time that we spend on making it very functional, we spend the same amount of time in the tonality, infusing the right tonality that the chatbot would answer you. And I always joke that this is the first chatbot in history which has a sense of humor because we want to make sure that it seems very conversational, right? And today we have more than 2 million of our customers who engage with us on that platform. And the third use case is where we've used AI to personalize at scale. For the general insurance industry, renewals are very, very important. Customer retention is very, very important. More important than even acquisition. And we infused storytelling and AI to personalize our renewal reminders. So we sent out videos rather than a simple reminder that goes out to you and say, hey, your policy needs to be renewed. We actually did an interesting video using a celebrity, using an interesting story, and we say, hey, Ashok, this is your policy, this is when it's going to be due for renewal, tell me if you need anything else. And you can actually click on the video itself and make your renewal payment, right? And so all three are powered by AI in very, very different ways, right? So this is just how we've used. But the one challenge and the one thing that we are very careful about, you spoke about transparency, right? That data security is extremely important, right? So along with leveraging data, I think managing data and ensuring data is secure is a very big responsibility, and that's something that we are constantly very cognizant of.
Great, thanks. Samir, next question to you. Your brand being the digital first wealth creation platform, and there's a lot of real-time behavior that you get exposed to on platform. How are you leveraging these behavior signals real time to be able to deliver an instant experience that most of the generations that are using a platform, whether they're Gen Z or millennials, while they're two distinct and very different breed of generation, how do you really look at personalizing at scale to deliver better digital experiences?
Yeah, it's a great question. So in our case, in addition to having let's say an age-based I would say maybe cohort, right? So Gen Z, millennials, there are different groups. But in the stockbroking world, there are two very broad user segments that pretty much any stockbroking company will be looking at, which is my user an investor or is he a trader, right? Now what happens is in the trader world, everything that you mentioned, which is real-time data, fast-paced, personalization, all of that is paramount, because without that's in fact table stakes, right? So without that, no trader is going to come to your platform, right? So the way we look at traders and we understand, we have our insights based on a lot of interactions with the trader community. We've understood that they want access not just to real-time data, rich data, right? Go much multiple levels deeper than what maybe other platforms would give, but also the kind of tools that we would want to give, right? So there are a few product launches that will come out in the public domain very soon about what FINIXX is going to come out with. But the insight we had was that we need to empower our trader users with best-in-class tools that they would use to execute literally, like the trades they do, where even seconds matter, right? So it also comes down to product strategy, business strategy, and then it kind of comes over onto the marketing world in terms of the communication that we want to show them, the kind of creatives that we want to show them. And you will notice this across the board wherever there is a stockbroker that has a trader as one of their main user segments. Their comms, in fact even their creative approach to what they do is very similar. And we may be doing something, we may have some experiments lined up, and once those happen and if they go well, I'll maybe post on LinkedIn. But so those are things that we're trying to do. But in the investor community, data and I think the requirement of whether it's time sensitive, real time, etc., is not as much important, because typically an investor has a more long-term focus, right? So within this audience over here, there would be people that are primarily mutual fund, they invest in mutual funds, or they have SIPs, or they would invest in blue chips where they know this company is going to do very well over the next few years. So you buy and then you typically keep it unless there's a major event that changes the macros of that company, right? So for them, the real-time data and all is not as important, but yes, giving them contextual, factual information about how a particular sector is doing. So now defense, if it's going to be doing well, I cannot give any recommendation because I'm not a research analyst, but you get what I'm saying, right? So data does become very important. Where Gen Z and millennial comes in, at least from our analysis, is that our communication channels, right? So what do we post on an Instagram versus what do we post on a YouTube? That becomes very different, because we've seen, and we've literally seen like drop-offs happening if we post something which was originally for YouTube on Instagram, because even the audience that are on both of these platforms, as far as the stockbroking segment is concerned, is very different. The traders are, you will find them a lot on YouTube. You will find them undergoing, learning, figuring out what the other master trader has gone, get some tips, go through classes. Whereas the Instagram is more the millennial and Gen Z focused. So for us, it's that balance, right? And we've, in fact, our numbers will show that on Instagram, when we tried doing more serious content, the engagement and everything went down, right? So we're using that, in hindsight, it looks like it is so obvious, right, that you will not post serious stuff on Instagram. But we wanted to try it because technically you have both audiences there, but I think the audiences come to it for a different reason. The trader audience would come to an Instagram more for taking a break, getting some humorous stuff. But for them, when they're trying to learn, it's more YouTube. So I think we look at it along these axes and these levers. Yeah.
That's a great example. Thanks for sharing that. Ruchika, next, while you did mention there's a lot of personalization that you do at Generali Central. Is there any feature or campaign that you're really proud of that leverage personalization and drove the business impact for you, if you want to talk about it?
Sure. Thank you for that question. I spoke about how we look at our product development strategy and how we look at consumer insights. Now, basis those consumer insights, we had launched a product last year. It was called DIY Health. The concept was simple. It was a modular health insurance. And the entire thought, it was meant for the younger audiences, and the entire thought was that, you know, when you buy health insurance today, you pay for every single feature in the insurance. But what if you don't need that feature? Why are you paying for it? So if you are, let's say, you know, 25 years old, you don't require a maternity cover, right? Then why do you pay for it? So we had created a product where you can, you know, pretty much pick the features that you want. It's a very Amazon kind of experience. You pick the features that you want, you put it in a cart, and you get charged accordingly. Now, taking forward the entire concept of DIY, we wanted to engage our agents. So in the insurance industry, as you would know, agents are, you know, the key distribution channel. And these are not tied agents, so they work with multiple companies. So it's your job really to engage them, to keep your brand top of mind, and to make sure that they are positioning your product properly. So what we did was that we created 2 films, one using Aparshakti Purana, one using Masaba. And these films were not put on television. Instead, they were created for our agents. And they were put up on a microsite. All the agent needed to do was to go onto the microsite, put his or her name and number and geography, and the film would actually be personalized to the agent. So it seemed that it was a personalized film that Apar Shakti was talking about a particular agent, and you know, positioning and promoting the DIY health insurance product. Something like this had never been attempted in the insurance industry before, and more than 80% of our active agents actually went ahead and tried this. They were extremely excited about it, and today DIY as a product contributes to more than 15% of our top line. It exceeded all the targets that we had set out when we had initially launched, and we are an outlier in the industry in terms of getting younger audiences. This product was meant for younger audiences. Typically, insurance is bought, you know, 35 to 45 years. You know, typically when you're in that, you start thinking of lifestyle diseases, and therefore you get an insurance. But you know, we are one of the very few organizations which has the highest segment of 25 to 35, thanks to propositions like this, and thanks to the personalization that we were able to do for our agents, you know, which enabled them, engaged them, and helped create trust.
That's great. Okay, sorry, I'll ask this question to both of you, and maybe some will go in first. How do you measure, you know, this customer centricity as the entire discipline that organizations do talk about it, whether in a CX form or customer centricity? How do you really measure it, and how do you track it and keep improving it?
Yeah, so I think in our case, and this is, I think, going back to the discussion that we were having outside, and completely agree with what Ruchika was saying. I'm just going to borrow one thing from what you were saying, which was, so NPS for sure, right, which is like, I think the gold standard for figuring out whether, you know, you're doing well as an organization or not, right? So I think that remains, and I will let her talk more about it. But other than that, for us, see, in our case, the timelines in the stockbroking world are very different, right? I was just explaining, for traders, it's literally seconds, minutes, you know, hours sometimes, but it's very, very kind of time sensitive. So, you know, so I think one thing that we do look at is, do these users stay with us for a longer period, right? So user retention. And if you look at overall industry data, you will know that the user retention numbers in the stockbroking world are horrendous, right? Just go and see, and you will notice that the data that I had was, it's upwards of 70-80% users end up going dormant. The reasons for that are different at an industry level. These are not company specific numbers, but at least, you know, a few years back at the industry level, what was happening was that when a user ends up going in to a stockbroking app without knowing what they have to do, they invest somewhere or trade somewhere, they end up making a loss, and that's obviously not a great user experience. Nobody wants to lose money, right? So for us, user retention becomes key, because that is one kind of catch-all metric that will tell you whether the quality of users you're bringing in, once they've traded, are they staying with you? Then that's a function of the user experience, right? Getting them to trade, which is your first trade percentage, we track that very closely, and our retention numbers, if you're able to get these two within certain kind of internal benchmarks that we have, I think we are on a good wicket. So we look at this because then a lot of other metrics flow down from these.
Ruchika, if you wanna share your thoughts too.
So thank you, Samir. Yeah, so borrowing from what you said, yes, NPS is something which we are absolutely fanatical about in terms of measurement. We actually have a system which is called transactional NPS, whereby every single time a customer transacts with us, and transaction is defined not only as a purchase, but every time he or she approaches the organization. So at the time of onboarding, at the time of renewal, at the time of service, at the time of claims, at any point of time the person is in touch with us, we measure the experience, and that allows us to keep making corrective measures. So for us, NPS is not just a number in itself, but it's really what we are learning from that number, right? And we are constantly looking to improve across each one of these transactions. The second thing that we use to measure customer experience is the number of customers on our digital platforms. So we are hybrid. Like I said, our main distribution channel is agents, but we are also seeing a lot of our customers now reaching out to us on our digital channels, and that is the move that we want to make, right? We want to move towards self-servicing, and today more than 80% of our customers use our digital channel for something or the other. So that's something that we track on a quarterly basis. Also, customer retention, like Samir was mentioning, customer retention is very, very critical for us, tying back to our renewal business strategy. And finally, also cross-sell. So for us, even looking at multi-holding customers, what percentage of our customers actually hold more than one product becomes a yardstick of how they have experienced us for that one particular product, and whether they have chosen to invest in us for another one.
Okay, maybe if I had to ask for concluding thoughts from both of you, while we spoke greatly about how you guys are looking at consumer centricity at this point in time in your organization, how do you feel this will change, or what will be the game changer for brands looking to ace this customer engagement in 2026? Will it be omnichannel personalization? Will it be AI? Will it be human and artificial intelligence combination of hybrid? What are your bigger bets about what the next year will unfold for us in consumer centricity and engagement?
Yeah, I think across the board, personalization has been the holy grail that most brands have gone for, right? Which is, can I as a brand engage with Samir as a user, really understand what this guy likes, doesn't like, what is he in the market for, what has he done earlier, so that I keep it very, very, very specific, very contextual, and and increase my chances of giving him what he's looking for. So I think personalization will remain that holy grail, which I think at least what we'll be going for, and I think the path to that would be enabled by AI, right? So AI now is giving you the ability to analyze data at scale, execute at scale, test at scale, and then have that feedback loop also to figure out what's working, what's not working. So I think it's personalization but enabled through AI. That's what we do.
Wait, Ruchika, if you want to share your thoughts.
So for us, I think in the insurance industry, it would be something what I call predictive empathy. So use AI and predictive analysis to really understand consumer needs, whether it is in terms of propositions, whether it's in terms of the service that they need, and then deliver that with empathy and human touch. In our industry, that becomes really, really important. Today, AI is able to help predict purchase patterns, it's able to help predict risk scores, but imagine if technology and AI would be able to predict life events, right? And imagine if there were conversations around that. So for example, a change of job, the birth of a baby, or a health incident of a parent, right? If technology was able to analyze that, predict it, and then brands were able to then have conversations around these life moments, I think that is going to move the needle from being a brand that just allows customers to transact to being a brand that is trusted by customers.
Thanks a lot, both of you. There was a lot of valuable insights from everyone here. With that, we conclude our session. If there are any questions, or we can take them on the stage.
Anybody willing to ask any question, please raise your hand. We have a bandwidth for max to max 2 questions. I would like one. Uske baad, please pass the mic to sir over there. So one is already done, which means one more. I'm sorry, we would have loved to fit in more questions, but in the best interest of time, we can.
So my question is for Ruchika. First of all, very informative and educational talk. My question is, for the audiences or the customers of today, the Gen Zs, who don't seem to want any stability or who are living for the day, kal ka kya karna hai. You talk about the latest iPhone in the market, they want it, even if it is costing 1 lakh plus. They'll probably ask their dad to pay for it or something. So going forward, when these kids are going to enter the workforce, maybe mid-20s, late 20s or early 30s, would there be a challenge for a company like yours, that is selling insurance, which does not have any instant gratification? I mean, the real benefits, you don't want that benefit because, it comes, at least a life insurance, the benefit is when you're no more. So is that going to be like a huge challenge? Will the market shrink or will your business still sustain at the same pace? That's my question.
Thank you so much. I didn't catch your name.
I'm Anand.
Anand?
Anand.
Anand. Hi Anand. Thank you so much for that question. And you are absolutely right. When it comes to Gen Zs and the younger generation, insurance is it's a big challenge for our industry, right? Because especially when it comes to some of the products that we sell, which is health insurance, people believe मेरा gym मेरा insurance है. मैं सुबह green smoothie पीता हूँ, वो मेरा insurance है, right? Why do I need this product? But at the end of the day, I think it is really about appealing to the segment. I mean, 65% of India is below 35 years of age, right? So at the end of the day, it's a very big demographic. And the challenge is always, how do we make ourselves relevant as a category to this consumer, like you've articulated. So what we've done is that, and I think a lot of people in the industry are also doing this to be able to enable, category relevance. One is look at the proposition at the end of the day, right? If it's the same thing is sold in the same manner, at the end of the day, it is not going to cut ice. And one of the examples that I gave is what we did for the modular health insurance. The reason we developed that was for the younger generation, because the insight that we got is that they do not want to pay for stuff that they don't need, right? They will pay for an iPhone, but they will not pay for insurance because kya pata mujhe kyun chahiye ye, right? But how do you kind of make sure that you are somewhat relevant to them, and therefore the proposition that we created. Secondly is how do we approach, right? So talking about education around insurance, why is it important? What will happen if you don't have it? So the messaging that you give, right? So for example, for this product, one of the other ways that we communicated was that we created a music video, right? And that immediately connected with our audiences. The third is where do you reach out to them? So one is what you say to them. The third is where do you reach out to them? So Samir had also spoken about this, Instagram, for example. How do you lighten a conversation, which is something as heavy as insurance? How do you lighten that and make it relevant to that particular platform? That's the challenge that we are constantly facing, and trying our best to do that. And I think somewhere this strategy has helped us, because we do see younger audiences now in our fold, which never was the case 5 years earlier. I hope I've been able to help address your question.
Thank you so much for the questions. Thank you so much for the answers. And most importantly, thank you so much for the session. Give them a big round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much. Love that line about insurance where they will buy an iPhone, but they will not get an insurance. Maybe they will get an insurance for the iPhone, but not for themselves, right? Give them a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling up on stage Sallavi, yeah, of course, from Adgully. Together that rhymes as well. Sallavi, Adgully. Wow, nice. Together with the gift hampers from Magic Blends. Thank you so much, and then we'll have a nice group photo with all three of you over here at the front, so that this thing doesn't photobomb over here. And very swiftly I've ensured that. So aap log please aa jaiye. And when the photos are being taken, can I please request all of you to clap loudly as much as possible, please. DJ setting up the music right to ensure that the enthusiasm is at its peak. Thank you so much for such a wonderful session. The first fireside chat of FINIXX Summit and Awards 2025 over here today. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have all of you over here. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Right, so can I have some help in terms of removing the tables quickly, because we're going to be having few awards right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's a nice blend. A lot of blending is happening everywhere all over the country, so we're also blending in between the awards. So thank you so much. We're going to be having about 12 to 14 awards right now, and then we'll be breaking for lunch. Then we'll be continuing the summit, and then right at the very end of the evening, we'll be having the rest of the awards. So just a bit of an update for all of you over here. We're going to be having a few awards right now. Then we take a quick break for lunch. We continue with the summit. And then later in the evening, we have the remaining awards. ये chair है, इसको आप लोग कोई बात नहीं, thank you. All right, so I believe the DJ is ready with the music, right? क्या बात है? Thumbs up, nice. All right, so we're going to be having some awards right now. Prior to that, I'm going to be calling up on stage our esteemed honorable presenters for the first set of awards. Can I please have Mr. Subhash Jaiswal from Sakal Media on stage as our honorable presenter, please? Subhash ji, can we have you over here in the room? Anji? He's not come? No, he's there. I guess so. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Subhash Jaiswal from Sakal Media Group. Thank you so much for being with us over here. Welcome. स्वागत है आपका। इस साथ में स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहूँगा विजय घोष मैम, founder and CEO of Adgully Media Network, as an esteemed presenter. Vijay ma'am is coming and joining us as well. Thank you so much, ma'am. I know you have a lot of responsibilities, but I'm rushing you from here and there. So I'm compensating a little by maybe helping you quickly. Come. Thank you so much. We'll be having a lot of appreciation for our winners, but can we please have some appreciation for our presenters, please? सबसे पहले to get things going. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, as I begin with the first award, this one is gonna be the best digital OOH campaign. Can we please have some appreciation going in on top of your voice, ladies and gentlemen, for Aditya Birla Cabinet. The winner for the campaign ABCN, all in fact, Adgully. Can we have our winners from Aditya Birla Capital, please? Congratulations to our winners from Aditya Birla Capital. And for such a wonderful smile, a big round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll swiftly move on to the next award. This one is about the best integrated digital campaign financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Angel One it is, nominated by me. Winner for the campaign, Angel One boosts user base by 2.5x. TV's on-screen device ads. Congratulations, and of course celebrations coming your way. Congratulations, Angel One. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we have to high for lunch, but then you can please keep up the atmosphere high. With your high octane energy, everybody, please. This is the awards, FINIXX Awards 2025. Thank you so much. इसी खुशी पे हम बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award. This one is for best mobile first campaign. ये वाला award जाता है to the one and only UniPay, nominated by VServe, OfferTech. Congratulations team UniPay. I must say a very unique name for UniPay. Congratulations. Best mobile first campaign is yours at FINIXX Awards 2025. Congratulations. And of course, time for celebrations. Many, many congratulations. Thank you. इसी बात पे बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award. This one is for best multimedia traditional campaign. एक और बार, everybody in the house, please make some noise for Aditya Birla Capital. This time nominated by Mindshare. Again for the campaign. ABCL Olympic अब हद कर दे. कैंपेन शायद अब हद करते हो, लेकिन ये लोग हद नहीं करने वाले हैं because they are on and speed when it comes to winning awards. Aditya Birla Capital, truly on fire indeed. थोड़ा सा आगे please for the correct photograph. Thank you so much. And a bit of a request for all the winners who are winning right now, please remain with us right now till the end. I don't mean in the evening. I mean till the end of this particular segment so that we can get a nice group photograph done with all of you. And of course, you're more than welcome to stay right till the very end. But then in case you have your prior commitments, please wait at least for the group photo with all of you are done. Thank you. On that note, we'll move quickly to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the best night visibility execution OH category. This one goes to Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Congratulations once again, Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Winning for the campaign NESLI. पूरे हो गए, क्या बनोगे? Congratulations, Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. एक के बाद एक awards coming your way. And on that note, moving on to the next award. This one is the best performance marketing campaign, Fintech sector. Give it up for Upstocks, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Global Media this time. Congratulations, Upstocks. Congratulations to the team of Upstocks. Bring it on, everybody in the room, please. Upstocks, get here. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the team of Stocks. Moving on to the next award. This one is the best performance marketing campaign, this time for the insurance sector. This one goes to SBI General Insurance. Give it up for SBI General Insurance, nominated by PureTech Digital. And we have the team. Congratulations, SBI General Insurance, PureTech Digital. Big round of applause for you and your entire team. For the insurance sector, best performance marketing award is yours. Moving on to the next award, it's now time for the best performance marketing campaign, financial services. Give it up once again, everybody in the house for Angel One, nominated by Visa OfferTech once again. Angel One it is. Congratulations, Team Angel One. Team Angel One के लिए जोरदार please everybody. The next one is the best performance marketing campaign, this time for the NBFC sector. ये वाला जाता है to Shriram Finance, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by DD Expressions Media Private Limited. Shriram Finance, award is yours. Congratulations. DD Expressions Media Private Limited, NBFC sector it is. Best award. This one is the best use of digital for financial literacy, the banking sector. ये वाला जाता है to Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Give it up for Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, please, ladies and gentlemen. Nominated by 21 and 78 E Creative Labs. Winner for the campaign, banking in your hands, the International Day of Sign Languages 2024 and 2025. Congratulations to Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling up on stage our next presenter, and before that, sir, I request you to please kindly take your seat. Please give sir a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'm going to be calling up on stage Mr. Gurrez Alam from Teamology as our honorable presenter for the next few set of awards. Please, Gurrez, G के लिए जोर से ताली everybody. One of the powerhouses of Teamology over here, everybody. Gurrez Alam. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for Best Use of Digital for Financial Literacy Mutual Fund Sector. Congratulations to Kotak Mutual Fund, ladies and gentlemen. Nominated by Ethanol's Digital Marketing. Congratulations, Kotak Mutual Fund. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to the next award. Those that will be breaking for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for the BFSI Marketing Excellence Award. This one goes to Anisha Vatlamani from KFIN Technologies Limited. Congratulations, Anisha Vatlamani, BFSI Marketing Excellence Award. This one goes to you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I request you to please wait on stage. All the winners who have been felicitated right now, can I please have all of you with the respective trophies on stage? We want to make a moment by having all of you over here for a nice group photograph. Can I please have all our winners right now on stage? DJ, come on, pump up the music, everybody, for that winning group photo. Give it up for our presenters. We try our man once again. Give it up for Mr. Gurrez Alam from Teamology. Once again, please. I request all the winners with your respective trophies. Please kindly come up on stage and be a part of this very special group photograph. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you so much. Appreciate each and every victory over here. And we truly hope that you all continue to conquer odds and emerge victorious with all the wonderful things that you all do. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be breaking for lunch. Post-lunch, we'll be resuming the summit once again, and then after that, we will be having the remaining awards. So thank you so much. We'll be having a 30 minutes break for lunch. Thank you so much. See you on the other side, the second half of the FINIXX Awards 2025.
browse, compare, and pick what fits you best. What consumer insights are available in Cinema? Where marketers could browse through limitless choices, insights that are not just unique, but based on transaction behavior. With Audience Pro, marketers get sharper consumer insights fueled by over 1,800 deterministic segments.
And I hope you all have had. ये AV बंद कर दीजिए अभी, हाँ वो, so that you know we're all ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we have panel discussions, we have fireside chats, we have everything over here in the house, but then another important thing which we also have over here for everybody, it's not just about the speakers, it's not just about the winners, we have interesting gift hampers as well. And I think everybody loves gifts. Sir ke smile se mujhe pata chal raha hai, sir also loves gifts. So do I, of course, so I resonate with that feeling. So what we are going to do right now is, since all of you over here are experts from the BFSI fraternity, we're going to be having 15 giveaways. 15 सवाल हम पूछेंगे, 15 simple सवाल. And let me make it very clear, this question answer round is not about testing anybody's knowledge, किसी को पता है, नहीं पता है. A lot of times we know a lot of things, but perhaps at that moment we don't recollect the answer, which is completely normal. So please understand this fact that when we do the Q&A, this is not about testing anyone's intelligence. We're just having fun in the middle before we move to the next session. 15 interesting questions related to the finance sector. If you know the answer, please raise your hand. And raise your hand as fast as possible, because I'm going to be seeing the entire room over here. Whoever raises the hand first, मैं उनके पास जाऊंगा, so that they get the answer. If they get the answer right, they win a goodie right over here instantly. अगर वो गलत जवाब देते हैं, then we move on to the next person. And in case there are no hands raised for that particular question, then I give the answer, and of course one goodie goes away. So is the rule clear for everyone? सबके लिए clear है? Everybody over here, सबके लिए rule clear है? Is the rule clear? Superb. Amazing. So let's get going with the first question. The first question, please everybody here. It's, what financial services company is the largest issuer of credit cards in the US? And we are not looking for a bank over here. Any hands raised? Sure. Question hai, which financial services company is the largest issuer of credit cards in the US? And we are not looking for a bank over here. We have somebody raise their hand over there. You can give it a shot, no problem.
Chase Bank.
No, wrong. But still give him a big round of applause. At least he has attempted that. But that's still the wrong answer. So anybody wants to attempt, maybe sir wants. Sir का हाथ मैंने पहले देखा, तो मैं उनके पास पहले आऊँगा. If he gets it right, then the gift is yours. Otherwise, I move to you.
Morgan Chase?
No. Give it up for him as well. Please, मैं आऊँगा आपके पास भी, ma'am.
American Express?
No. You had the same answer? Okay. Anybody else? I see one hand raised over there. मेरे पूरे दिन का कार्डियो आज इधर ही हो जाएगा. I'm very, very happy. Super stuff. Discuss करके कर रहे हो आप अभी. Google नहीं कर सकते. अच्छा, most important rule. Most important rule. I forgot. We are living in the world of technology, and we cannot use our phones. So I am adding this rule right away. Once the question is asked, 3 rounds, and within 1 minute or 2 minutes सवाल लेंगे. उसके बाद तो सब लोग जवाब देंगे, मुझे पता है. मेरे 2 ही पैर है. I can only move to few people. This is the last one that we are taking.
Chase.
No, wrong. Okay, I'll give the correct answer. The answer is Visa. Okay. Superb, no problem. Thank you so much. Give all of you a big round of applause for yourselves, please. We'll move to the next सवाल. सवाल जवाब का सिलसिला चालू रहेगा. This is, what is that D word which literally means money in Spanish and has also become an interesting term for money in English? Anybody wants to attempt? But you cannot raise. मैं आऊँगा mic में फिर बोलना है.
Do.
No. And I'm very happy coming to everybody because at least I'm not missing my gym today.
Dinero.
Correct. Give it up for him, please, everybody. Super stuff. पहला gift hamper जो है यहाँ पे जाता है. And I'll request the photographer to please kindly get a photo clicked. Dinero it is. तालियां please, everybody. Second सवाल. लेकिन पहला सही जवाब from the audience. That's what it is. Very well done. Thank you so much. Salivya, I'm ensuring your cardio is also done today, huh? From one place to another. All right. Next sawal. An asset that you pledge as security for a loan is known as what? Let me give a hint. It's one C word. That's also the title of a 2004 movie in which cab driver, but I still have to complete the question, Jamie Foxx gives the right to hitman Tom Cruise. Audio check, right. Did we get Sir's photo clicked? Superb. Sir ke liye ek aur baar zor se taali, please. I want to witness that myself. And the most important thing, he raised his hand even before the question was complete. So, great stuff. All right, moving on to the next question. In finance, what is that V word that refers to a statistical measure of how much change there is in the price of a security or market index? I've seen one hand raised over here.
Volatility.
Absolutely correct. Volatility it is. इनके लिए भी आप आ जाओ सर सामने. Photographer is waiting. We want to give you that gift hamper. Congratulations. This is it. Come on everybody, please. No googling over here. He's raised his hand immediately. क्या बात है? Magical blends, magical moment it is. Super stuff. ये होता है well-deserved moment, right? One more, right? वो कैसे बोला सर? One, क्या बोला? One more. Please clap for our photographers as well. I think he's got a long day. He's been working hard since morning and he has got a long day to go. So we move on to the next question from here. All right, so this is when you all were kids, maybe when even I was a kid, our grandparents might have bought you that savings what? It's a long-term investment. I've seen that hand raised and I'm just spotting. It's a long-term investment with little risk that pays a predictable rate of interest and is insured by the federal government. You raised your hand sabse pehle, huh? I think it was you who raised. Then I'll come to him and then I'll come to you.
LIC?
No, wrong.
Fixed deposit?
No, wrong. There was somebody who raised. Yeah.
FD?
No, wrong. You're all getting close, but it's not the right one. No. Piggy bank, matlab.
Savings account?
No, not savings account. Last one.
PPF?
No, wrong. The correct answer is bond. Maybe if I would have given a hint, कि popular movie, then शायद लोगों को सबको पता चल जाता, right? Exactly. The answer is bond, everybody. But please give yourselves a big round of applause. Like I mentioned, this is not about testing anybody's intelligence. This is all about having fun, sharing knowledge amongst each other. Isi baat pe I'll move on to the next question. The next question is, a CD is a savings instrument that typically earns more interest than a savings account, but is bound by limits set within a contract. What does that CD stand for?
Certificate of deposit.
Give it up for him, please, everybody. Sir, aap idhar aa jao. You should get your photograph clicked over here. Aa jao, sir. I love your enthusiasm since morning. And please give the gift to sir. And I want everybody over here to please clap it up for sir. Thank you so much. Very, very well done. You know, these are the moments when we feel like, our childhood is coming back, right? The moment kuch pata hota hai, we feel like aise karke haath uthate. Exactly that excitement. I'm not even kidding. Congratulations, sir. Well done. We'll move on to the next question. Next question is, it's also the name for an Olympic track event. What sort of H rate? The rate starts with the word H. What sort of H rate is the lowest rate of return a project or an investment must achieve before a manager or investor deems it acceptable? Do I see hands raised? एक और sir आ जाओ. Double धमाका करोगे आप.
Huddle.
Give it up for him, please. Once again, it is hurdle rate. एक और बार sir, आप इधर आ जाओ. He's smoking sixes one after the other like Yuvraj Singh. Give it up for him, please, everybody. Hurdle rate it is. एक और gift hamper सिर्फ और सिर्फ sir के लिए. क्या बात है? Thank you, sir. You're truly creating magic. I truly, truly accept that. All right. Asian country coming up. The most commonly known stock indexed in its country. I'm not going to pronounce it. I'm going to spell it with the individual alphabets. The KOPSI is a stock index of the exchange in which Asian country? मैं थोड़ा सा फेयर होने के लिए सर एक जॉन और को मैं चांस देता हूं.
North Korea.
इतू सा क्लोज. ये तो मतलब ये क्या हो गया? But चलो, I'll give it to him still at least because you got it North Korea. It's actually South Korea. Give it up for him, please. Everybody's got it right. North से South अब बहुत जल्दी आ गए. इधर आ जाइए. Can we please have the photo moment over here? आ जाइए. And can we please have the gift hamper, Sallavi? This is yours. Very, very well done. He's got the right answer. Please, everybody, clap it up for him, please. Very, very well done. Thank you so much. Just the sheer fact that we are all enjoying and having so much fun, we're learning new stuff. That's the most enthusiastic part of this, right? Questions are interesting. सच बात बताऊं sir, ChatGPT AI use किया है, खुद नहीं बनाया है. Being very honest, but then the fun is what matters. This is a human doing this, not an AI object. All right, moving to the next question. What mythical term was first popularized in the year 2013 by venture capitalist Alien Lee to describe a startup with a market valuation of at least 1 billion? पूरे रूम में सिर्फ दो ही हाथ है. Wow.
Unicorn.
Super stuff. Give it up for him, please, everybody, sir. Can I please request you to come over here? And Sallavi, please, I'll request you to come over here as well. Give the gift hamper to sir. And we'll do the nice photo moment. Give it up for him, please, everybody. Correct answer in the first attempt. Unicorn it is. Thank you so much. Very well done. All right. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 5 more questions to go. 5 more goodies to be given. Unique chance to grab it right away. The next question, everybody. What is the trashier name for a high-yield bond that is typically issued by companies with low credit ratings? Anybody? I'll repeat the question. What is the trashier name for a high-yield bond that is typically issued by companies with low credit ratings? No phones, please. मैं सब देख रहा हूँ.
Penny stock.
Very, very close, but still I won't give you the hamper, but I'll definitely give him a big round of applause. He was very, very close. No phones, please. No cheating. Examination नहीं है.
Junk.
Give it up for him, please. He's got it absolutely right. I'll request you to please come over here, sir. You've got it absolutely right. It's junk bonds. आ जाइए, sir. And once the gift hamper is being given, can I please have all of you clap it up for sir, please? Thank you so much. And I believe this is the second one that you have got right. Super stuff. Thank you so much. All right, so the next one, again related to the United States. The official name for Social Security in the United States is OASDI. Now in this OASDI, OASD is for Old Age Survivors and Disability. What is the I that stands for? What does I stand for in OASDI? बता दो सर.
Insurance.
क्या बात है. ठोको ताली everybody like Navjot Singh Sidhu. Come on everybody, sir. आ जाओ please. He's got it absolutely right. इधर आ जाओ sir. center stage mein because you're sitting right over there at the corner. Please clap it up for him. Please, immediately within seconds, raised his hand. He's got it absolutely correct. Very, very well done. It is insurance. Thank you. 4 more questions to go, everybody, and then we'll be swiftly moving to the next round. Thank you so much. And I believe majority of the gift hampers have gone to this side. Has it? Yeah, for this side. Let's maybe divide. Huh? So this side is winning. So people over here in this side, maybe if you can just up your game a little bit. Next question is, okay, a big hint. ये question का जो जवाब है, किसी ने ऐसा wrong answer दिया था in one of the answers, okay? So the question is, what is the F adjective that describes a tangible long-term asset that is not expected to be converted into cash? Give it up for her, please, everybody. Ajay, please. If I can please request you to come over here. Thank you so much. Please clap it up for her, ladies and gentlemen. She's got it absolutely right. Magical moment from Magic Blends. Thank you. We'll quickly move to the last 3 questions. Again, one more gift hamper goes to this side. It's almost like a college fest feeling where we are dividing sides and people winning, but then very well done, everybody. Last 3 questions. In finance, what term is used for traders who buy and sell securities on behalf of their company's clients rather than the company itself? No.
Brokers.
No, wrong. It's not the usual, I would say, colloquial term that we use. It's not that. Yeah, I'll repeat the question for everyone. In finance, what is the term that's used for traders who buy and sell securities on behalf of their company's clients? Sir, ek turn ho gaya. Rather than the company itself.
Advisor?
No, unfortunately not. Very happy to see a hand raise over here.
AP, authorized person.
No. Very, very close. In the right direction, but not the exact term. Anybody wants to attempt?
I'm not very correct. Jobbers?
No, not jobbers. This will be the last attempt that we will take. You want to take an attempt? Huh, please.
Institutional brokers?
No, not that as well. Last attempt.
Fund managers?
इतना difficult था मुझे realize नहीं. I'm so sorry.
Wealth managers?
No. अभी तो open to all हो गया. सब लोग, everybody are taking options. But then unfortunately not. The correct terminology that we are referring to right now is flow traders. That's the exact terminology. It's flow traders. All right, but thank you for all the attempts. Very, very well done. 2 more questions and then we'll move on to the next round. All right. Company name coming in. Which global services firm, beginning with the alphabet G, expanded its partnership with ServiceNow to deliver enhanced sourced-to-pay applications integrating AI to optimize finance and supply chain operations? One of the very first company to do so in this space. A hint, if anybody wants to attempt. I feel so bad. Last के तरफ सवाल थोड़े ज़्यादा difficult हो गए. Maybe I'm so sorry, but again.
Goldman Sachs?
No, unfortunately not.
Genpact?
Absolutely right. Once again. How many, sir? 3. Third one? Second one? क्या बात है? Give it up for sir, please, once again. Can I please request you to come over here? It is indeed Genpact. Congratulations. Very, very well done. Absolutely spot on. Give it up for him, please, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very well done. Thank you so much, sir. All right. Sallavi, your cardio is going to end over here. Last question before we move to the next round. Very, very simple. We'll end on a very, very simple note. We keep using this term. What size cap do companies that have a market capitalization between 2 billion to 10 billion have? What is the size? What cap do we use to refer to them?
Mid cap.
Absolutely correct. Give it up for him, please, everybody. aa jaiye sir idhar. I'll request you to please come over here. Can we have the gift hamper? Yes, thank you. And this was the last question for the spirit of the round. Please, everybody, can I request all of you to clap it up for all the winners? And if I may request all our winners who have won these gift hampers, can I please request all of you to come over here on stage for a nice group photograph? All of you have won the gift hampers from Magic Blends. Can I please have all of you come over here on stage? This was super fun to do with all of you. So can I please request all of you with the gift hampers to come over here on stage and enjoy a nice group photograph moment? All the winners. Thank you. You have to get the gift hamper, sir. Can we pass it to him, please? Yeah. Thank you so much, DJ. Please pump up the music in the house. All the winners. Come on, it's a fun quiz. A little more smile, please, from your end. मैं भी आऊँगा, sir. Very, very grateful to all of you for your appreciation and support. And we want these icebreakers.
The quiz master was fantastic.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you so much, Sallabi. Thank you so much, brother, for all the coordination. What we are going to be doing right now is we'll be moving to the next session. But prior to that, I'll request the console to please kindly play the sponsor partner AV for all of us over here. Can we please have the sponsor AV for our audience?
Refine, and make every decision our own. When we walk into a departmental store, we get options designed for someone like us. You browse, compare, and pick what fits you best. What if consumer insights are available in the same way? Where marketers could browse through limitless choices, insights that are not just unique, but based on transactional behavior. With Audience Pro, marketers get sharper consumer insights fueled by over 1,800 deterministic segments that are generated from a massive scale of over 640 million consumer profiles. Limitless segments means limitless insights. Insights that are available on demand and easy to activate across Google, Meta, programmatic, and beyond. Audience Pro, India's #1 on-demand, zero-storage consumer intelligence platform, providing deterministic insights that have elevated marketing efficiency by 10 to 25% across platforms, trusted by 350 plus brands, giving marketer the necessary flywheel of efficiency. Audience Pro, turning deterministic consumer insights into marketing efficiency.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual advertising solution with a multi-format approach. Hive. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation.
AI vision advertising platform Vox offers eye-catching ads that are embedded into images and article content. Bright formats have high visibility, while non-standard mechanics and artificial intelligence capabilities create wow impressions. Overcome banner blindness with Vox.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronize TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
Hybrid.
changes every day with every season and every mood. So why box it as one type? With magical blends, you can solve all your skin concerns using our unique skincare system with 6 active serums and 2 nourishing moisturizers. With the power of plant-based actives, no nasties, Magical Blends is dermatologically tested and safe for all skin types, for both men and women. Explore powerful combos from our website for targeted action. Customizable, effective for glowing, radiant skin, always. Your skin.
We all love choices. They help us personalize, refine, and make every decision our own. When we walk into a departmental store, we get options designed for someone like us. You browse, compare, and pick what fits you best. What if consumer insights are available in the same way? Where marketers could browse through limitless choices, insights that are not just unique, but based on transactional behavior. With Audience Pro, marketers get sharper consumer insights fueled by over 1,800 deterministic segments that are generated from a massive scale of over 640 million consumer profiles. Limitless segments means limitless insights. Insights that are available on demand and easy to activate across Google, Meta, programmatic, and beyond. Audience Pro, India's #1 on-demand, zero-storage consumer intelligence platform, providing deterministic insights that have elevated marketing efficiency by 10 to 25% across platforms, trusted by 350+ brands, giving marketer the necessary flywheel of efficiency. Audience Pro, turning deterministic consumer insights into marketing efficiency.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual advertising solution with a multi-format approach. Hybe. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation.
AI vision advertising platform Vox offers eye-catching ads that are embedded into images and article content. Bright formats have high visibility, while non-standard mechanics and artificial intelligence capabilities create wow impressions. Overcome banner blindness with Vox.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronize TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
actives every day with every season and every mood. So why box it as one type? With magical blends, you can solve all your skin concerns using our unique skincare system with 6 active serums and 2 nourishing moisturizers. With the power of plant-based actives, no nasties, Magical Blends is dermatologically tested and safe for all skin types, for both men and women. Explore powerful combos from our website for targeted action. Customizable, effective for glowing, radiant skin, always. Your skin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are bracing for the next panel discussion. We'll quickly get the chairs and tables sorted on stage, and then swiftly we'll be beginning with the next panel discussion that's going to be about India's financial superpower journey, winning hearts, building trust, and inspiring growth. This is going to be the subject for the next panel discussion. Can I quickly request the team to set up the chairs and the tables on stage? We need 5 chairs on stage, please, alongside the tables for the next panel discussion to take place. And I'll request the videographer to please kindly check the positioning of the chairs and accordingly guide them so that they're placed perfectly as per the aesthetics that's required. Thank you so much. We need 5 chairs and we'll be done with 2 tables. That's all that we need. And we'll request the mics to be also ready. 5 mics on stage, please, for the next panel discussion. Thank you. हाँ जी सर, आप प्लीज उनको गाइड कर दीजिए so that they put it correctly. Thank you. There's pin drop silence in this room. Can I please request you to clap and appreciate the efforts put by these young boys? They directly have no stakes associated with the event, but they're working hard for all of us so that we are ready for an engaging panel. So thank you so much. We truly, truly value your efforts. Thank you so much. 5 mics on stage, please, for the next panel. And I see our speakers are ready as well. That's a very, very positive note. Thank you. 5 mics. Ready? Hanji? Super. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first panel discussion post-lunch is all set to unfold right now. This is about India's financial superpower journey, winning hearts, building trust, and inspiring growth. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be first announcing our session chair, our moderator, and then I'm going to be introducing our speakers, and then I'll request all of them to join me on stage together. The session is going to be chaired on stage by Shilpa Desai, who's the Honorable SVP Digital and Innovation at AdFactors PR. Give her a big round of applause, please, Shilpa Desai. Thank you so much. I'll request you to take this seat, and I'll request all the speakers to please sit as per the photo arrangement. All right, so our speakers right now, we have with us today Anuj Bhagia, who's the Head of Marketing and Strategic Partnerships, PolicyBazaar.ai and pppartners.com. Thank you so much, sir. Give it up for Anuj ji, please, everybody. My next speaker over here is Neha Sawant, who's the Honorable Vice President and Head of Marketing at ZepPay. Can I please have Neha ji over here on stage, please? Thank you so much. I would next call upon stage Mr. Prashant Chaudhary, who's the Honorable Head of Marketing at Fino Payments Bank. Prashant ji ke liye bhi zor se thali, please, everybody. And my next speaker is Ritika Sachdeva, who's the Honorable Associate Director of Nuvama Health, or Nuvama Wealth, I beg your pardon, sorry. They truly say health is wealth. Here, wealth is health. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The stage is set. The panel is ready. Truly can't get bigger and better than this. आप लोग please जोर से clap and appreciate कीजिए for a stellar panel. It's not every day that you get all these people all under one roof at the same time. So calls for celebration in indeed. And we have the mics ready. I'll request you to begin and over to you. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I represent AdFactors PR, India's largest PR firm. And for the benefit of the audience, though I am on the other side of the table today, for a significant part of my life and my career, I have been a marketing head and largely in financial services. So I'm so happy to see fellow panelists who come from the same domain. But today I have the opportunity of being on the other side and asking all the right questions that have been posed to me in the past. So I'm going to make the most of it. One of the things that I have realized in 20 years of working, especially in a category like financial services, is that the product is rather intangible. It's not as glamorous as a car or a high-end gadget, and it's not as playful as an Oreo biscuit. And yet, it's so core to what we do in our daily lives. That being so, I would like to throw upon this question to our panelists here. How easy or difficult has it been for you to try and market a product category which is very core and yet seemingly boring in an audience which is hyper-connected, very short on attention spans, and extremely crowded and cluttered? What's been the challenge and what different have you been able to do? Anybody?
I'll take the answer. So yeah, so I represent Policy Bazaar. I've been with the brand for roughly about 8 years now, give or take. And see, we are in the most boring category per se. Nobody gets up in the morning tomorrow and say, hey, I want to buy insurance today. So nobody, irrespective of it being car insurance, which is a mandatory product over here in India as well. So for us to kind of ensure that there is enough demand or enough people who are asking about the insurance, you have to kind of look at how are you kind of trying to humanize the brand out over there first. Important is that. To humanize the brand, you kind of have to talk in the language that people are talking about, people are wanting to hear about. If I start giving jargons about no claim bonuses or claims ratio or something around it, nobody's going to kind of give me 2 cents about it, or kind of give me a minute to hear about it. And we are living in a day and age where the attention span is about 5 seconds or 7 seconds because of the Instagram reels or TikToks of the world. So for us to kind of do that, it was important to kind of break down the myths behind insurance in a terminology that was understandable by everybody and being ridiculously transparent. And for us, importantly, what happened was the influencers on the other side kind of came on board with us, started helping us knock down the various kind of jargons behind insurance. We also got behind them and kind of started investing a lot in our social, and our communication strategies kind of changed radically overnight, yeah. So for us, it was important that for people to kind of know about from us, we have to kind of talk to them in their language and not from an awareness perspective, जहाँ पे brand का नाम डालते रहो तो लोग समझ जाएंगे.
Good point. Let's understand a completely different perspective from the other side of the spectrum. Nuvama Wealth, any different experiences?
It's working? Yeah. So I won't say it's boring because it's about money. Okay, so it's difficult for people to comprehend because over the years that's what's happened. You know, we've not debunked or we've not made those complex terms easy for people to understand. Because it's about my money, I'm going to be extra careful and cautious, right? So I wouldn't say it's boring, but yes, for us, as you rightly mentioned, sorry Anuj, that for us also it was very important and necessary that we talk in a language that the customer, that the audience understands, okay? So that's how we break down on concepts, that's how we make our marketing campaigns, and that's how we go about it. And at the same time, it's from employees to our partners to clients. So everybody needs to understand the language and talk in the same language. So if I am, say, running a campaign, if my employees are not able to communicate the same, or if my partners, my extended, army there, if they are not able to communicate the same thing, then it's of no use, right? So that's how we educate these guys, and that's how we do the promotions.
Sure. Interesting perspective. Let's understand from Fino Bank. Fino, you've been a microfinance company for a very long time, now a payments bank. And unlike a universal bank which offers all assets as well as liabilities, payment banks have a certain play. What's been your challenge and what's been your strategy?
So, I'm not sure how many people know about FINO and our business model. So our business model is primarily rural. Okay, started as a payments bank which that serves underbanked and unbanked segments of India. So if I ask 10 people here, probably 5 would not know what FINO does. However, if I ask the same question in, say, East UP or maybe a village in Telangana, I might get more than 8 guys raising their hands. Okay, so, but that's how the business has been built over a period of time. So the challenge was to reach out to rural because reaching out to rural, you know, the cost is very high. Given the fact payment banks are not allowed to lend, there is a limited source of revenues that you have. The best part is that gives us the challenge to innovate. Now, if I look at things like how many people open the bank account, everyone has the bank account. How much time does it take to open an account with the universal bank? Today, if you walk to any of the branch here, how long will you take? How long? Just give me an answer. Sorry? 1 or 2 days. I can give you in 5 minutes, flat. And that too in East UP. Forget about the cities, but in East UP. And that's the technology innovation. The debit card, what you generally receive in 7 days, I give it what we say a Hathwar debit card. You open an account 5 minutes, in the next 2 minutes you have a debit card in your hand, which is typically activated within an hour or 2. You know, only except if there is some kind of leave, so it's a banking holiday, so it's about 24 hours. So that's my promise, that you get the account within 5 minutes, flat, without filling up any lengthy forms. Now, coming back, so that's an opportunity. So we have done and we have expanded across India, which is, we call it asset light model. And we have about 1.7 odd million merchants who acts as your banker. So it's a neighborhood shop, mobile shop, or a kirana shop that opens 24/7 almost 365 days. So you can go at 10 o'clock in the night, you can open the account or withdraw money. That's
sure. So it's interesting. I'm going to turn to Neha. My question is, we have points of presence or points of sale, like you call them. So most of the merchant outlets also double up as points of sale. For companies which are into brick and mortar like banks, branches also become point of sale. For companies like Policy Bazaar who always operate online, that is their only point of sale. What's been your experience in the way you've marketed? What have you defined as points of sale?
So, hi everyone, my name is Neha. I'm from ZepPay. We are a cryptocurrency exchange. So, you know, like everybody defined their industry as like boring, it's, you know, okay, it's interesting. For us, I think it's been like a very curious industry from the day one, and it is till date today. I mean, that is one of the fact which we cannot change because we are still at a very nascent stage. So while overall, like, you know, I'll just kind of come to your question, but overall, I think I have now completed 5 years. So I would be easily considered as one of the veterans in the industry because overall Bitcoin is like a 17-year-old or a 15-year-old asset. And ZepPay has been in India for the last, like this 25th this month we'll complete 11 years in India. But the concept of like, okay, should I invest in Bitcoin? Should I not invest in Bitcoin? How much should I invest in Bitcoin? Today, even in today's date, people have that question mark as to, okay, you know, like, dalu paisa ya na dalu. We wouldn't think of, one will spend conservatively about 3,000 per month on like a food ordering app, or maybe like, you know, on any fashion app, like average value or the lowest conservative value would be like $1,000 or $2,000. But the minute it comes to crypto, you know, not investment, but when it comes to crypto, you can invest from 100 rupees, or like you can invest as low as like 1,000 rupees and all of that, and you can diversify your 1,000 rupees. But that doubt of, oh my God, that money will go. So I think that is one element which we've been kind of trying to ease in users' mind. And for that, from the day one, the way we've marketed is kind of, it's been like right now, and if I have to average out, the experience has been like digital for us, because only digital, only like, it's end of the day, it comes to education. I mean, that is the cornerstone of trust for any BFSI product. And I keep mentioning this, that for any BFSI product, it is, like it's important for crypto partners or platforms. It is 5x important or 50x important when it comes to like basic, solving basic questions like what is the process. It is as similar to opening your account in any bank or any payment gateway for that matter. You have to complete your KYC. It is very, very important. It is, first of all, it is legal in India. So solving, doubts like these, like the daily FAQs, which, when you sit with your friend and you're like, crypto ad dikhi, abhi kare kya isme? And those 2-3 seconds ka question which you have in your mind, right? Like giving those answers in different formats, be it like short videos, longer videos, Hindi videos, regional videos, or like in whatever form of content in which today people consume. I think that has been that's the approach, that we've been. And any forward-thinking brand today, I think, have now, and which I kind of advocate also, has shifted from like selling outcomes to kind of, owning your education approach, because that kind of connects with the user in the long run. So I think that's been our approach.
I think that's a refreshingly new perspective to a product category which is so nascent in India. Interestingly, our friend here represents insurance, which is India's largest under-penetrated category. If she has a tough job to do of creating awareness and educating people about her category, he has a problem of plenty. Everyone knows they need to have, yet they don't have. How do you solve for that gap?
So I was about to correct you. So we are not just an online brand now. About 4 years back, we started something called the Policy Bazaar stores. Today, we are present in about roughly 13,000 pin codes. We kind of give you from assistance of filling up a form to kind of inner claims kind of a service for a health insurance or a life insurance within 30 minutes. That's the claim, and that's kind of also been validated by multiple third-party agencies. We kind of have a brand called PE Partners that I kind of also look at. That PE Partner brand now kind of aggregates the offline insurance agent. So from a single agency or a single insurance company agent, when a person partners with PE Partners, he becomes a partner of a multiple agency, multiple insurance companies, and multiple products. So what we are trying to do is we're also kind of trying to innovate ideas as to how are we kind of able to make further more inroads out. As Prashant kind of clearly mentioned out, there is a huge demand and a supply gap in the tier 2, tier 3 towns, and we are trying to fulfill that through both PB Partners and Policy Bazaar shops. We are trying to kind of go over there and kind of interact with users, kind of interact with customers over prospects over there, and kind of trying to be speaking in that colloquial language over there itself, and kind of ensuring them that, hey, it's not that just an online brand that's kind of come over here. It's a brand that's kind of been grown up from India, and it's kind of going to work with you to kind of get you the safety or your nominee the claim amount in case of an unfortunate event that's going to happen out over there. That's what we are trying to do here.
Interesting. Ritika, I'm going to come to you. There are MNC banks who offer wealth management services. There are private sector banks like ICICI, HDFC who offer wealth management services. How do you create differentiation in the market for a company whose reason for existence is wealth? What kind of challenges have you faced? And as a marketer, how different have you been able to circumvent this?
So, I don't know, like Prashant mentioned, for me as well, Nuvama Wealth was earlier part of Edelweiss Group. We got demerged and then we got listed. So that's how it's been 2.5 years. And, we are a standalone company by itself now. So when we were Edelweiss back then as well, we had a legacy of more than 25 years. Initially when, the company started, it was into IB. Something which B2C, consumers obviously, direct consumers would not know about, would not experience that kind of a brand. And in our industry, thanks to all the banks, the kind of spends, the kind of, awareness that they create. So obviously there is this fight that keeps happening. But for us, I think something that's been different, because in a bank, that's how we even communicate or talk to our clients. You are an account number. Okay, in a way, okay? But when you associate with Nuvama Wealth, we are going to be, considering you as a unique customer. Okay, so we will understand what are your needs. You get a dedicated relationship manager, not just to manage your transactions, but to understand why do you want to invest, what do you want to do. And it's not that we are just doing this for the people who've got a lot of surplus money. No. So we have both the, so that's what we understood, that there is some audience who wants to use the power of compounding, wants to grow that money that they have. So we have different categories of accounts. So something which is light, something which is elite. So if you have a lot more, obviously, there'll be different instruments where you'll be investing. But with such different, so the challenge is obviously there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of banks, players, because you already have a bank account. When you open a bank account, they tell you up, demat account kholo, investment account kholo, right? But because you don't get that kind of a service, and that's where we come in, and that's how over the years, we have worked and catering to different, sort of requirements, like building different light elite plans and then trying to cater to them according to their needs. I think that's been the support for us.
Thank you. Prashant, I have a question for you, which is, I've worked for Indian banks, I've worked for foreign banks, and somehow you find these clusters, all foreign banks are grouped together, Indian banks are grouped together, private sector banks are grouped together, and payment banks are grouped together. What do you see as competition? Do you see payment banks as a competition? Do you see universal banks as a competition? What's your play?
That's an interesting question. If I were whether I think outside in or inside out, that's what the answer differs. Okay, if it is inside out, then I would say that's, all other payments banks are my competition. But if I look at my customer, and as a marketer, that's my primarily job, to understand the customer. So anyone who considers an account, savings account or current account, everybody is my competition. Everyone. All right. But as a marketing, I don't have the deep pockets that I can keep spending on each of those customers. So that's where I do the persona and, all those marketing jargons. I don't want to talk about it here. But that's where we arrive at our niche. Whom do you want to target and why do we want to target them? As simple as that. So, so to give you an example, there are something called RRBs, Regional Rural Bank. Then there are cooperative banks. You talk about only universal, but the universe itself is a very large one, in the space that we operate in. So it's basically what we offer and whom do we go after? Where do I spend that dollar? As simple as that.
I'm going to come to the cryptocurrency of the year, which is we have predominantly digital outfits who have also gone the offline way because they get maximum coverage, maximum reach. We have people who've started grounds up, like FINIXX, and you are a category by default which started digital because of the nature of the product. Has there ever been a temptation to go offline, to have more physical presence as a means of reaching closer to the customers? Does it make economic sense to do something like that, or you've stuck to digital ways of information dissemination? What's been your model?
So, thank you for asking that. I mean, that's why, in my earlier response also I said that, the mix that has been working for us has been phygital. So, digital right now for every brand, it's become a necessity to be present on that platform. And it's obviously the cost effective. Everybody knows this. So, digital, obviously, you have to be there and you are there. Nature of the product, yes, it's digital. Today, I think all the other products are also digital in nature, be it like mutual funds or any other investments that you talk about. Reaching out to the users. So, I'll actually give you an example. We've started this from last 2 years. So, one is like we've started participating. There were a lot of inquiries, which used to come our way from, like, say, family offices and institutions as to, okay, what is your product? Are you there in India? How do you function and all of that? And are you at any of the activations? And we were thinking, should we go ahead? Does it make sense? Is it like too much retail? Will the leads convert? but the experience has been like, I think, we should have started earlier, sort of a learning that we had for a couple of, in couple of ways. One is like we get to, again meet our existing users. So we've met so many people. I mean, at every event, we've met one customer who's been like as per the survey, anyway, which was 70% of Indians who invested in Bitcoin, the first platform that they invested was Zeppe, because it's an Indian brand. It's the brand that started in Ahmedabad. And right now we have offices in 4 locations and we have more than 6 million users. So we end up meeting customers, and that becomes like a validation as to, okay, like, even if this is a niche category, people are wanting, more of this. So people will be like, hey, I bought my Bitcoin there. I still have my account. I've been on your platform for the last 6 years. Then they give you feedback. Like the existing meetups with existing customers it's like the learning, the product team can dream for. So that is one. We do get to meet with a lot of people who kind of become our partners to in fact distribute this concept to to like a larger database, which is beyond digital, because everyone in India would have opened their first whatever SIP or like some shares with like some uncle would have told, and which their fathers or somebody would have trusted. And these are the users who are there to explore that what are the alternate assets for investments. They come, they tell you that okay, this is what we need, and then you get to position your product in a certain way that okay, we'll provide you literature. Okay, what format do you want in? What frequency is required? Is it only like, do you need emails? Because they've also evolved. So that is like a newer, if I would have like sat on my laptop and like, chat GPT, if I would have searched, this suggestion would have not come my way. So that I think has helped us more. One of the latest initiative that, Zeppe has taken is that we thought that, okay, why not like just test this, that create like an invitation for Bitcoin masterclass. Again, based on a lot of questions, they were like, do you do any webinars? Do you do any meetups? And we were like, we can't do so many, training sessions. And if you go live, people don't have time to join in at that point of time. We were like, let's go organic. Let's create like a link on Luma saying that it's a Bitcoin masterclass. Like, before investing, know your why. Just come, there's no pressure of investing, trading, opening an account, even downloading an app. Just know about Bitcoin. And we just circulated that link. Right now also there is not like a penny spent on that promotion. We get thousands of registrations to a point that we have to pause that promotion that, okay, we can't take more participants. People travel all the way in Mumbai, everybody. The first thing everybody questions is where do you stay, how much time does it take to travel? Our office is in Kurla, FINIXX. It's not like a most central location, but we have like hundreds of people traveling there just for that 1.5 hour session. It's no fancy, like hotel or anything which people come for. Just with a mere fact as to we just want to know what's there. So physical initiatives like these they definitely kind of revalidate or kind of add more confidence in terms of communicating the product. So I think you can't be just physical promotions or digital. Digital is the way at this point in time for a product like us.
Interesting. Anuj, I always I've been quite intrigued by your category and your brand. There are so many insurers in the country, and yet when anyone in the market wants to buy a policy, the first destination they'll go to is not an insurance website, but yours. It's a remarkable toolkit on how to market your services in a category you don't own. You're a platform service, but over a period of time, you become larger than any individual. How do you go ahead from this point? Because you've already established yourself. Incremental growth may not come as easy as the past. What's your challenge and how do you circumvent that?
See, yes, incremental growth is not coming cheap for us. And that's only true for digital. And that's also one of the reasons that we kind of went ahead and kind of said that let's go for digital, as Neha kind of coined that word very correctly. PB Partners is a phygital brand, but we kind of are partnering with offline agents who are meeting with people offline. Policy Bazaar shops, Policy Bazaar claim support people, Policy Bazaar employees sitting in those 13,000 locations are an example of us kind of trying to reach out to kind of grow our kind of whole base out. And that's also one initiative that we as a organization are taking, that yes, that 3.4% mark of a percentage of a GDP or whatever you want to kind of call it, is not increasing. It's us also important for us to kind of, it grows out, because if that grows, we grow out further out first, faster. So for us, it's important that, yeah, we are present at multiple locations, multiple touch points from a consumer perspective, so that whenever they are wanting to kind of understand a product out, we are there. Till about 2022, there used to be people, not just people, there used to be thousands of people used to kind of come send a query to us and said, hey, why can't you kind of send somebody to our house? We kind of understand the product out, we kind of understand the kind of check we can write. Technically, till 2022, we used to kind of say on a term insurance policy, have an average ticket size of roughly about $20,000. Right now, that's gone up to as high as $26,000. That's because when you meet somebody out over there or in person, or there's a level of trust that kind of also increases out over there. That yes, somebody has kind of come to my house, kind of helped me understand the product out over there. And for other products as well, for health insurance, for investment products also, it's kind of grown out further out over there. So for us, the reason to kind of be out there and to meet and interact or be in the midst of those communities is for us to kind of grow out over there.
I like to add,
Yes,
I mean,
please.
in our industry only, it's about money, as I mentioned earlier. You know, for all of us, we want, okay, if I'm buying anything, if I'm putting my hard-earned money, if there is somebody, you know, around, if something goes wrong, I can just go running to that place, you know. I think that is something all of us need. So Phygital is the way, at least for a country like India, you know.
Exactly. So, for example, we sell a product which is not sold by any agent called term insurance. The benefit of that product is only taken by the survivor or the nominee of the product. So if I die, my wife gets the crore or whatever kind of I look at investing out. So the first question we used to get on the phone is, "Yaar, mujhe to koi fayda ho nahi raha, meri beewi ko hoga, main kyun loon?" So yeah, so for us to kind of first break down that myth. So in 2013, we took a call that we'll only sell term and health insurance and we'll sell it aggressively. And we kind of today are proud to say that we are the only broker who's kind of pushing term insurance out. Now, the insurance company also don't want to do that. It's not a great product over there for them. So yeah, so it's basically kind of knocking the doors multiple times with the customer and kind of being amongst them, yeah.
Sure. Ritika, give us a sense. We always believe you're all metro and tier 1 city bred. Is wealth a very metro product category? Do you see a lot of uptake from remote areas, tier 2, tier 3? Give us a sense of your experience of marketing there.
So earlier, even that was I would say that was a misconception for us also, because it's always been, okay, whenever you're making the plan, top 8 cities. Okay, and then we will consider जो भी, you know, बाकी बच्ची कुछ cities है उसमें कुछ कर लेते हैं. But now that's not the case. I think the tier 2 cities, they have deeper pockets, and like I've had experiences in Jaipur is one of the places. I mean, obviously that's not tier 2, you know, in a way, but you go and meet people. And you might just think I was there with my one of the wealth managers along with me. You will look at the customer, you might not even think that's the value, you know, the network that he has. And the conversation and the education, they are exposed to the different asset classes, everything that's available in the market. So earlier we were like, okay, people are not aware. Awareness is there. And thanks to the influencers and thanks to the other brands across that, you know, that level of awareness has increased. And I mean, I can't give the numbers out here, but yes, we've seen that shift happening, and we have a lot more locations opening up in these cities, because as we rightly said, you need to be present there. Again, it's about money, and here, deeper the pockets, you need somebody that if something goes wrong, I'll call that wealth manager home, or I would want to discuss, you know, whatever is about my investment or whatever. So you need people in those cities. So we are opening up in those cities. That's one of the reasons.
Sure. Prashant has the exact opposite problem to solve. If she started with metro and then go deeper and penetrate the interiors, you started exactly on the other side. What's been your experience going upwards?
So this is okay, so it's a unique challenge because most of the other banks, Universal Bank, who started in the metros, they are going downwards now. And we are trying to go upwards. Okay, so we are going to meet, and many of the places we are meeting, all right. So here the question is, whose product is good, or more than a product, I think it's a personal connect, you know, and the value proposition. But our experience has been pretty encouraging, especially in the second tier town or three tier town. So we have been present traditionally in the, like, you can think of a hamlet with about 10 houses, and we are there. Okay. Now moving from there upwards towards tier 4, tier 3, tier 2, I think that has been an exciting journey. So in fact, one of the key thing is we are doubling down on the digital business, you know. And fortunately, it's been growing in the double digit, and not a double digit like 10, 11, but a lot more. You know, so over a period of last 3 years, there's been heavy investments. Besides that, it's delivering results. There are products being launched specially for this audience, which is the second tier or third tier town. You know, so what we call it as Indian middle class, I would say that. So this middle class exactly where it's probably a government employee or maybe an employee with any of the company, you know, that is based out of those cities or towns, I would call it as. And the receptiveness is pretty huge because of our proposition, because it's a neighborhood banking, what we call it as, you know, that some of the words or some of the phrases that we use in our communication is like gali gali fino, you know, or fino hamesha. So those are actually position ourselves, us in a way that's, okay, we are really about the convenience. Because everything comes down to convenience. You want a bank, it's next to you. Why do you want to work?
Understand. Yeah, give us a sense of, you know, we have half the population sitting here who's the younger lot and the Gen Z. Has the Gen Z cryptocurrency equation worked yet in India?
Not, I mean, I wouldn't, you know, I would want to, it is something which kind of people believe that Gen Z, yes, is very looking forward or something like that. But registrations, yes. Simple answers, are they more open? Yes. But the, you know, quick fact check there is that if you see more from a brand perspective or a platform perspective, the investment mindset, or even to, like we at least promote, you know, like investments more than trading. So, but if I have to, since we are an exchange, and if I look at both these features, like be it trading or investments, the, you know, like the wallets with deposits, or like the, it has come from like more matured users. So registrations, downloads, and, you know, like, okay, like a quick decision, let me explore. You see a lot of Gen Zs doing that. But people who've been on the platform for the longest, who are exploring more features, who are consistently investing, from whom we want to really highly retain on the platform, is, I think, that maturity just by the nature of, you know, like in humans, I think that kicks in only at a later stage in life. So that population is very much like from like a 26 to 45. So, yeah, I mean, that's been the experience.
That takes me to Ritika. Are you seeing a lot more women participation in wealth?
Yes, very much. And earlier we've seen that, you know, I remember doing this myself because I lead one of our program, Blue Bindi, at Novama. So when we started this 5 years back around Women's Day, we did the calling of, you know, we have details of our clients, okay? The account name is of female. When you call, back 5 years back, 2020 when we started, you would call on that number. You would ask her, ये मेरा account है, but मेरा पति या मेरा बेटा वो manage कर रहा है. But today, you know, or maybe when we did this around March again, starting of this year, when we randomly picked up some accounts and did the calling to understand, is there a shift? So the shift is that, yes, there is a lot more understanding. There is a lot more say on the table. So if I'm not doing it directly, but at least I participate in the conversation, okay? So I know, and that's changing, evolving again because of education, right? Because you need that kind of awareness, and, you know, you need to expose yourself. So initially you might, and women as investors are very conservative because we know we don't take those many risks. But what studies and what we've seen, but once women invest, they do it for the long run, and the results are way better, returns are better than, you know, the way men would do it. So yes, that shift clearly with something that I'm doing in-house, I've seen that. And I think that's evolving in the industry as well.
Is that similar for your category, not in terms of gender, but in terms of age group, that more younger force that is coming into work? Are they, for his category, I'll come back to you again saying, are you seeing more younger people's participation in the insurance buying market?
No, unless it's car insurance.
Because even we sell insurance. So that's something even I can relate to.
What's driving this behavior? Why is it that
The day I get my
youngsters-
first paycheck, insurance is the last thing on my mind.
Yes. You
A
live
trip to
only once.
Thailand or
The
Goa or
YOLO,
Philippines is my first thing that I would want to do.
Let's take a poll around the room. Does the audience here believe the same way that if I'm too young, at best I'll buy a car, and if at all, then car insurance is the only necessary. Everything else can wait. Is that the general philosophy? Let's just see a show of hands. Oh wow, you have a lot more selling to do. Yes, I'm
I'll
coming.
take numbers for each of them and kind of give them a call. And the biggest pain that they will kind of come back and say, policies are बहुत call करता है.
That's true.
Your fault. Yeah, you wanted something also, you should buy out
No,
also,
I've
right?
taken insurance. Yeah, I've done it via policy.
Prashant, we've heard a lot of stories of companies who've been in microfinance who started out there. That, like she said, there's a change in the way there's women participation. I've been part of a microfinance company, and the women participation in that part of the business has been very predominant, and they also tend to be sticky. Has some of that reflected when you became the bank?
I think this is an interesting insight there, and we proudly take that as a badge of honor. Okay, so one of the stat is out of my 1.7, 1.8 million merchants, 10% are women. Wow. And it's not like women holders the name and the man is managing the business. It's the women managing the business, and they are the merchant partners. That's one point, data point. The second data point is my accounts. There are about one third of my accounts are women account. So we went ahead and we launched one of the most expensive product. By the way, our product is little different than what you otherwise see in the market. Our product is the SaaS product. So every year I charge you money to renew the savings account and keep it with you. Okay. And coming back to the women's account.
That's absurd. I mean, you're charging me to keep my own account and my own money in my account. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Oh.
Okay, and you wouldn't believe that my renewal rate is about 70%, which is as good as most of the successful SaaS companies in the world, if you really look at that. Okay, so that's the second data point. But coming back to the women's account, so 1/3 in the normal scenario. So we have launched one of the most expensive product for the women. And fortunately, but it was targeted towards the tier 2 and tier 3 working women, or maybe in Bombay, but the suburb Bombay, like you have Panvel and Vasai Virar, the guys, girls, like they travel all the way to office the whole day, come back, and while coming back, they will pick up some grocery, kuch sabji kharidenge, train station se, then go back home and they have a chore to do, ghar ka. That's the woman we targeted, the persona. And fortunately, we have been receiving pretty good response there. And one of the key thing is the activation in those accounts are one of the highest in the overall digital. It's a digital account. So within the digital set of accounts, its activation is pretty high.
I'm sure, Neha, your experience on crypto must be very different, where women participation must be very minusculely slow. Is that a reality?
I think it is pretty much in standard. Crypto, I think it's new for everybody. Gender, irrespective of what gender, but it's like 20%. So which I think it's very much in my experience of people into loans or any other category that you see. So it is not. One thing that we've seen is in the last couple of years is definitely increase in the number of women investors on an annual basis, but it's pretty standard here.
Anuj, I have a question which is Policy Bazaar, for the kind of marketplace it is, most decisions tend to be taken based on one P of marketing, which is price. As a marketer, what's the opportunity you have to go beyond price to create some kind of a value prop?
I would have agreed to you if you would have been speaking about 7-8 years back. Value has overtaken price, and value comes with as to what's the kind of coverage am I getting. If in case of health insurance, is the hospital next to me covered? Is the pre-existing disease covered? In case of car insurance, is there a zero debt? Is there a return to invoice? And similar to other products. So people have just gone beyond the concept of price now in a lot of products over there. So users are not looking at कि यार सस्ता है तो अच्छा होगा. They've kind of understood that I need to have a value which is, there is a premium in my head that I need to pay, but with that premium I also need to get some 3, 4, 5 things. If that's available to me in that price point or around that price point, I will go for it. In case it's not, I will try and kind of stretch my budget out a bit. Because those 3, 4, 5, that will kind of make the whole policy more comprehensive, and that's good. They know that's going to help them protect it out.
Good perspective. I never thought of it like that. I actually thought it is still a very price-led market. Ritika, my question to you, most places which offer wealth as a service or as a product offering, typically their customers come in as a savings account customer and then upgrade or graduate to that. So it always is how you grow in life. When you're a wealth company whose first product is wealth, what is the degree of difficulty as a marketer to sell a product which for years together people have kind of upsold to? Is that a very difficult thing to do?
I think the first thing was, people think that to have or to be associated with a wealth management company, you need to have a lot of wealth. So, we used to get these queries, मुझे wealth manager मिलेगा, मेरे पास इतना पैसा नहीं है. So I was like, that's not the point. That's now that's not the way we function, or that's not the way it goes, right? So it's the investments you start with. So that was the first thing that we had to. And also there are some people who will be like, I don't need a wealth manager because I know I have somebody managing for me. Bank mein idhar SIP chal raha hai, direct kar raha hu, I don't know. But you don't have a consolidated view. So you have, both these two kind of people. So we had to first go out and tell them that, okay, everybody who is looking to grow their wealth, who is looking to grow their money, not even wealth, start your investment journey, you can get a wealth manager. So that was the first thing that, you explain the audience that, okay, it is not that I need to start my SIP with the bank, but I can approach a wealth management company. And in a way, wealth management, we are a distributor of all the financial assets. So I'm selling insurance, I'm selling mutual funds. You directly come and place equity trades, on my app. So there is everything under one roof. So the challenge has been that okay, it's wealth management, you don't need that kind of money to start with. You just need to open your account, start your journey, and that's how you grow.
Interesting, but I always thought wealth needed a wealth manager as a bundled offering. I must have had several wealth managers in the past so many years, and I never even actually used their services because I didn't know the value they could do. But coming to you, Neha, that for a category which is seemingly complex and seemingly new as compared to banking, insurance, you've chosen to go do it yourself way. Has this temptation of having an equivalent of a wealth manager to guide, to advise, handhold, ever been a big driver of business for you?
So, absolutely, yes. I mean, that is how, the actual hand-holding to the user really functions. I mean, that's how at least it happens in India. We are all used to having, if not an advisor, there is an agent. There is always like a relationship manager that you get in touch with. I mean, we are a very service-led mindset. I mean, once you have your bank account and you have like more than 50,000, you automatically are assigned a service manager. So that concept it's not like very, very DIY in today's state as well. Now, by the nature of business that we are in at this point in time, there is like, this is one of the segments that we've started, but to cater to like a large scale or in a very, where the framework is very, very structured, that I think will take about 1 or 2 years. But to partner with like, generally you partner with another agency or another brand or another service provider. But with the nature of business that we are into, there are a lot of regulatory restrictions that are there on the partners to get associated with a cryptocurrency exchange to provide those kind of services. Individually as a brand, we are doing that for like a certain segment of customers. So Zeppe has like, it's like an OTC desk, which is like your elite desk. You can book like 1 Bitcoin over like a WhatsApp message or like, over like 1 message to our team, and you can pay the price of 1 Bitcoin later, but you can book it. So such services like the elite desk, these are in place, but not at par at this point in time with like how like a another bank or another big wealth management agency would function. But because you have to look at the overall, this industry is right now maturing. It is still like a 3.5-year market. So there is like, there's a bull run and there is a bear run, as opposed to a mother industry which is more than 100 years old, which is pretty much stable. So from business optics point of view and capex opex, this service will, definitely it's going to be launched full-fledged for Indian users as as the market matures a little bit and acceptance, like deepens in India. But does that service exist today? Yes. To like a good number of users with, with certain portfolio, yes. But it is yet to evolve for all the users.
Interesting. Anuj, most insurance providers always have that Jan, Feb, March hockey stick, where everyone in the world wants to buy during that time, tax purpose, all of that. And that must be putting huge strain on your entire capacity to be able to service people like that. How do you manage all of this?
So Jan, Feb, March, yes, is a key period, but we've kind of started to see normalizing over a few months as well. So yes, we kind of tend to stretch as a team, both at the operations, which is our call center, which is the heartbeat of Policy Bazaar, and at very multiple other levels, from the servicing side to the issuance side so we kind of overstretch over there, and we kind of do whatever's best possible. We kind of have put a few AI kind of tools in place now for basically a servicing kind of a query or kind of issues around policy issuance and stuff. We kind of try and push some towards queries about to the AI, but most of it still is through human, because it's a product which is kind of only be kind of scrolled through an empathy kind of a side. But yeah, we try and do that.
Sure. Prashant, you've been a brick and mortar for a while. You've had a microfinance piece. With digital becoming so integral to what you're doing, has it taken off the load on your feet on street and more products are getting sold digitally, and hence from a marketing standpoint, your bandwidth is getting spent more on selling products digitally as compared to assisting salespeople? Do you see that trend?
Yes, it is. In fact, the digital has been helping our sales force. So within our organization, Salesforce is the feet on street is the largest within the human resource. They constitute a large part of it because we cover a lot of places. It's like FMCG distribution model. What we have been seeing to use the digital for the more of enabling them. So when they go to the merchants, how do I enable them to cross-sell, upsell, and so on and so forth. So, and that's where my major focus has turned into now.
Thank you so much. I think this has been such an interesting conversation. I wish we could have gone on, but I know the hooter's gone on. Any questions from the audience? Anyone wants to ask anything before we do a wrap? All right. Thank you so much. You've been an extremely interesting and a very educated panel. I'm so happy to hear a lot of insights. These are things we weren't aware of as an audience, but thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for moderating the session so wonderfully. A big round of applause for all of them. Please, I'll request all of you to please kindly wait on stage. Can we quickly have the gift hampers for our speakers, please? Thank you so much. Yeah, be careful. Yeah. 5 gift hampers for them, please. दो और 5 लोग 3 we have given, right? 2 more. Yeah. Thank you so much, and I'll request all of you to please kindly come forward for a nice group photograph, all of you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a full house over here. Can we please clap and appreciate their presence and the wonderful knowledge and insight that they shared from their end in this panel. Like I truly believe we would have loved to continue, but then unfortunately, din mein 24 ghante, we have to stick to the time. Otherwise, we would have loved to hear them more and more. Any queries, any questions, please feel free to connect with them offline. On that note, we'll move on to the next session. Can we quickly please remove some of the chairs on stage? We just need 2 chairs on stage. Let's keep the middle ones over there so that it's easier for the positioning. Thank you. Just kindly remove one table as well from there. ये वाला रहने दीजिए, वो वाला कोने में. All right, ladies and gentlemen, from a panel discussion, now it's time for a fireside chat, which is going to be full of fire, I'm pretty sure. This is going to be about inside the revolution, how someone truly special is actually transforming consumer intelligence. And I'm not revealing who's that exact someone because I have a very special introduction for that individual. What I'm going to do is, it's going to be like a one-on-one session. So I'm going to be first inviting our session chair for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, the lady who needs no introduction when it comes to Adgully events, Bijoya Ghosh, please everybody, founder and CEO Adgully Network. Can I please have you on stage, ma'am, to moderate this session? You know, it's not every day, ladies and gentlemen, that we get to hear from someone who's been actually building the backbone of India's ad tech ecosystem, quietly, consistently, and so on and so forth, before it became fashionable to talk about data, AI, and whatnot. He's one of the rare founders who prefers to let his products do all the talking instead of himself, which is why getting him there today in person is quite special. He's not someone you often find on panels or even circuits, so that actually calls and makes it an even more special occasion, because he's usually busy building what others are still trying to understand. Over the last 14 years, he and his team have been among the earliest movers in India's mobile ad tech space, launching multiple platforms that have redefined how brands understand, reach, and engage their audience. Today, we'll go inside that incredible journey, from those early ad tech experiments to what's now shaping up one of the most ambitious transformations in consumer intelligence, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming on stage someone who's literally seen it all right from the very beginning. The evolution of digital marketing is seen it all inside out. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest round of applause for Mr. Deepak Khurana, CEO and co-founder, We Serve Audience Pro. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. Pump up the energy a little more, please, everybody, if I may request. Thank you. Deepak Ji deserves every bit of it. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. We value your time. Thank you. And ma'am, over to you. Check this mic.
Hello. Although I'm loud enough, but still. Good evening, everyone, and good evening, Deepak. Welcome to FINIXX 2025. And it's honestly a great pleasure to have you with us. And as Shubhajit rightly pointed out, you're one of those who's I've never seen you in too many events. And you've been more at building your product than talking about it, I guess. And I've known you for a while now. Yeah. So, great and good to have you with us. Okay.
Thank you so much for having me here. Pleasure. And thank you for hosting this event. It's been a lovely event.
Thank you so much.
And I know that you've been building this platform as an entrepreneur for so many years. It's not easy building a platform in India. So congratulations to you as well.
Thank you.
And I'm glad this industry is growing rapidly.
Right. Okay, Deepak, so I'll just trace back your journey a little bit. Your journey is just short of maybe 2 years than mine, so to say, almost a more than decade journey. You've seen it all over the last 14 years, one of the early entrepreneurs to have taken a punt at ad tech, so to say. So how do you want to describe your journey of over 14 years?
See, I think in terms of 14 years, when we think about it, we still feel it's day zero. So that's what you feel every day. As far as the space is concerned and how we've navigated it, I think if people in the audience want to just probably get into my mind and say that how do you navigate a journey like that?
Right.
There are just 2 or 3 keywords. It is all about having a very unfettered curiosity in your mind,
right.
And one should be able to channelize that with appropriate goals. So you need to be curious enough to figure out what is changing, what trends are emerging,
right.
How you can capitalize on it. You also need to be smart enough to figure out that how you can assemble a great team with whom you can have a shared purpose. Because I think everyone wants to spend their time on purpose-driven things. So if you're able to align a group of people who have the same shared purpose, then you're able to kind of really build something meaningful.
What kind of a need gap did you see that you kind of launched this platform, Audience Pro?
Okay, so when we talk about Audience Pro and we speak about the need gap in the market, I think what we really found was people are over investing on Google and Meta.
Okay.
And rightfully so, because these platforms offer great reach, great solutions. So it's a trusted ecosystem, yeah. But what we found was an opportunity where people were still craving for better efficiency. So I think that's a human desire that whatever is working for you, you want that to work better. Okay, so for us, that was an insight. So one is, someone could say that, okay, there are already platforms like Google and Meta. I should create more options for marketers outside of Google Meta. That's one kind of thinking. The other kind of thinking is, oh, the platform already exists, or these are existing platforms which people are using. How could someone make them more efficient? So we decided to choose the path of bringing in efficiencies into existing things rather than trying to compete or rather than trying to create a third front.
Right.
Yeah. So that was the need gap of efficiency. And then we figured out that there is a massive growth of digital transactions. So something which we say that, okay, today all of us as consumers are not just browsing or not just scrolling or not just streaming. Yeah. The whole Insta experience or the time we spend there is on scrolling. The time we spend on YouTube is around streaming. So beyond scrolling and streaming, we are constantly shopping now. Right? So we could see that pattern. And we could see that people are leaving breadcrumbs of their transaction behavior at lots of different places.
Okay.
So we wanted to build a platform which could bring together crazy amount of insights, crazy amount of consumer intelligence, which is backed on transacting behavior, not on affinity or interest-based segmentation. So we knew that Google and Meta are already solving the problem based on affinity, based on interest, based on in-market segments, or based on life events. So those are segmentations which were already prevailing in the market. Right. What was not there was the transaction behavior.
Okay.
So that's how we thought that we should build that piece out. And the other part was, as we were building that out, we really wanted it to get decoupled with media platforms.
Okay.
We never wanted it to become a part of media. We probably thought, why don't we unbundle it? Yeah. So that marketers could choose media independently and they could choose intelligence from another platform, but not try to mix media and intelligence together.
Right.
So we stayed away from the idea of trying to bundle it together, but unbundle it.
Right.
So those were the couple of pieces for us strategically,
right,
where we felt that this is how we could take a very contrarian approach. And through that contrarian approach, we should be able to win the market.
So that means you're not present on the Google and the Meta platform, so to say.
No, we are, when we say present, when we talk about present versus lack of presence. So today when you go to Google or when you go to Meta, or let's say when you go to Google.
So I'm saying it's not available.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. So our segments are, our type of segments are not available with Google.
Right.
So then from a marketer perspective, it becomes incremental value that this segmentation is not offered by Google. But what we do is, Audience Pro offers the segmentation, okay? But the marketer can activate the same segments on Google and Meta.
Right.
So they can take the segments from Audience Pro and activate them on Google and Meta. Okay. So they are able to, because finally Google and Meta ecosystems offer them reach and discovery, but they don't offer them the segmentation. So that's really how, from a marketer perspective, it's the best of both worlds.
Since you mentioned decouple, does it make it less important for for your users?
When you say for our users, less important in what sense? Just help me understand.
I mean, since you said you've decoupled the platform from.
Are you meaning to say that does Google and Meta become less important?
Less important.
Got it. So no, it doesn't undermine what Google does or what Meta does. Google and Meta do what is best they can do. So from their point of view, when a consumer spends time on Google and Meta are collecting information of your browsing behavior. So when I am on YouTube, I'm watching a lot of videos.
Right.
Okay. Because I'm watching a lot of videos, Meta is able to go ahead and profile me basis my watch habit. Right? So they are doing that in a meaningful manner. Okay, what we are doing is basically saying that, look, assume that, you know, I'm a travel enthusiast, I'm watching travel videos. Fair enough?
Yeah.
So that means consumers on YouTube could say that, okay, there are 20 million people in this country every month who are watching everything to do with Dubai, right? But all of them don't have the affluence level to travel to Dubai. And marketers want to tap people who have the right affluence, okay, and the right buying habits so that they can target them, correct?
Right.
So what we do is that we provide these marketers the relevant signals around affluence, around their transacting behavior, so that they feel confident that this segment of users has the buying capacity. So they can take our segments and then run the campaign only to this segment when they are watching the travel content there or everything to do with Dubai. So they get the best of both worlds. So they get a contextual targeting and they also get the transaction behavior in it.
Okay. You and I discussed about zero storage. So would you like to tell our people about the zero storage?
So what the platform does is that, so clearly when we are dealing with data and we are talking about that, I think everyone in the room will be familiar with the UPI ecosystem. So I'll draw a metaphor out here. So what does UPI do? If we just dumb it down, what UPI does it moves money from one bank to another bank, right? Or it moves money from one account to another account without it being a bank. So it is in the business of enabling movement of money without being a bank. That is what a UPI ecosystem at the back end does. And it does not store money. You don't store your money there, but it is an API ecosystem which connects and moves it. In the same manner, what Audience Pro does is, it allows marketers to access intelligence. So we move intelligence without storing intelligence. You know, so our platform does not store any intelligence. We are able to fetch the intelligence from our data partners in real time.
Consumer consent and privacy.
So I think consumer consent and privacy is front and center for every business today.
Right.
You know, privacy by design, consumer consent are the building blocks for any business. You cannot, you have to respect that and you have to, you know, build on top of it. So clearly, to talk about consumer consent, so today when you go to Amazon, okay, how many people in the room would have read the privacy policy of Amazon? Can we get a show of hands?
I have my doubts, any one of us here.
We are all people who go to Amazon every day. We all shop every day. Yeah. Okay, but many of you all in the room, in fact, nobody has raised the hand. Nobody has read the privacy policy of Amazon.
I don't think anyone does it.
Okay, how many people have read the privacy policy of Spotify? So when you consume Spotify, have you read the privacy policy of Spotify? Okay, no. Strange, right? We are the ones who care for privacy. We are the ones who are very vocal about consumer consent, but we ourselves have not read it. Look at the strange part. You know, all of us have smart TVs, or many of you all in the room would have smart TVs. Have you read the privacy policy of LG? You know, when you go into the settings and read the privacy policy, it tells you what it does. So coming back to, I think the consumers, so talking about consent, I think all the global platforms, whether it is Amazon, whether it is Google, whether it is Meta, if you read their privacy policies, when you use a platform, the platform tells you that if you're using my services, you're giving me the permission, okay, to anonymize your information and use aggregate insights so that I can serve you better. I can give you personalized experience on my platform. That's one promise they make. And besides that, I can also allow my affiliate partners and my technology partners to leverage this intelligence in an aggregated manner and serve you the right recommendation or serve you the right ads on other platforms. So there is consumer consent there. It's a different thing that most consumers don't read the privacy policy.
Yes, very
Okay,
true.
but are the platforms, in fact, if you right now go to the privacy policy page of Spotify and you read that, or the privacy policy page of Amazon, or you go and read the privacy policy page of Vodafone Idea or Airtel, if you consume that, it clearly tells you that you're providing them the consent. Okay, providing them the consent so that they can run a marketing services business.
Yeah.
So that's how the consumer consent part comes in. Okay, so I think the platforms and the enterprises are all doing a very upfront job in their narrative of telling people. And again, from a DPDP Act perspective, it's an important part.
Right.
So the consumer consent comes in there. And when we work with these platforms, or when we are, like for example, when we work with data partners in their privacy policy, they've called this out. But what our platform does is we don't take any PII information. So to ensure it is privacy by design, we never take any PII information.
Okay.
So we don't take a raw number. We basically have encrypted hash numbers,
Okay.
which we are able to fetch. They are all aggregated. They are not at a user level, because we want to respect the concept of consent, and we are also respecting the concept of privacy by design. So when you're collecting that aggregated information and you're activating that on media platforms like Google and Meta, you're able to bridge, you're able to fulfill that goal of privacy by design and consumer consent. Yeah. Besides that, as you and I as consumers, when we are also seeing any ad on Google and Meta,
Right.
okay, when we see any ad on Google and Meta, the privacy policy also mentions that fine, you are seeing ads because you have given us the consent to show you ads. If you want to opt out, please opt out. So everyone in the ecosystem is doing it.
Yeah.
It's just that as a consumer, I am talking about my rights to and talking about consent, but I have to make a little effort to figure out, it's all there. And these are methods in which I can even opt out. And the DPDP Act, the government has put together a brilliant narrative around it. It's enforced that organizations should also put their privacy policy not in very convoluted language, but in simple English so that people can easily read it. So that's where the transition is also happening.
Right. So that's a story for another day, I guess.
That I think, provided people read the privacy policy.
Yes. So, over the last so many years, what kind of challenges have you faced? I know entrepreneurs go through their own set of challenges. So, what kind of challenges did you face? Not only with regards to the product, but also as an individual, so to say, as a founder.
Okay, that's a very deep question. I think first, what is easy for me to talk about is
Let's talk about the product first.
Let me talk about the one is the product, but more importantly, let me talk about the market first.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so when we built the product and we took it to the market, and whilst the market demands transparency, they want DIY, we told them, here is a DIY tool. Here is an easy to use self-serve tool, which you can go ahead and use it yourself, right? But the market came back and telling us that, why don't you do it for us? We will not do it. Why don't you turn this into a services play? Okay, so by default, most people in India, if, pardon me for saying it, but we are lazy. We want an outcome, but if there are tools which are ready to equip us with, we don't easily embrace tools. We are still tool shy. We probably believe that, let me get the work done by telling this person to do the job for me. So there is a very service-oriented mindset rather than a product adoption mindset. For everything, I think we are spoiled for the number of people we have in the country. So we probably believe that everything can be outsourced and someone will do it for us.
Right.
Okay, whilst there are automated tools and platforms today which can come to your rescue. So the first challenge we faced was from a platform adoption perspective. Whilst we wanted the market to go ahead and embrace the platform, the market came back and told us that, okay, fine, you have a great product. Why don't you run the campaign for us? Why don't you do it for us? we did that. Because we felt that, okay, this is the consumer behavior, this is the buying behavior, this is, for us, the B2B play means this is the consumer for us, right? We did that. And very interestingly, what happened was that in the journey, we found digital first brands coming.
Right.
So, but when we went to the digital first brands, they were willing to embrace the new DIY world very fast versus the legacy brands. So suddenly we found that, okay, this set of entity is agile enough to embrace new tools. Okay. So then we shifted our focus from legacy to digital first. We won that market. And then we went back to the legacy brands so that they could do the adoption. So that was one learning which we saw, I think which we saw from a platform adoption perspective. I think from a personal journey perspective, if you say, I think that's probably a conversation for another day. But if I have to still try to, put something at one thing, I think India is a zero trust market.
Fair enough.
Okay. So the one thing which you face in the market is that we're a zero trust economy. Because we are always, even if someone tells you ABC, you're double guessing. So you have wastage of energy. There's a lot of inappropriate energy in the room because you're double guessing most of the time. That's one problem. So I think the zero trust mindset comes in the way of our progress. That's one. The second, one more aspect I see is that people are not innovative. Most people, if they believe that, so the progressive mindset is, if someone has already solved the problem, people will say, इसने ये बनाया है ना, तो इसको replicate कर लो.
Very true.
Okay. As opposed to saying, okay, someone has built something of this shape and form. You know what? What could be the next better version of it? Or what do I do differently there? So they don't apply the energy in original approaches. And I think we have the capacity and the insight to apply it there. But we just fall into the trap of, trying to get into models which are already existing. We don't accept the fact that if someone has built something unique, they're going to kill it, because you don't realize that how fast technology is going to evolve. So they will be far ahead in the learning curve.
Right.
Yeah. So they miss out the point that if someone has invented something from ground zero, you cannot just cookie cut it.
Yeah.
So I feel that most people invent choices. So in my view, if I have to say something, that wherever you are with your current organization, or you're looking to get into another organization, always find a place where you feel that, oh, they have moved something forward in the ecosystem.
Right.
Not try to, be a me too.
Okay. Hold on to that thought. I have another question which I'll ask you towards the end of the day. I'll take you back on Audience Pro again. Would you like to share an example of a client that you worked with, some of the best stuff that you've done with the client, which I know will enlighten everybody in the room?
No, sure. So we put, okay, I think there is some slide.
Do we have a
my
slide
colleague,
here?
Yeah. So I think, when we are, since this is a conference which is got people from the BFSI vertical,
right.
I'll just talk about what we did for HDFC Life. So largely, when you're speaking about clients and what they're looking for, okay. So like I said, that everyone wants to drive efficiency.
Yeah.
So here in this testimonial, what you see is when Francis is speaking about our solution. Yeah. Clearly for HDFC Life, they were constantly driving leads, from Google and Meta, and iProspect, which is their agency, which is running campaigns there. So over a period of time, the client has built learnings on which segments on Meta and Google deliver what outcomes. So they utilize the native segments on Meta and they utilize the native segments available on Google to drive better lead generation, right? When we went into the room, we understood how their campaigns currently perform, what's their click to lead ratio, lead to disposition ratio, all the bells and whistles which they care for. And we, from Audience Pro platform, we were able to give them alternate data. So we were able to tell them that, okay, fine, we'll give you users with a high credit score. We'll give you people who are evolved shoppers. We'll give you people who are having a high spend index. Okay, we'll give you people who have taken a home loan at a higher value. So on Audience Pro, we have over 800 plus rich segments, 1800 plus rich segments.
Right.
And one can build any kind of cross-tabbing. So utilizing the cross-tab segments, which are deterministic, we activated that on Meta, or we activated that on Google for them. You know, so clearly from a brand perspective, a partnership works for them, which can give them measurable results, easy to measure results.
Right.
You know, because if I'm placing myself in the shoes of any marketer, I'm already doing lots of investments. I need to take very calculated steps so that I can get better ROI, you know. So our segments were able to give them better results. And the beauty about our solution is that we don't execute campaigns. We provide the intelligence and someone else executes the campaign. So it's a very healthy maker-checker relationship. You're not like an affiliate which is doing everything end to end.
Right.
Yeah. You're not blending media with data.
Right.
And offering it at a bundled thing. It's decoupled. So you're able to measure that.
Right.
So yes, as you can see on the slide, that there were key metrics which the client was looking for lifts.
Right.
And they were able to get that. And I'm talking about this not as a one-off thing. They used our solution for over a year.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's something which we are very proud, and we are thankful that HDFC Life also supported us.
So that's about the BFSI sector. What are the other sectors which can benefit out of it?
Okay. So beyond BFSI, today Audience Pro is very plugged in with practically every sector.
Okay.
So when I say every sector, we do extensive work with CPG, we do extensive work with e-commerce, you know, we do extensive work with OEMs, autos, travel. Across every sector, we are very active. Okay. Our platform is used every month by almost 300 plus brands.
Okay.
You know, so it's deeply penetrated. You name a category or a subcategory, we are able to offer that because the scale at which we offer segments, the depth of our segments, which is, like I said, over 2,000 plus segments, across 640 million profiles. So with all of that, we have something available for everyone. I would also like to add here that as we are adding value, even our partners, even our ecosystem partners, whether it is Google or Meta, they also support us. They also drive advocacy for us.
Yeah.
You know, so when they are in front of customers and they're looking for meaningful audience solutions, they also put in a word about our solutions.
Yeah.
So that's really how we've been able to grow the ecosystem.
So we live in an AI era. So if I don't ask you a question on AI, I think the conversation will be incomplete. So tell me a little bit about how AI had disrupted your life.
So AI is, luckily for us, AI is an enabler rather than a disruptor.
Okay.
Okay, because two aspects. One is, for AI to deliver, AI needs data.
Right.
So any AI is as good as the quality of input data you put into it. You know, being a data company, the amount of signals we deal with, the richness which we have, AI is able to accelerate, or perhaps what it does is amplify our work. You know, if in the, I would argue that, okay, AI is a good co-pilot for us at this point of time. Because whatever we built, if we want much faster adoption for it, AI will accelerate that for us. So that's how we use AI, because when people come on our platform and they have to choose 1800 plus segments, sometimes it gets overwhelming for them to select the right kind of combination of segments. So our co-pilot helps them give the right recommendations. so that they can very intuitively build new segments. So that's one part of AI which the tool is capitalizing on.
I guess every entrepreneur wants to kind of move to a different market. While you more or less captured India, so to say, what are the markets that you're looking at capturing next? Where do you think you want to be number one, so to say?
So I think firstly, in India itself, we believe that today we work with about 300, 350 plus brands. There is a lot of room further for expansion here. And we believe that, okay, we can work with 2,000 plus brands. Okay. And why we say so is that today, if you look at digital marketing, it's a fairly evolved practice in the country. And today, I would possibly argue that businesses like Google and Meta, they would have their customer count would be over 1 million, 2 million enterprises. Right. So you would say that, okay, large ad tech platforms like Google and Meta have 1 million plus customers in the country. Yeah. That means these are the number of advertisers and brands which need digital marketing. And as we all know, there is a rise of D2C brands. Okay. There is a big explosion of D2C brands. There is big explosion happening right now in terms of the fintech space or the startup space. I think all of us in the room would agree that if this market, Indian market, had, say, 100 brands, you know, I'm just throwing a random number, 3-4 years ago or 5 years ago, with D2C, with other innovation, with startup funding, so on and so forth, today the market has 500 plus brands.
Right.
So consumer choices have increased and brands are getting launched every second day. So there is a massive opportunity for us to go deeper and deeper in India. That's one. And with our solution, we can do that. Over and above that, as we build this whole solution, which is a globally unique solution, because like I said, it's a zero storage platform. Nowhere in the world someone has constructed an architecture like this. Like the way in India we take pride of a UPI ecosystem. In the advertising world, we should take pride of what Audience Pro has done. You know, so we are now taking even the platform into Southeast Asia as we speak. And clearly we have also a focus to take it to the US market. So those are two markets which we are, hopefully in the next 12 months, we'll be there.
So you've identified partners with whom you'll be working there, other than, of course, Google and Meta, so to say.
Yeah, so clearly, yes, in Southeast Asia, we are already active.
Okay.
We've done a partnership with Telkomsel, which is the #1 telecom operator in Indonesia. You know, so we already have a partnership going with them, and now we are looking to go deeper into that market. As far as the US is concerned, many of our customers in India who are already using our platform. Today, what is happening is many D2C brands, jewelry brands. There are many brands which are in the D2C space who are not just catering to the Indian market, but they're catering to the NRI community in the US or in Europe. So they are also looking for intelligence
for that market.
For those markets. So we have an organic set of customer who is already captive customer with us. So we're going to find our, stepping stone approach to say serve our existing customers for a different geography.
Yeah.
And then utilize that to build on top of that.
My last two questions. What's your vision for the next 5 years?
See, I think it's very hard to, I think more than, for us, I think the way we think about ourselves and what has kept us going, if someone had to ask us that, what was your vision 5 years ago? And if I have to fast track that and say, oh, do I remember what my vision was 5 years ago? Yes, our vision was that we told ourselves that we are not an advertising company. We are a data company. So our vision is that we are a data company, and advertising is one of the ways in which today we drive revenue.
Right.
Because it's a trick question that if you tell yourself that I'm an advertising company, then you have a very different path. But if you tell yourself that you're a data company, then it's a very different path.
Conversation, yes.
Right? So clearly for us, the vision remains the same, that we are a data company, and being a data company today, we've solved a few use cases in marketing, that how we can bring intelligence so that marketers can, out of the box, get access to consumer insights. Yeah.
And just as we cater today to the marketing ecosystem, tomorrow we may go back and say, oh, we have so much of alternate data that we can go and help fintech companies so that they can have a better, or they can have an alternate scoring mechanism for disbursing loans. So we may cater to more segments, more business models on the back of being a evolved data company.
Right. Fair enough. I see a room full of youngsters here, and of course, some of them may be turning an entrepreneur a couple of years later. Would you have a word of advice for some of the people here?
I don't think anyone needs advice. Yeah.
No one, you think? I'm sure so many of them would.
If someone needs an advice, they can ask.
So guys, I'm opening the floor open for you. I have a seasoned entrepreneur with me here in the room. Anybody who wants to throw some questions at him, except for the Audience Pro product. As an individual, if you can ask some questions. Guys, no question. I have a seasoned professional here. Harmeet, please.
So I know him, I don't know, for ages now. Yeah. We spoke about it earlier, outside the room. When do I see you going public?
Going public?
Of course. You've been at it for so long. So when do you see the
You actually snatched that question.
Fruits of what we've been, sowing for so long?
See, honestly, if you ask me, I have, just as in businesses, you would say that, like everyone silently has a superhero. Okay. So for me, the real inspiration is like Sridhar at Zoho.
Okay, I guess that's an inspiration for all of us.
And now it's but for years, what I've seen them is build value, and quietly keep building, right? So I don't have a good answer that,
You're just saying karma kal, phal ki chinta mat kar, something of that sort, right? So
I don't know what it means, but I have deep respect for that man, because what they've kept doing for the last 15, 20 years, right, is really, really built very quietly. They've given back to the community, so you would say as an entrepreneur, they build some meaningful products, quietly under the radar, never in the public eye, not bothered about going out and trying to just be in media or trying to fill some share of voice, but busy solving things which are needed to grow. So I think there are businesses where you just enjoy building and you give back to your community. Now the man has gone ahead and built, he could have easily settled in the US, he could have gone there, right? But he's gone into a remote village in and around Chennai, okay. Just enable that ecosystem. So that's a different high.
I think government's authentication of Zoho Mail is a very right answer to what he's saying, right? Chalte chalo.
Yeah, on the chalte chalo note, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you for being with us. And it was actually been a pleasure being with you.
Thank you for hearing me. Thank you. And have a good day and have a good evening. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, ke liye please a thunderous round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much. I'll request you to please wait over here, sir. Can we quickly have the gift hamper, please? And I'll request Bijoy ma'am to please kindly give the gift hamper from Magical Blends to sir over here. Ladies and gentlemen, this calls for a moment indeed. A big round of applause for Deepak sir. Thank you so much for taking out time from your busy schedule. And I truly remember, you don't really go to events much. So thank you for choosing FINIXX as a platform to share your knowledge and insights. We are very grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bijoy ma'am, for the session. We'll quickly move on to the final panel discussion of the summit. For that, we'll need few chairs on stage. Let me do the maths right. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 minus 2 equal to 4. So humko 4 chair dalne hain on stage. So yeah, that's what it is. In the meantime, I'm going to be quickly introducing the topic for the panel discussion. This is going to be about the next-gen BFSI consumer, understanding and engaging digital-first audiences. I'll quickly repeat the topic once again for you all. This is going to be about the next-gen BFSI consumer, understanding and engaging digital-first audiences. Once we are done with the chairs, I'll quickly introduce my speakers. Us taraf kar do aap isko. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. One more at the corner, please, over there. Yeah, thank you. And can we add one more table, please, if that's possible? So we'll quickly take this. Bas, keep it in the middle. Right. थोड़ा इस तरफ कर दो आप. थोड़ा सा. बस. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Those three can have them, and this three for them. Right. Superb. Thank you. Get the mics, please, Hanji. 6 speakers over here for this session, so yeah. Thank you so much. We're ready with the mics as well. Thank you. Over there, and give this one to me. I'll keep it over here. And we have 3 bottles over here. We're getting the remaining 3 water bottles as well. So in the best interest of time, let's quickly move on. This is going to be about the next gen BFSI consumer, understanding and engaging digital first audiences. I'm going to be first introducing our session chair, and then I'm going to be introducing our speakers, and then I'll be requesting all of them to join me on stage together. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be chaired on stage by Lawrence Suchita, who's the Honorable Vice President Growth and Strategy at Teamology Softtech and Media Services. And Lawrence G is going to be joined on stage by Ashir Alana, Vice President Digital Marketing, HDFC Bank. Nikita Dilip Gupta, AVP Social Media Marketing, Tata Capital. Rathin Lahiri, Head Marketing and CSR, SBI General Insurance. Varun Mundra, Head Media and Innovations, Motilal Oswal Financial Services. And Vishal Lohia, who's the Associate Director Sales at Hybrid. Can I please have all our esteemed speakers over here on stage? And a big round of applause, everybody over here in this room, right from my lovely audience over there to my lovely audience over this side. Big round of applause for our speakers, please. I request everybody to sit as per the arrangement of the photos. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, and over to you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So the session is the next gen BFSI consumer understanding and engaging digital first audiences. So over the past few years, the BFSI landscape has seen a shift from branch first to app first engagement. And today's consumer expects instant, intuitive, and integrated digital experiences. We all know that. While consumers are embracing digital platforms, trust remains the cornerstone of the BFSI relationships. The challenge is to balance automation and personalization, ensuring that the efficiency of AI and data doesn't come at the cost of human connection and transparency. And putting that all together is this esteemed panel who's going to kind of give you all an understanding of how the next gen BFSI ecosystem is created. And I'll start my first question. It's to you, Ashir. What key traits define the next gen BFSI consumer, and how should marketers adapt strategies to effectively engage this digitally native audience?
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Ashir from HDFC Bank. Interesting question. See, I think we've come across a generation which has possibly never seen a passbook in their life, right? And also possibly never walked into a bank branch, so to say, right? For them, the entire banking ecosystem lies in their 6.5-inch screen of their mobile phone, right? So bank for them is an app, really. It is not an institution. And that's how they are also, benchmarking all their experiences, service levels, right? So it is, fortunately, unfortunately, today, it is not about how an HDFC bank is doing versus an SBI bank or an HSBC or, an American Express, right? It is about how an HDFC bank fares versus a Netflix or a Spotify or an Amazon for that matter, right? So is my bank really giving me a Netflix level of personalization with a Zepto level of convenience, with an Amazon level of customer experience, right? That is one of the traits. Secondly, I think the digital native so far, or the next gen, right? They're time poor. They have an attention span of a goldfish with ADHD, right? And I say this with all love and respect because I'm probably describing myself also along with this, right? So they're very impulsive, so to say. There's a question, right? And interestingly, I think paradoxically, they are impulsive and extremely, incredibly research-driven at the same time. So they will spend 3 hours, 4 hours on a Reddit, just trying to understand which is the best credit card or which is the card which is giving them that 1% extra cashback. But when they are actually applying for the card, they want it done in 3 minutes. So that's really a paradox we face. Now, how do we as marketers, meet their needs, right? So we have to somewhere meet them between where they are, which is between, say, an Instagram and a UPI app, right? Are we giving them that kind of service experience where they are saying, I can order pizza in 2 taps and get it delivered in 30 minutes, but really a personal loan is taking me 20 taps and then 3 days of waiting, right? So that's a question we need to ask ourselves as financial institutions, that are we preparing ourselves enough for meeting these needs of the next gen so far?
Well put. Nikita, from your experience with Tata Capital, what do you have to say about the key traits that are there in the next gen BFSI consumer? And how should a marketer, as you be, what strategies should you adopt, and how effectively you want to engage that digitally savvy native audience?
Yeah. So Lawrence, I think, and we were discussing also earlier that the goals of the newer next gen has shifted than what it used to be before, and rightly so, because while they are looking at a very different world today, so they have a lot of exposure. They are consuming a lot of content. So we don't really have to compete in terms of getting their attention. We have to make sure that we are keeping them informed. We have to make sure that we are keeping them involved, and we have to make sure that we are keeping them respected, because they value others' opinions, but they also value where they stand and what they stand for. So when it comes to core strategies, specifically for a digital native audience, one is obviously making sure that whatever promises we are making or whatever values that we are standing up as brands, it has to get reflected in the lived experiences that the next gen is seeing. For example, if we are saying that we are a very innovative brand, or if we are saying that we are very seamless in terms of technology, it should get reflected in the UPI, of the entire experience that we're giving them. Or if there is a loan disbursement, how much time is it taking? Are there any hidden charges? How transparent are we with them? And how are we communicating it with them? Because it is a cluttered market. We need to simplify finance for them and not complicate it further. So that is definitely probably a way in which we should operate, where we don't add to the clutter, but we declutter things for them and understand what their needs are. Instead of making a one-fits-all kind of a model with respect to marketing, how can we customize it further? How can we reach out to the audiences for the life stage that they are in, for the type of decisions that they are making at this age and how evolved they are with respect to knowledge. Understanding that and then probably deciding or deciphering the entire requirement is what I feel will help.
Thanks. Ratan, coming to you now. Same question. I know from a very different perspective, from an insurance perspective, how do you deal with such an audience?
Yeah, so let me get a little different take on it. So I'm with SBI General Insurance. General Insurance largely covers health and motor. So the typical age at which a consumer enters is mid-30s, right? Motor for two-wheeler is very young, but let's say a four-wheeler is older. Now, so the first point I want to make is that, let's say, this whole digitization has been around now for at least 15 years, right? So, personally, if you ask me, I think while one needs to look at the, the next gen audience because they're the young guys and you need a pool of customers coming in, what is important today is first to understand that today everybody is digital, right? Because if your consumer segments are typically 30 to 50, 55 for most, from mutual funds to life insurance to whatever, everybody is consuming content digitally and searching on products digitally before they make a choice. So even if they go to a bank, they would still go on Google or whatever and then check how the product reviews are or so on. So to my mind, that is one. So what is important to understand is that there is a whole digital ecosystem which has got created. One part is the consumer. Second part is, let's say, the channel partners. And even to reach out to them, because let's say somebody like us has channel partners right up to Arunachal Pradesh and Ladakh and wherever else. It's just easier to kind of disseminate via WhatsApp or via a closed email group and so on. So first, like I said, is the consumer audience is largely digital. Second, that there is a digital ecosystem and one needs to look at it. The third thing I think which is very important for a marketeer's point of view is, see, broadly the marketing funnel has remained the same. You need to make a consumer be aware of the product, he needs to consider it, purchase and recommendation. Now what's happened is in the analog world, you would speak to your friends or you'd speak to your family members, your elders for financial products and decide. Today you're going on X or Reddit or wherever, looking at so-called influencers and reviews and so on, right? So what is important here is to look at that same marketing funnel and see how you can kind of turbocharge it, right? So for example, if you launch a new product, you get in people who transact immediately online. Can you get them to recommend? Can you get them to do simple things like posting on their social handles? Because that itself then becomes your media. So there are, so these are some of the points. I mean, it's a deeper discussion, but
no, it makes complete sense. Varun.
Hello.
Hi. I'll just repeat that question again. I know it's...
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, again, from a Motilal Oswal Financial Services perspective, what key traits for you define the next-gen BFSI consumer, and how should marketers adapt strategies, or rather you would adapt strategies to effectively engage this digitally native audience?
Super. The key traits that, we've heard of this a lot, right? It's a digital first consumer. This is the same audience who's grown up with internet, has content at disposal, has things on disposal. So 2 clicks, 10 minutes in delivery and so on and so forth. But I think one thing that we realize is that, and especially that we see closer to the market is that because I represent financial services, so the perspective would be that there are about, don't catch me by the numbers, but just an analogy, right? So there are about 18 crore Demat accounts in India, okay? There are about 18 crore PAN card accounts, PAN cards in India, 10 crore Demat accounts. Within that, there's a 3 crore, which is serious stock market Demat traders who move the market, right? And within that there is this fulcrum of about 2 lakh audience, which are literally, allegedly moving the markets. The reason I'm telling you all of this is that 70% of people coming into the markets are actually 30 years old, guys. Now that is a fairly strong representation of our audience. The same guy who's ordering food, the same guy who wants things on lightning fast speed, loves scrolling, hates waiting, fidgety. And when I say all of this, and all of us would actually feel this is my story, right? So technically we are the next gen BFSI audience. But ultimately what that means is that there's a significant shift of how we also, our expectation of finance has completely changed. Especially when you look at financial services where certain things have been pushed down by parents to say ye karna chahiye, ye hona chahiye, ye by now you should have this. This audience hates being told. So the only way is that you lure them into learning, understanding, and therefore showing the path. You can show the path, you can't take them on the path. So that's the difference. And therefore, a lot of shift you can see, especially with the entire digital disruption happening in financial services, with where beautiful looking apps, UI, UX experiences have become the golden benchmark of great investing, which is not the case, right? When you look at investing, ideally research should be at the core and the center of everything that you do. But because, Ashir mentioned this very well, because your competition of your brand is not technically your own peers in the category, but technically the Zeptos of the world and the Swiggis of the world. And your brand is being judged on that. So therefore, tailoring that experience, but staying true to the core is extremely very critical. So one of the things that we've tried doing is, because of the larger disruption happening in the category, where everyone wants to pay minimum brokerage but maximum value. So we created something called Research 360, which is for this audience. Essentially, what that means is you research given on subscriptions. You very interestingly mentioned saying, you give me some tips. This is exactly that, right? So in a country where you don't want to miss out on opportunities, and this is that audience, but don't want to commit to a broker, and therefore this is one of the ways of how we are sort of trying to tackle. Yeah.
So the research capabilities of this audience is pretty high, higher than what any of us would have come across. And but that doesn't mean that we had a discussion up there. That doesn't mean that next gen is the only guys who are consuming this. There are also mature audiences who want to kind of get into that. And we are already catering to that kind of lot. But interesting. Now, coming to my second question. I'll come to you, Vishal. Not now, later. How can financial brands, Ashir, leverage digital channels and technologies like AI and data analytics to deliver personalized and seamless customer experiences? Because I think we have established this fact that as personally you get with this kind of audience, the success ratio is higher. Yeah, please go for it.
So I keep telling everybody actually that, this whole data analytics and AI is the new relationship manager for a customer, right? Except that it is available 24/7, doesn't take any coffee breaks, right? And today, honestly, as a financial company, and that holds true for any financial company here, really, we're sitting on a goldmine of data, right? We know exactly everything about the customer that we have to know. We know when his salary hits the account, how much is his salary, where is he spending, how much is he spending, when is he stress eating because his mutual fund portfolios are down, right? In fact, we don't really, tell you which is your favorite payment app. We can possibly even predict what is your favorite pizza topping. So that is the kind of information we set with, right? But honestly, the goal is not really collecting data. It is actually connecting data, right? What are we doing with the data finally? Are we really creating a relevant experience for you as a customer? Or are we acting, in a creepy, snoopy manner, saying that, hey, Lawrence, you are eligible for a 50 lakh personal loan why don't you buy this, right? Now the question in a customer's mind would be, how do you know how much I'm eligible for? And exactly right. So we don't really necessarily have to be snoopy that way. And AI beautifully does that, right? So AI can exactly predict, say when a customer is looking for a holiday or a flight ticket, right? Do we have the capability of telling the customer, do you want a travel card with that? Or Forex card with that? Instead of saying, sir, aap FD le lo, which doesn't make sense at all, right? So data today and AI today is all about connecting in the right way. It is about, so to say, humanizing data, where essentially machines and technology are doing all the heavy lifting for the customer at the back end quietly. And we, as marketeers, are showing complete empathy to the customer and saying, hey, we are available for you in case you need this, without really getting into that Snoopy zone. So I think how we are humanizing that data is really a challenge that we have to face.
Interesting, very interesting. Yeah, Nikita, coming to you from a Tata Capital perspective, how do you, and I'm sure this data is rightly available for you, and you must be having a trove of that, right? So how do you match AI and your data analytical skills to deliver this personalized and seamless customer experience?
So honestly, the target groups or the target audience that Tata Capital has is not a very metro first route that we tend to take, because usually a person would come to an NBFC for their requirement in very typical cases, like either they are not eligible for a bank loan, or they want a very higher amount which probably banks have said no to, or they have people who have trusted in a specific NBFC, and then they have recommended that you should take a loan from a Tata Capital or any other NBFC for that matter. So for us, from an audience lens, it is more about what life stage this person is than the demographics or where this person is staying, etc. So I wouldn't say AI has helped us much there, but at the same time, it has definitely helped us modify in which, to what level are we segmenting or fragmenting the audience segments. Initially, the fragmentation of audience segments was very top level. Now everything is broken down into different behaviors, into different consumption patterns, into different apps, into different platforms, into different thought processes. Like for example, we feel that people staying in the metros have a very high purchasing power, but honestly, if you look at tier 1 and tier 2 sectors or people over there, they have a much higher rate at which they have aspirations, dreams, to do things at a younger age, to accomplish more things. If we feel that we want to buy a house in Mumbai, which will be like a smaller 1 BHK first home that people would be buying, they would ideally buy an entire building in Bangalore. We recently had a testimonial where there's a very young couple who's staying in Bangalore, and they bought a literally 3-floor building. That is their first house over there. And they don't even, they're not even natives of Bangalore. They are from Rajasthan, and now they are settling in Bangalore after they've gotten married, etc. So it is very interesting as to the fragments at which AI enables us to understand the audience. But yeah, then maybe working with that data and how we are looking at targeting these audience segments, all of that is done in a more traditional way, I would say, because we wouldn't want to depend on AI that much right now, because we've just started experimenting with AI. We've not full-fledgedly done a lot of things with AI, I would say.
But you see a huge opportunity to
yes, absolutely, absolutely. It has to, we have started embracing AI in a lot of ways, in spite of being a very legacy-heavy brand. And we are hoping in the next, as quickly as in the next year or in the next to next year, we should be utilizing AI at a much higher pace, for sure.
Great.
Yeah.
Yes, Rathin, from one legacy-oriented brand to another, how do you see this AI and data analytics and all coming together?
So let me give a couple of examples of certain pilots and stuff that we're doing. So one is, on an average year, we acquire around 3 to 3.5 crore customers, which is a massive base. They come from metros to really, really small towns. We have insurance for farmers, agri, and so on and so forth. So one of the things that we've been doing is, using AI to essentially create the communication and the content of the policy features, when premiums are due. And currently we are actually doing that in 16 languages. All of that and that's been possible just because of a lot of pre-work which gets done by AI, and then we kind of do the proofreads and so on. So that is one. Second is we've actually, soft launched a product. It's called Pay As You Drive. So, and the logic for that is if, in the metros, a lot of people have 2 cars, and the second car hardly does between 5 to 10,000 kilometers at best. So why would you want to pay and charge an average premium and get bucketed with, other customers who are, driving maybe 15, 20,000 kilometers, driving on highways where the risk metric is different. And that has a much lower premium, and you decide how much, what is the kilometers you want to pay, and therefore the premium kind of gets adjusted around it. And these things, I believe, will keep on getting sharpened and customized so that, going forward, we don't have this in India yet, but typically somebody at 18 to 22 will have a higher risk profile and pay a higher insurance premium. Mid-30s may pay lower. As he goes 60 plus may pay higher. So all that personalization will come into pricing, which has started happening at some level. So that's the second part. Third, on our consumer app, and again, health insurance is a long-term product. People take it for 15, 20 years. We've actually added a feature by which a consumer can actually get a, do an iris scan and get a basic health scan done, which actually is, 90, 92% accurate. There are a lot of data privacy issues and so on. So obviously we're not using it at any point of time. But I think if I were to project this years down, with consent and with the adequate permissions and so on, I see no reason, if I'm more healthy than the average, 35, 40, 45, whatever, my age band, that why would I not demand a lower premium? And that will then ultimately translate into product pricing and so on. And all of this is kind of, available right now. One thing where you are using AI a lot actually is for fraud management. So, we process over 1 million claims, I think, a year. So typically, you would go give your car to a garage, the surveyor will come, check, and so on. Now, what we do is you can self-do it, or the garage guy does it on the B2B app. And he sends us the pictures, and we actually just run those pictures through our kind of software, and we are able to gauge whether there's an old damage which has been given the description of the report, whether it's actually something which has happened, or they're passing on 2-3 older damages along with it. So these are some of the examples where we're using it. Like I said, the way I see it is all of this is going to impact everything about the business model, from the products to the pricing to the distribution mechanism to the customer experience, all fronts, not just marketing communications alone.
So is it, would I be right in saying there's new data coming into the ecosystem wherein this data can be further looked at, and maybe case studies can be created, templates can be created to kind of hash it maybe further down. Like for example, you said if for the first level of insurance, if you're doing this kind of check, mostly from a car insurance perspective, it makes sense. maybe not from a personal health perspective, but it does make sense. You used to have guys to go there and click a photograph. Instead of that, the consumer himself does it, and then you all check it at your end, which is pretty, the first level is taken care of. And you get repeat customers like that.
That's right. And so all of this ultimately, improves the customer experience, one, and also lowers your cost, which again feeds into the product pricing, allows you to penetrate deeper, all of that.
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, Varun, I'm sure you will have a lot to pass on to us in terms of how Motilal Oswal Financial Services does this.
Yeah, actually, when you look at data, right, technically for any app-first business, fintech business, and if your business is either a phygital business, which means like a physical and a digital culmination, right? We have about 8,000 partners across India. We have another couple of hundreds of our own branches. So acquisition happens at every single level and then different businesses. So technically there's a lot of data coming in on a month-on-month basis and a daily basis, right? So AI obviously has touched every corner of our business and life, right? From enhancement of data to predictive analysis to understand, look, how this person has been trading on futures and options, F&O, for a good amount of time. Eventually he's gonna burn out, right? Or he's going to stop trading with you after a certain time. So there's a lot of models now we started to build together to understand how can multiple data work together. See, data is great, but I think it needs to tell you a story, and more importantly, a more brand and a measurement story per se. Measurement again can be done, but again, what is that you output is the most critical part. So what we've realized is that data does the job, but I think what you take out of it is the most critical aspect. So we've started to leverage that very effectively in our brand campaigns then. So we see now remarketing obviously has been here for years and ages now, right? But then how can we smartly utilize data very, very swiftly to engage audiences, and retarget them, and before, after, through the funnel, all of that, in various permutation and combinations very smoothly. For someone, for example, as simple as someone who's at your cart, in our case, at the payment page, about to buy the mutual fund, and he's dropped off because he got diverted by another notification that came, right? So on and so forth. So how can you have through the journey this thing, and smart AI built in there to sort of give you triggers. So that's
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, Vishal, now coming to you. So I know that Hybrid is an AI-powered platform. And
hello.
Yeah. My question to you, and because it's AI, because it's so wonderfully put together with a lot of signals that it captures, data signals that come across, and the way that it shows the right kind of audience, the right kind of ad. So I'm sure putting together all these wonderful examples, and what would be your most wonderful and rather things that, or rather campaigns that you have seen through your experience, at how, what is a perfect example that you could give, putting all of these things together? Actually, the question is, what are some successful approaches or campaigns to build trust and loyalty among the younger digital savvy customer? But I'm going to ask you a very different question, is examples that you have from your campaign structure that help in this.
Right, thank you. So since we have a mixed combination of the entire BFSI category, right from banking, financial services to insurance, and we cater to all these verticals, we have been meeting a lot of brands to understand their needs, their marketing objectives. From the contextual advertising solutions lens, the best practices, the approaches that we go to market with, because our platform again is AI-powered contextual advertising, the crux of the entire thing is that to serve everything in context, it has to be context-matched messaging, right? Deliver an ad where the user is in the current content with the kind of behavior that the user is showing, and then focus on that kind of articles, target the user while the user is in that kind of environment. For example, if the user is reading on investments, so an SIP education-based campaign would be a perfect targeting ad communication there. Or somebody who's reading about scams, a brand can message there, talk about how they can protect the user from frauds and scams. So contextual messaging is the crux of it, is how I understand the strategy has to be for the best practices to engage these consumers. Hyper-localization and cultural relevance is also come into the picture. So because it is you can adapt creatives which can reflect local languages. It's festival time now. Again, your Diwali offers and your Eid offers are there in market. You can go to particular city and town, and as per their needs, like somebody in a random town like Kota can need a student loan. We can run a campaign there. We can go for MSME loans in Gujarat, that kind of players. So again, these kind of factors is how we approach the brand, is the kind of practice that we go to the brand with, and to understand if their sentiment to reach out to this market is there in the media brief. If not, then we also try to have that consultative approach, that this is the kind of leverage that you have over contextual targeting. Apart from that, you can educate, because it's again your digital savvy in next gen consumers. You need to be completely in the forefront with respect to education. You need to educate through your content in that context. You have that opportunity, so you can just tell somebody who's a first job seeker, you can just tell that how you have to start investing, how SIP can start with you. Or if he's looking for health insurance, if you're reading about an article on health insurance, you can talk about health insurance over there. There could be trigger-based personalizations. There could be articles where the stock market or maybe the markets are at their low, and we have technology nowadays where we can integrate APIs and make them understand if the gold rate is going down, if the market rate is going up. If you want to invest right now, it's the right time. So to communicate with the user in that context, in that environment, is I think the best practices, and that is how you can add value. You can be relevant, you can be authentic, you can actually drive the right messaging. And just not that, even after your ad communication is out there, there has to be a seamless post-click experience. After the user is engaged and understands, okay, now I'm understanding the brand, so I can trust, and I want to read more about it. So it should land on something, a landing page which will have clarity, which will have something with respect to SIP. There has to be a calculator which the user can understand. You can just put in the monthly investment value or whatever the base value that they want to invest. So these kind of different examples are the kind of solutions that we go to the brand with. To cater to different digital audiences, because the kind of signals that we get in the context on the environment, and this is how this will get you more relevance, this will get you more interactivity. And again, innovative formats and solutions in the context that you're serving could be rich in media, can have innovations, solutions like I said, API integrations can help you understand. That kind of audience will relate more, because high relevancy will then help you buy that loyalty and trust, because it will not be pushy ads. It will be in the context of the environment, right?
Understood. Thank you so much. The same question to you. In fact, all of you all. I'll start with Ashit. So what do you think is the best example that you can state to the audience of how you've put a new product up there? I know through time, all of you all have actually given examples, but if you can just, briefly tell us what has been the defining factor of this next gen tech or innovation that you all have brought in.
See, I think the question was about trust, loyalty, right? So in today's generation, actually, the definition of trust is very different, right? For our generation, for example, trust meant that you see a person in a suit, in a tie, in a grand office, and that adds credibility to your brand, to your product, right? That doesn't work anymore, right? Trust today means not this at all, right? Trust comes for this generation with experience and consistent experience, right? Are we being pushy about a product, or are we speaking to this customer where we are adding value to this customer's life, right? And that too in a format which is most relevant to this customer. Now, do not expect this generation to read 60 pages of your brochure. That's never going to happen. Don't expect them to go through your annual reports. That will never happen, right? So trust for them means a 60-second reel, right? That's how they would want to consume that data. So if you can explain a 60-page brochure in a 60-second reel, that for them is a way of consuming your information, right? And if you can consistently do that, that helps. Now, there is also a level of authenticity that this generation comes with. For example, say a Amitabh Bachchan or a Shah Rukh Khan coming and saying mutual fund sahi hai, right? Versus a Neha Nagar or a Sharan Hegde in a reel saying that why is mutual fund important to you? These guys would definitely trust these influencers more than a Shah Rukh Khan or an Amitabh Bachchan who have absolutely no connection with the product which is financial in nature, right? So that's how they build their trust and their loyalty, right? The question is not about how do I reach out to them anymore. The question is about how do I become a relevant part of their digital scrolling now, right? If we manage to do that consistently, we won their trust. Yeah, I think that helps.
Kind of.
And also, I think Vishal was talking about educating. I think there's a new format today called edutainment. Yeah. Right? So edutainment works brilliantly well with this generation. Don't give me jargons, don't give me this gyan about how financial products work, right? Entertain me and educate me at the same time.
I'll take this decision.
Yeah, and I'll take that.
I'll take the decision.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I think one more way of looking at the next gen is that sometimes they stand, in fact, most of the times they stand.
Carry on.
Yeah, they stand for things at a deeper level. Like, for example, they are very much inclined towards brands who are sustainably responsible, right? So how can we integrate that and truly make a difference and be very transparent and candid with them? Because like he said, they don't go for jargons. They will not go for fake promises. They will not go for a Bollywood celebrity. But they would definitely do their research. So if we are claiming something that, as say, for example, Tata Capital is making a difference at so-and-so level, they will do their research. They will go and check, what is the difference, what is the impact. So, we need to give them that or serve the next gen that on a platter. That, okay, these are my real faces. It's not just a gimmick. It's not just a way in which I'm selling my own product, because they respect brands and they connect with brands who are more than themselves, who go beyond to make a difference. So Tata Capital recently, did 2 campaigns. One was on Independence Day, which was Aaj Ke Freedom Fighters. And second was just recently done on World Mental Health Day. Both the campaigns had a cause-driven approach. We didn't talk about our product. We did not talk about selling anything. We just connected with the audiences at a level where we said that, we understand where you all are coming from. And then later, for Mental Health Day at least, we tied up with a well-being center and we said, this is your number. If you need help, here's where we are. Because yes, sometimes financial stress is very overwhelming, and we understand that, being in the sector that we are. So it's also about owning up to where we are. They would not really just go to a brand because it has the best interest rates in terms of taking a loan, they would also look at the values that the brand is offering. So I think thinking from that perspective has definitely, helped a lot of brands gain a brand lift for sure.
Wonderful. Yes, Radhan. So I'll just keep it short. So I think the job of marketing remains to create consumer pull. The job of marketing remains to see that your brand is, at least in the consideration set of 100% of your target consumers, is the most preferred brand, is recommended the most, and all of these are measurable. The tools available today are much more. There's advertising, there is content, there is reels, there is so many other things, referrals, and so on and so forth. And the idea is to leverage all of them. And I think the last word I would say is that, to me, the one big differentiator in a format where where distribution is available digitally to everyone and so on, is actually going to be consumer experience and the customer experience. And any business which solves for that is actually going to kind of retain the customer the best.
Again, we'll keep it very crisp. We spoke about building trust, right? And building trust technically to me translates to building brand love. So how can a brand be relevant and available in the format that the person wants to consume through the entire consumer journey? So if he's looking for reviews, be there as a brand. Have good reviews, have the hygiene checks done. If he's looking for advice, be there in terms of edutainment, right? If he or she is looking for, depending on the business and all of it. So, and more importantly, standing up for causes that that's native to the brand ethos, and also something that the investors believe or the consumers believe in. One of the things that we're trying to do is, scams are a big part of the Indian financial industry, not just in India, but also globally. About 1,700 crore oddly India lost to scams last year. Now, a thing like that, because we understand it's painful to lose your wealth, right? So we took a stance and had a point of view on that, where we went out and sort of, had our voice, whatever. The kind of response organically that you get is insane compared to the kind of money you'll spend in terms of promoting and amplifying it. So just that, something that comes to my mind.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. You all have been really, thrashing it out for all the information that we have got. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, all zor se taliyon ki goonj, please everybody for them. This was all about the next gen BFSI. I'll request all of you to please kindly remain on stage. Thank you so much. And can we quickly have the gift hamper from our gifting partner, Magical Blends, truly blending magic with creativity and all the lovely insights that they're sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, please, they deserve a bigger round of applause. If you may kindly do that. Thank you. I'll request you to wait, sir. We have a group photo that we need to do. So yeah, I'll request all of you to kindly wait for that. And now I'll request all of you to please come forward for the nice group photograph. If I may request everybody on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3, everybody, Tali, please, everybody. Thank you so much. That's exactly the kind of reception that they deserve for all the wonderful, wonderful conversation that they shared over here. Thank you so much. And on that note, we'll be now moving on to the final session of the summit, and then we move on to the awards. This is going to be a fireside chat. I'll quickly request some help regarding removal of the chairs. We just need 2 chairs on stage. 2 chair rakh ke beech wale, you can remove the remaining. The final session is going to be a fireside chat. This is going to be about omnichannel storytelling, delivering seamless and emotionally resonant experiences. This is going to be the subject for the fireside chat right now. That's set to unfold right in front of all of you over here before the awards. This is about omnichannel storytelling, delivering seamless and emotionally resonant experiences. Just 2 chairs on stage. खाली वो चेयर लेके जाओ. एक खाली. Sorted. Just put this in the middle, please, thoda sa. Yeah. Thank you so much. And extra water bottles also you can take away from. Just keep 2. 2 रख दीजिए. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly move on to the final session of this very, very fascinating day. This is the FINIXX Summit and Awards 2025. Conversation that's set to unfold right now is about omnichannel storytelling, delivering seamless and emotionally resonant experiences. We have our speakers right now over here. I'm going to be calling them on stage. I'm going to be first calling up on stage our session chair, and then I'm going to be calling up on stage our speaker, and then I'll be requesting both of them to join me on stage together. The session is going to be moderated by Harmeet Arora, who's the Honorable VP, Corporate Communications, PR and Events at Zaggle. And he's going to be joined on stage by Alok Arya, the Chief Marketing Officer, Equintis Wealth Advisory Services. A big, big, big round of applause for both of them, please. They're concluding the FINIXX Summit over here. Thank you so much, sir. Pleasure to have you. A pleasure to have you, sir. I'll request both of you to please take your seats. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, the final session is all set to unfold right now. Can we keep the energy and momentum high right till the very end? Thank you, sir, and over to you.
Hello. Thank you so much for the introduction. Good to be on the last panel. I think they've kept the best for the last. That's the way I would believe. So I would want to make this session a little more interactive. So we'll not just keep it a monologue. I will ask some questions in between. I'll expect the audiences to reply. The best guy will win beer on the house. So, just be ready. We have a very interesting session, which is all about omni-channel storytelling, delivering seamless and emotionally resonant experiences, right? Let's be frank, right? Today, the customers don't, they live your brand, right? They are watching you on a reel. They're visiting your website. They are going in a store. At the same time, they are interacting with the bot, right? So it's all in one, right? Now that's where the challenge comes for marketers, that how do you deliver a seamless experiences across all these channels, right? Which has to be connected, authentic, at the same time also feeling human, right? Because you can't talk to the bot all the time, right? And that's where we're going to be talking today and discussing that. How can we make this entire omnichannel experiences more purposeful? It needs to have personality and also have some emotional depth, right? So I have a very able and experienced panelists along with me. We'll dive straight into the set of questions that we've worked. But with every question, I'm going to ask a question to the audiences. It's not really a question कि कितना सोना है वो जवाब देना है, but your views on what do you think of this particular experience, right? The first one, Alok, welcome on board. How has omnichannel storytelling helped your brand, Equintis Wealth, built a very stronger emotional connection with clients across digital and in-personal channels, which is your more mode of connecting with audiences?
All right. Good evening, everyone. I know we are sitting between the drinks and the dinner and the awards. So what I would request everyone to maybe let go of your phone screens, because I see 70% of the audience just with their screens and busy. So let's maybe respect each other's time and have a healthy conversation. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from some of the questions that you ask. So I don't know how many of you even heard the question, though we were chatting outside the room that how these questions seemingly were straight out of ChatGPT, right? तो जब हम questions पढ़ रहे थे, हमें ऐसा लग रहा था कि किसी ने ChatGPT में डाला कि panel है, 5 questions पूछने, give me the questions and out. But let me
जवाब 10 आए थे, 5 select
so let me break it down very simply. Our conversation will be around how brands are being relevant, how brands are being emotionally relevant rather, and hence translating their stories into business. And just to answer the first question, how Equintis does that through omni-channel, I would say, experiences. For many of you, you would not know what is Equintis and what do we do. Don't feel bad, because the category of investment advisors doesn't exist today. We are a SEBI-registered investment advisor and a niche fintech and a Sunicon. A Sunicon maybe in 2 years. For some of you who would be still curious to know about our story, we just were covered by the great Indian disruptors on Hotstar today. So our story is live on Hotstar. You can go there and see what we do. So Equentis is an advisor who studies people profiles, their behavioral traits, their life goals, their life journeys, and will advise you how to go about wealth creation if your preferred chosen track is the stock market. In a nutshell, being emotionally resonant, it's not an option for us because unlike any other product or category, we're not selling something which is you can pay money and take it from us. We build a portfolio for you which is only fructifying in long term. When I say long term, a minimum horizon of 5 to 10 years is what you need when you come to a SEBI-registered advisor for you to build wealth in the stock market. And when I say build wealth, wealth is not 10% return or 50% return. Wealth is generational. Wealth is something that you could be very proud of, that I invested in something with clear goal and consistently remained on it, and then hence let the compounding part take over it. We actually, are in the business of creating trusted relationships. So that's how we define our brand purpose. And across channels or across touch points, be it the first time when you look at the lead form and you fill it in, or the first call that you receive from our wealth counselors, or the first feedback call that you receive, everything is designed very, very carefully, keeping in mind that we need to have a very, very high EQ. EQ is emotional quotient. So when we say emotional quotient, it's not just 2 words for us, because when a customer subscribes to our services, he or she doesn't get any product or service in return. The only thing that he or she gets is promise of maybe his portfolio growing 3x or 4x or 5x in a due time of 5 to 10 years. So unless we could really help the customer understand what's in for him or her, unless we help them buy rather than trying to sell, which is in a way to understand their life goals, to understand their risk profile, to understand maybe, what are their likes and dislikes when it comes to choosing a place of residence. Why? Because everything involves money, right? And we are into utilizing that money to ploy it in the markets and hence generate return for them. And hence we cannot discount anywhere the emotional, the trust, or the empathy in the conversation. So our CLMs, the customer life cycle management journeys, are built very, very sensitively, keeping in mind different cohorts, meaning someone in Visakhapatnam has a completely different wealth creation definition versus someone in Andheri, right? Someone who's 30 years old has a completely different mindset versus someone who's 45. I was listening to the last panel and honestly, I was feeling a little scared. I don't know why these young guys were saying Hamari generation and Unki generation, because I think all of the people in this room are in the same generation at least. So it's just a mindset. I mean, and the mindset is now. Everyone wants everything now, be it a cola or be it a pair of socks or be it, instant returns from the stock market. But unless, at least in our business, we hear the customer properly, decode the behavioral economics part, and then start the conversation, it is just impossible for us to crack this. And just to let you know, today we serve roughly about 60,000 plus customers across the country and some parts of the globe. And none of these customers, I would say, are in the zone wherein we don't know exactly what goes into their life. We have something called as customer kundali internally that we have created. We exactly know their life stages, we exactly know their life goals, and we exactly know how far are they from life goals. And hence we have a very, very high retention rate. So it's just about understanding the entire, I would say, customer lifetime value. In a way, it's decoded. You can picturize it. Okay, ye mera customer hai, today he is 35. In 3 years, he has discussed that, okay, he's going to plan a family, first home in Bombay, first luxury sedan, and then he's going to go to his Swiss, I would say, holiday also. You have to have all that on the table. And for that, if you don't have emotional resonance, I'm sorry, no one is even interested to, talk about it. So it's extremely critical.
Interesting. So, quick raise of hands. Any financial brand that you remember which has mastered the art of storytelling, omni-channel storytelling, India or globally? Any one brand? Show of hand, beer on the house. The correct answer would have got, if it matches with our speaker, would have got a prize, yeah, which is beyond a beer. Guys, come on, be interactive, yeah. Earlier panelists, आप लोग बैठे हो बताइए, any good brand that you know who has mastered the art of storytelling, omni-channel storytelling, India globally?
I think we should ask a different question. How many of you invest? Like, this is not yes. I don't know whether this is a yes or no. Yes is this, no is this. So, how many of us invest? And mutual funds can keep their hand down. Direct equities can keep their hands up. There you go. So, we have qualitative and quantitative research to tell us what is the reason that is holding you back. But that's the reason that there's no financial brand or as such institution that comes to your mind, because you're not in that space. We have very comfortably outsourced it to, and all thanks to Amphi guys, mutual fund sahi hai. They've been hammering it since the last 20 years, and we are very comfortable parking our money and giving it to fund managers. Zerodha. You invest through Zerodha. But their marketing budget is zero. They don't tell any stories only. But that's an interesting story, They don't tell any story. That's why you remember them. Huh? No, interesting. So Zerodha, it's a unique, I would say, proposition, and it could be first mover advantage. It could be just consistently building the product first so strong that everything snowballs post that. Because Zerodha is a clear-cut example of no marketing dollars spent, but still having the highest market share, right? And in a way, people literally shout at each other, "Arey, tu Zerodha mein account nahi hai tera, to matlab you're missing on to something," right? Yeah, one more. Haan ji. See, I think very, very interesting question, but what's your good name, please? Mihir, a brand is no different from a human. Okay, think of brands as humans. So when you say Zerodha, in a way, Zerodha has been built on the human values of Kamath brothers. So today, why are you saying that? Because जहाँ आप Zerodha सुनते हैं, वहाँ आपको कामत खड़ा मिलता है, right? So this is what Sachin Tendulkar tried to do some 8-10 years back with a brand he launched in retail. Can anyone remember the name? Let me give you a hint. It had blue in it. No? Okay, I'll give you a task. Then you can Google and go back home. You'll find an interesting read. So he tried to, these are back, my future group days when I was in retail. He tried to build a brand by launching it thinking कि मेरे नाम पे brand बिक जाएगा. But then the brand didn't embody the values of Sachin Tendulkar. So what I'm trying to tell you is that brand and human, think of brand as a human only. The values that a human will exhibit, you'll be able to see through a brand. But I think the question was something else. The question was कि आप लोगों के top of the mind में कोई financial institution या कोई investment brand या BFSI brand, does it stand out? The answer maybe we didn't hear. Yeah, maybe Grow. Again, all thanks to the $1 million that they've spent in marketing. Grow, Upstocks, there could be many names. Right?
Okay, I think I'll go to the next one.
But there's a gap.
Thanks for being more interactive. थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो तो अच्छा लगेगा. Coming back to you, right? So the biggest challenge for a category like yours, which is financial advisory, what are the biggest challenges that you face to ensure that the experience is seamless across multiple platforms?
See, interesting. I think I've been fortunate. I've seen the transition from a product era to a brand era, and then now we are in a platform era. So don't think I'm too old, but I've been fortunate being in the right space at the right time. So product era was something, say for instance, a Bata shoe was a utility. That was a product era. कि ठीक है एक shoe है and you go to a brand to buy a particular product and that brand represent a product. ठीक है? Then we came into a brand era wherein brand started mushrooming. So if I talk about the BFSI broking and investment space, there were only a couple of brokers. And it was a very, very high, I would say, entry barrier space. So they were conventional brokers. I don't know if you would have heard of some of those names even. There was a name called Carvey. There was a name called SMC, etc., etc. And then came Zerodha, boom. Then came Upstocks, Grow. Everybody wanted to lure people like all of us and ask them to start trading. Why? Because a broker gets money every time you buy and sell, right? So this was the brand era. And today it's the platform era. In the last 4 years, I'll tell you some names which you would have heard, but you wouldn't have used. Say, for example, Deserve. You've heard it? Everyone has heard Deserve? Right. Everyone has heard Lakshmi? Have you heard Lakshmi? It's a brand which is only catering to women for their investment. It's started by Preeti Rathi, who's the daughter of Anand Rathi. Have you heard of it? No, women should. I mean, you should. It's a great brand. So I'm saying it's all about, have you heard of Dhan? They recently became a unicorn. So what I'm trying to hint out here is that the platform era is all about making a sexy product. When I say sexy product, it's like, it's so seamless that you just enter, do what you're supposed to do and exit. Seamless. Right? So it's all about efficiency. It's all about design, and design is not just restricted to the look and feel. It's all about the elements which enable you to take your decision faster, clearer, and enables you to come back repetitively. So this is the platform era. Now this is the biggest challenge for us. Why? Because we are a closed app right now. When I say closed app, meaning you cannot access our app unless you're subscribed. Unless you've paid us the money, you'll not be able to download the Equentis app. I mean, download kar sakte ho, lekin aage nahi badhega. So the beauty is that, suppose if I have an app which is only accessible after the subscription, I'm left with only push mediums to look at data from. So let us look at the digital platforms that the customer access. It's Meta, it's WhatsApp, it's emails, it's RCS now, and then all sorts of ads that these platforms offer. Those are the platforms. Now, when customer is interacting, say someone supposedly came to our website and dropped in a lead, that is through the website. Someone filled in a native lead ad on Facebook, someone Google ad, search ad, etc., etc. So these are all platforms wherein we get the customer footprint, right? Now, when all of this data, we have to combine it and look at it holistically to weave a story for us to pitch and for us to define cohorts. That's the biggest challenge. Because data is scattered, right? So how do? You send out 1 million emails a day. You send out maybe half a million WhatsApp because it's getting expensive. 80 paisa per message, right? All of the marketers here would be aware. Then you send an RCS, which is now maybe trying to take up market share from WhatsApp. And then you try and decode कि मेरा open rate on email is dropping. Maybe it used to be 12-13%. Now it is at 7-8%. Then you will look at your content. Your WhatsApp delivery is good because any which ways people are just waiting for the ping to happen. But how many CTAs? Has your CTR dropped or increased? Then you will try and tie it back to your email communication because you're customizing message for both platforms. So the question which needs to be addressed is that how all of us as marketers tie this whole data together to ultimately form the brand narrative and to ultimately give the customer something more tangible on which him or her can take an action. So that's the biggest challenge.
So hearing him, the challenges and also the strategy about omnichannel storytelling. Any raise of hands of any mistakes that somebody should avoid while telling omnichannel story? We all are marketers here. I think we all can speak our heart out. Any mistake that somebody should avoid in the omnichannel storytelling? Anyone?
I think we have a very decent audience. They're not in a mood to ask any questions. Let me tell you a mistake that I have made a couple of times and miserably failed. And I think it's good to share your failures because at least people could learn from them. What we try and do is that in the interest of time and we're always running as marketeers behind chasing one campaign after the other. We try and use the same communication message across platforms. ईमेल पे भी वही जा रहा है, व्हाट्सएप पे भी वही जा रहा है, आरसीएस पे भी वही जा रहा है, फेसबुक पे भी वही ऐड है, गूगल सर्च ऐड भी वही है. Right? The same 20-liner message on email, if you try and replicate on WhatsApp, you're setting up for failure. So my suggestion, whenever you look at a communication piece, please don't look at it as a brand owner or as a brand representative from the agency, because most of you guys represent either an agency or a brand. First, be a customer. Just step back. Think, अगर ये message मुझे WhatsApp पे आता, and then you sort of sign it off whether it is okay or not. The moment you start doing this, I think 90% of the problem will be solved. You will be in a far better position to take a informed call. This will not work on WhatsApp. Same is the thing with social media. You know, when my team comes to me and says, listen, we need to have this content calendar for Instagram and, you know, we need your sign off. They come back with 15 posts for 15 days. First, I tell them, let's not do too many things. Let's do less, but do them properly. Second, I have these young girls who are superbly excited about Instagram. Why? Because they feel that, you know, if Kim Kardashian could build a brand, why can't we? I said, yeah, of course you can. But the point is, the content that you are showing to me, will you put it out on your handle? No, for my handle, I'll maybe do a couple of stories first, then see which story got more likes, then use the same color template. There's nothing wrong in this. But I'm saying when we start thinking as, you know, if our credit card was the credit card that is actually linked to the Meta account, which is, you know, paying the bills right now, we will think of it differently. So one piece of advice to all, I'll not say advice because we are advisors, and trust me, the panel last, I mean, one guy, Deepak was here, Deepak Khurana, right? He said nobody needs an advice. That's absolutely true. Nobody needs advice. Kisi ko gyan nahi chahiye. Something if you need is maybe some real life stuff that you did and failed. And hence I'm saying don't fail. Please be a customer. Anything that you want to do, just check. And check it on this screen. Don't check on your desktops. Right? Okay.
Last question to you is that how do you really measure the consistency across multiple customer journeys? Because you have online, offline, in person. So how do you really measure the consistency across the multiple customer journeys?
I think good question. For most of the brands, it's important that there is a measurable, I would say, metric that you can pick a finger on. Otherwise, I can tell you with all the honesty that 90% of the brands today think of social media as just an engagement tool. Let me tell you the truth. We are a digital first brand. 100% of our business comes from the digital ecosystem, the ads that we generate and the revenue. We are profitable, number one. We are a subscription-based business, number two. We crossed 100 crore ARR last year, number three. Number four, there is no physical way that customer can get in touch with us. So social media is the only business channel that we have, right? So when you ask that, how do we measure it? I think the journeys are so scientific that from the first moment when someone drops in a lead, we exactly know what he or she needs, which is the instant gratification that, okay, hey, listen, we have received your lead. As soon as you drop in a lead, bang, there's a WhatsApp inbox which introduces us, and in a very human manner. Mostly it's, either me or Manish, who's a founder, who's talking that, okay, this is who we are, this is what we do. Here you can find more about us. Very human, right? Just like you talk to a friend. That's number one. First step in the journey. Second step in the journey, there is a 14-day customer journey for emails. Aaj aapki lead generate hui. Day one, there is a very scientific process to tell us every time that, okay, day one is this email, day two is this, day three is this. 14-day emails. Followed up by parallel WhatsApps. And we exactly are measuring each and every click on email, on WhatsApp. It's orchestrated. So my dashboard tells me that, okay, this customer clicked on the first WhatsApp, then opened the third email, and then spoke to your service representative. So I have a journey map. And then we have shadow journeys to measure this. When I say shadow journeys, there'll be a parallel response loop, which is the customer service team, which is in a way calling the potential customer regularly, saying, sir, you would have received this WhatsApp. He said, nahi, wo to nahi mila. Sir, you would have received this email today. Yeah, I received that email and I clicked on it. So that's the reverse feedback loop mechanism, and I think it's working brilliantly. Let me give you a classic example, right? Father's Day just went back, right? When was Father's Day? Mother's Day, everyone remembers. Women's Day, everyone remembers. Father's Day, anyone? Sorry? You're a good daughter. So when Father's Day was there, 90% of the brands in the BFSI space stood up and said, be a good father. Start your investment journey today. Be a good father. Buy insurance for your children. Be a good father. Buy gold for your daughter. Uski shaadi karni hai. Be a good father, do this. Be a good father, do that. I mean, as a father of two now, I believe that fathers by heart are good people. So we just stepped back. We said, let's do something which in a way at least makes our potential customers stop. We said, this Father's Day, don't just invest in markets. Invest in milestones. Invest in moments that matter more. And we built a very beautiful, narrative. It was a film that we shot internally with our employees in our office. Luckily, we have a studio internal, so, we don't have that running around with the agency folks. That film was our highest performing asset. We had invested roughly about single-digit lakh to make that film internally. And the ROI that we got was 35x, double-digit crores. Meaning, we exactly knew that these people who are recent fathers are stressed for one thing, that they don't get time to spend with their children. We just said that. We said, market ka kaam hamare pe chhod do, you spend time making milestones, and that's how they could relate with the brand. Now, please understand that this is not just a cute little message that went out on social media and suddenly people started going and paying us money, acha yellow subscription, and become my wealth advisor today. No. It was a multi-channel orchestrated journey from the first time that the lead came. We exactly know he's clicked on the Father's Day ad and has come here. We exactly knew that he's in that mindset of he wants to spend time with his children. And we exactly knew that if his children are small and he wants to spend time, he would have further goals of sending them to an Ivy school or maybe, planning their future better. So this was an orchestrated journey. And when we saw the results, we were actually, zonged in a very happier way. Because the money that we had put was maybe peanuts. But the story is not just getting the customer in. The story is retaining him also. The story is about maintaining the lifetime value of the customer, and hence you need to be consistent. But let me again, I would want to finally share a learning here, again, which is from many, many failures. Please don't think that one fine day your brand can stand up and say Happy Father's Day and jadoo ho jayega. See, first you have to build a very strong product. The strong product will lead to trials. The trials will lead to more brand usage. The more usage will lead to brand associations. And finally, the emotional storytelling will convert these associations into brand loyalty and trust. So you have to understand this is a 4-step process. You can't straight up go to any new brand or any new company. If you're an agency side, please go and tell them first build a fantastic product, a robust product which solves the purpose. Emotional storytelling doesn't do magic. It has to be done at the right time. Nike became Nike in 60 years, right? Fog chal raha hai, bahut saalon tak fog hi chalta raha. You know what I'm saying, right? So a message has to be consistent, but it needs to have a strong product at the base of it. How many of you have iPhones? 17s? 17s. Very good. I'm so proud of you guys. I'll tell you why. 16s? 16s? Next time you buy the new iPhone, just ask this question, okay? Would I have bought it if nobody else would see what phone do I use? Can I repeat? Would you buy the new iPhone if nobody else would actually know that you're using a new iPhone? I'll just leave it there. I'll tell you maybe offline why did I ask this question.
Thanks so much. Yeah, very interesting stuff you're doing. And you started by saying for a brand that is unknown, but great stuff which is happening. So Last question to the audience before the speaker, gives his view on that. One word that you want to describe about the future of omnichannel, omnichannel experiences. Anyone? One word. Last one for the house before we break for awards.
Go ahead.
Please.
These are 7 words. It is important, basically. 3 words. Come, you'll come to one. Important.
One single question that I wanted to ask you, on same storytelling lines, you just described about the content that is going on Hotstar. How do you measure these contents? Because this is the journey of a founder as per his vision when he was starting the company, and till what scale it has grown up to. Is there any measuring factor behind this content, or this was just that you wanted to show it, or this was...
Good question. Very good question. I know how you're thinking and why you're thinking. Most of the marketing stuff happens to keep the corner offices happy. Am I right? You understand corner offices? There's something called as hippo. You know what is hippo? HIPPO. Apart from the ugly looking animal. Hippo stands for highest paid person's opinion. You know what is this? No? Okay, good that I made some of you laugh, but that's true. So usually a lot of marketing stuff, a lot of, I would say, and I'll not shy away, when I was a brand manager maybe 15 years back, I used to do some of the stuff so that, I'll get a good appraisal rating. But the business acumen, of course, develops over time. There's nothing wrong or right in this, but let me tell you the reason why we did this. Like I said, Equentis, as a brand, there is a lack of awareness, right? All of us have studied good MBA principles of awareness, interest, desire, action. So there's no awareness, number one. Number two, the category does not exist. People don't feel the need of having an investment advisor in the stock market. Why? Because nobody needs an advice. We have Neha Nagar, we have Sharan Hegde, and we have millions of YouTubers who are giving advices left, right, and center. And we have our friends and Chachu and Mamu who gives us advice ki acha beta aaj Vedanta le lo, kal you'll go up. See, they don't like us. So what I'm trying to tell you is that it's just about ensuring that this asset that we have put out there is a sales aid for my sales team. Today, my sales team, which was spending 15 minutes in the pitch of roughly about 25-30 minutes, which is, we call it a good pitch, GP. Good pitch matlab, सारा मैसेज हो जाना था कस्टमर को चला गया 15 मिनट उसमें ही जाती थी इक्वेंटिस है क्या. This film officially went live today, but is live on the Hotstar platform for the past 3-4 days. And trust me, by now we have covered the price. Because the 15-minute pitch has now become a 3-minute pitch. You know, what do the sales guys say, the smart ones? Sir, we are Equentis, we are SEBI-registered investment advisor. We are the biggest one in India. And we are the only investment advisor which Hotstar covers on its platform. The customer says, Hotstar matlab? Hotstar Jio Hotstar? मतलब आप वहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हो आप? No, they have covered the story of our founder and how we made Equentis. But why have they covered? So because we are doing some disruption. What do you mean by disruption? So disruption meaning we are wanting to build a category and there is no investment advisor in India. Okay, there is no investment advisor in India. Why do you say so? Because sir, in 20 crore Demat accounts, there are only 900 investment advisors. Boom. That's the truth. The person goes, this is a standard pitch that we wrote 3 days back. The person goes, Googles, investment advisors in India. सिर्फ 900 से 1000 के बीच में है. Those two are individuals, not institutional level जिसके पास, we have roughly about 60,000 customers today. So the sales pitch has come to 3 minutes. So earlier my sales guy was making 80 to 90 calls a day with some 7 to 8 GPs or DCs, detailed conversations or good pitches. Today that number in 3 days has become 2x. So he's able to make 14. Now out of 7 GPs, we were easily converting 20%. मतलब अगर 8 GP करी तो 1.6, 1.7 conversions, which has become 2x. So I've already covered the cost. So it's a sales aid. Think of content as an enabler. Either it helps the customer or helps your CEO and you, of course, to build your revenue targets. That's how you become a businessman, right? So think of business. Don't think of vanity metrics as a brand manager or as a brand owner or as an agency owner. Once you start thinking business, trust me, there's the world that is waiting for people like you.
Anyone else for a one word before we wrap the session? Authentic.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, you need to be authentic, of course.
Final words from you.
No, I think, like I said, ensure that you keep the customer first. Your North Star should always be the customer, whether you're selling a pair of socks or you're selling cars or you're selling homes or selling, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, marketing should not feel like marketing. Real marketing actually doesn't feel like marketing. It should feel like a service. It should feel like you're trying to help someone. And hence people, consider you as brand and not just as a transaction. Because today, the age that we are in, brands are mushrooming, but very few of them will go and become Tatas of tomorrow, right? So Tatas is one name that comes to synonymous to the biggest brands and the global brands. Of course, Apple is there, then Google is there. But these brands took some strong measures that they were always keeping the customer first, solving for the customer problems, and then trying to think that, okay, how do we build a campaign out of it?
Thank you. Thank you so much for being a very interactive audience compared to the earlier sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Fantastic stuff indeed. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This was the final session of the FINIXX Summit 2025. A big round of applause as we conclude, and we are slowly all set to move forward with the awards very, very soon. Can we please quickly clear the chairs from stage? They're starting with my AV, फिर मैं इवेंट पे जा रहा हूँ, इवेंट में मतलब स्टेज पे जा रहा हूँ, then मैं इवेंट AV बोल रहा हूँ, फिर स्पॉन्सर AV बोल रहा हूँ, फिर इवेंट AV अभी तो डायरेक्ट उसके बाद मैं जाके स्पॉन्सर AV कर दूंगा, स्पॉन्सर AV होने के बाद फिर मैं प्रेजेंटर्स को बुलाऊंगा, फिर अवार्ड्स चालू. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please kindly remain settled and please kindly hold on to your horses as we are all set to begin with the awards right now. The FINIXX Awards 2025. It's going to be truly, truly engaging indeed. We all have waited for this for quite some time. And this is going to be truly, truly fascinating indeed. All the hard work that you all have put forward is going to be yielding results right at this very evening. So brace yourselves for something truly, truly special. Starting with the awards. We're starting with the awards. Can we have all of you inside, please, if you don't mind? All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You have truly been a very, very fantastic audience indeed. Before we move to the awards, all of you, especially the ones who have been here with us right since morning, can I please request all of you to clap for yourselves for being such a fabulous, fabulous audience. Thank you so much. This is Mumbai. The spirit of Mumbai needs to be shown in the clapping. Everybody, or zor se please. 1, 2, and 3, yes. Thank you so much. We're all set to get going with the awards right now. We're going to be celebrating excellence over here in this very special evening. But prior to that, we'll take a quick look at an introduction of your host for today's evening. Can we please have the AV?
Summit and Awards Asia 2024. My name is Shubhajit Ghosh and I am an anchor, MC and YouTube celebrity talk show host. And it's my pleasure and honor to be hosting all of you over here in this wonderful event.
Z5, give a huge shout out to the entire team of Berlin. Once again, please, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We will now be
In a time like this, the subject of S-board and A-board.
Hi, this is Vidya Balan and you're watching me on Shubhajit's YouTube channel. I'm very happy to have done the interview with him. I'm very happy that he's set up his own YouTube channel and this was fun. It's always easy talking to you.
Thank you.
Good luck and God bless.
Hi, मैं हूँ रितेश देशमुख और आप मुझे देख रहे हो शुभजीत के YouTube चैनल पर. लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब और शेयर भी करो.
Hi, this is Imran Hashmi और आप मुझे देख रहे हैं शुभजीत के YouTube चैनल पर.
Hi, this is Bobby Deol. You're watching me on Shubhajit's show, and I'm really happy to be on it. He wanted me to be on it. It wasn't happening, and finally it happened because he manifested it. So all the best to you, Shubhajit. Lots of love.
Suddenly हम लोग जाग गए. हाँ.
Suddenly जाग गए आपको. जल्दी करो, जल्दी.
We love that spirit.
Yes. वो गिफ्ट हैम्पर वाला पहले कर लो. वो है उधर है. मेरे पास.
तो वैसा तो नहीं. वो देखो क्या है.
भाई मेरे दोस्तों, जंगल जो होता है, जंगल में we usually say that you know the lion is the king. जितने भी लोग हैं यहाँ पे प्लीज और जोर से ताली बजाएंगे इनके लिए प्लीज.
Such a wonderful voice.
ये आवाज फिनिक्स लग रही है. आपसे एक चीज सीखनी है मुझे, आपसे वॉइस मॉड्यूलेशन सीखनी है.
Couple is also to arrive in some time. But before that, I see a lot of high-spirited energy over here.
All right, good evening, Mumbai. How are you all feeling today? Only 1 or 2 people are saying great. Mumbai is known for its love, right? On a countdown of 1, 2, and 3, Mumbai, how are you all feeling today at the FINIXX Awards 2025? और थोड़ा जोर से बेस बढ़ सकता है, please. 1, 2, and 3. How are you all feeling, Mumbai? Super stuff. Thank you so much, sir. Love the energy in the house. First of all, a big, big thank you to all of you for being with us over here. We are truly, truly grateful to have your presence over here at the FINIXX Awards 2025. Like I mentioned in the very beginning, this is about celebrating your excellence, all the wonderful work that you all have been doing in the BFSI sector. Tonight, it's going to be a really, really special night, and we're going to be honoring each and every excellent individual who deserves every bit of an appreciation. Like I truly always mention that no event is genuinely successful without the support of the partners and the sponsors. So we would like to take out a quick moment to have a look at our sponsor AV for the day so that we can get an idea about who are our partners for the day. Can we quickly have a look at the partner AV, please?
We all love choices. They help us personalize, refine, and make every decision our own. When we walk into a departmental store, we get options designed for someone like us. You browse, compare, and pick what fits you best. What if consumer insights are available in the same way? Where marketers could browse through limitless choices. Insights that are not just unique, but based on transactional behavior. With Audience Pro, marketers get sharper consumer insights fueled by over 1,800 deterministic segments that are generated from a massive scale of over 640 million consumer profiles. Limitless segments means limitless insights. Insights that are available on demand and easy to activate across Google, Meta, programmatic, and beyond. Audience Pro, India's #1 on-demand, zero-storage consumer intelligence platform, providing deterministic insights that have elevated marketing efficiency by 10 to 25% across platforms, trusted by 350-plus brands, giving marketer the necessary flywheel of efficiency. Audience Pro, turning deterministic consumer insights into marketing efficiency.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual advertising solution with a multi-format approach. Hybe. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation.
AI vision advertising platform Vox offers eye-catching ads that are embedded into images and article content. Bright formats have high visibility, while non-standard mechanics and artificial intelligence capabilities create wow impressions. Overcome banner blindness with Vox.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronize TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
changes every day with every season and every mood. So why box it as one type? With magical blends, you can solve all your skin concerns using our unique skincare system with 6 active serums and 2 nourishing moisturizers. With the power of plant-based actives, no nasties, Magical Blends is dermatologically tested and safe for all skin types, for both men and women. Explore powerful combos from our website for targeted action. Customizable, effective for glowing, radiant skin, always. Your skin.
Everybody and her entire team at Adgully. Or Zor se taali, please, for the entire team of Adgully. They've been doing this FINIXX Awards year after year, and they have been making it all the way more successful. We're all set to get going with the awards right now, ladies and gentlemen. And trust me when I say this, this is going to be a spectacular evening. I'll request all our winners to please stay with us right till the very end of the show for a special group photograph with all of you, which is a part of an important coverage. So I'll request all of you to remain with us right till the very end for the group photograph. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to be calling up on stage our honorable presenters for the first set of awards. To do the honors for the first set of awards, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Deepak Khurana, who's the honorable CEO and co-founder at VServe Audience Pro, alongside Mr. Alok Arya, who's the Chief Marketing Officer at Equintis Wealth Advisory Services. Ladies and gentlemen, FINIXX Awards it is. Our first set of presenters, in ke liye zor se taali, please. It's a pleasure to have both of you. Thank you so much. The fabulous, fabulous duo. Can I please have both of you on stage? Truly, truly rocking it in every way, sir. Thank you so much. All right, the stage is set. We're all ready. Let's move on to the first award. First award over here, ladies and gentlemen, is for the best branding campaign. And it goes to, give it up for HSBC Mutual Fund. They've been nominated by Hybrid and Watt Media Private Limited. They've been winning this for the campaign HSBC Mutual Fund Retirement Campaign. Can I please have our winners on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is pumping up. Can I have all of you? Clap, clap, yes. All our winners in the house, they need to feel special. Come on, yes. Big congratulations, best branding campaign. Congratulations to our winners from HSBC Mutual Fund. Another feather added to the cap. A big round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. On that note, we'll now move on to the next award. This is going to be about the best integrated digital campaign, banking sector. Give it up for IndusInd Bank, ladies and gentlemen. That's one name roaring in the house. IndusInd Bank. They win it for the campaign. Drop the label. What a mic drop moment indeed for them. Drop the label. That's the campaign. IndusInd Bank it is. Congratulations. Congratulations to you and your entire team. A big round of applause. Thank you so much. On that note, बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. Brace yourselves for the best integrated digital campaign NBFC sector. This one goes to Home Credit. Give it up for Home Credit, ladies and gentlemen. They've been nominated by ARM Worldwide. They win it for the campaign Home Credit, small path to a brighter tomorrow. Can we please have the team of Home Credit over here, the team of ARM Worldwide? Can we have all of you over here, please? Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, there they are, our winners from Home Credit and ARM Worldwide. इनके लिए जोर से तालियों की गूंज, please everybody, if I may request. Our esteemed winners result of a lot of hard work and consistency throughout. Thank you. We'll now move on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be about best use of digital for financial literacy, financial services. No brownie points for guessing. This goes to Kotak Securities Limited. A huge, huge congratulations to Kotak Securities Limited. Can we have our winners from Kotak Securities Limited over here, please? There they come, one after the other. Congratulations to our winners. Big round of applause. Kotak Securities Limited. Thank you so much. We'll move on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen. This one is the Best Performance Marketing Campaign, Insurance Sector. Once again, no guesses needed. It's SBI General Insurance, nominated by Pure Tech Digital. A big round of applause for SBI General Insurance. Congratulations to Pure Tech Digital. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards night is in शुरुआत है. Can I please have some more participation from all of you? It's your entire BFSI community seeking your cooperation and presence to celebrate their spectacular victories. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll now move on to our next award. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. This time, it's now the best branded content on TV. Give it up for Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Best branded content on TV. Result, consistency, and sheer brilliance. Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Congratulations, team Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. On that note, we'll now move on to the next award. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for the most creative use of print. Once again, stellar powerhouse indeed. Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Congratulations. The award is yours. You have been nominated by Mindshare, and the campaign is ABSLMF, Believer of India. You guys have believed. Congratulations to all of you over here. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. We have the entire squad over here. Squad goals, इसी को कहते हैं. That is what it is. Congratulations to all of you. It's time for some celebration. We look forward to those engaging moments on social media. Thank you. Moving on to the next award. It's now time for Excellence in Digital Rural Marketing, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for TVS Credit. All the credit goes to them. TVS Credit. It is. Can we have the team of TVS Credit over here on stage, please? Do we have our winners from TVS Credit? I believe not. So, बाद में वो लोग वीडियो देखेंगे तो हम लोग ताली बजा सकते हैं for them, right? Give it up for TVS Credit, please, everybody. Thank you. Moving on to the next one. This one is the best SEO strategy banking sector. Congratulations, Axis Bank. It is, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Pure Tech Digital. You're dominating, and how? This one is yours, Axis Bank. Best SEO strategy banking sector, Axis Bank. Congratulations, Axis Bank. That's the power of the squad, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, everybody. GST नहीं है, ताली बजाने में आप लोग बजा सकते हो दिल खोल के. Yes, that's how we do it. Thank you. Congratulations to the entire team of Axis Bank. We look forward to your winning moments. And of course, you can share your winning moments using the hashtag FINIXX Awards 2025. We look forward to celebrating with you, of course, digitally and socially. Thank you. Gentle reminder to all our winners to please remain with us right till the very end of the awards for a spectacular group photograph. Thank you. Moving on, the next award. It's now time for the best SEO strategy Fintech sector. Give it up for Policy Bazaar. Leading and how it is, Policy Bazaar. Nominated by Athenos Digital Marketing. Congratulations to the fabulous team of Policy Bazaar. Badhai ho. Congratulations, team Policy Bazaar. dominating and how in the best SEO strategy for the fintech sector. Truly all the great work is yielding results. Thank you. Moving on to the next one. This is the best SEO strategy insurance sector. Can we have a huge round of applause for our winners from Acco Insurance, nominated by Teamology Softtech and Media Services. Calling our winners from Teamology and Acco Insurance. You win it for the campaign. Acco climbs to #1 in motor insurance SEO. Congratulations, Acco. Congratulations, Teamology. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for the best static OH campaign. Get ready. It's Aditya Birla Sun Life Insurance. Congratulations. Campaign है ABSLI. बूढ़े होके क्या बनोगे? Congratulations. Best static OH campaign is yours. Aditya Birla Sun Life Insurance. Static at its very best. इसी बात पे बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award. It's now time for the best use of social media banking sector. Give it up for our winners from Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Congratulations, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. You have been nominated by 21 and 78E Creative Labs for the campaign Men Being Men International Men's Day 2024. Do we have our winners? Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. I believe not, so you know the drill, what we need to do when they see the video later. Come on, everybody, clap for them, please. Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, yes. Thank you. Moving on to the next award, it's now time for Best Use of Social Media Financial Institution. This one goes to, no surprises, BSE India. Congratulations to the team of BSE India. You have been nominated by Howl Digital for the campaign SEBI versus Scam. Congratulations. All of you to be over there at the center for the group photograph. Congratulations, Howl Digital. Congratulations to all our winners over here from BSE India. We'll move to the next one. It's now time for best use of social media NBFC sector. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know them. Bajaj FinServ it is, dominated by Arm Worldwide for the campaign Bajaj FinServ Loan Fest. Can we have our winners from Bajaj FinServ over here? Congratulations to our winners from Bajaj FinServ. Congratulations to our winners from Arm Worldwide. Big round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. On the countdown of 1, 2, and 3, we can begin the appreciation from here. Yes, thank you. Congratulations to Bajaj FinServ. We'll move on to the next award. This one is Best Multi-Format OH Execution. Once again, another one, another feather added to the cap. Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Multi-format OH execution में आप ही कमाल हो, आप ही माहिर हो. Congratulations, Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Congratulations to our winners from Motilal Oswal Financial Services. We'll move to the next one. It's now time for the best use of video marketing NBFC sector. Give it up for Shriram Finance, ladies and gentlemen. Nominated by Think Result and PhD. Congratulations. A huge shout out to our winners from Shriram Finance. They win it for best use of video marketing NBFC sector. request our esteemed presenters to please kindly take their seats. Thank you so much. Give our first set of presenters a big round of applause, please, everybody, if I may request. Thank you. I'm going to be calling upon stage our esteemed presenters for the next set of awards. Can I please have Jignesh Shah from Think Result and Gulrez Alam from Teamology, please, over here as esteemed presenters for the next set of awards. Thank you, sir. Pleasure to have you. May I please have Mr. Gulrez Alam from Teamology over here. Give him a big round of applause, please, Mr. Gulrez Alam. Thank you. Is for Best Customer Acquisition Campaign. Give it up for Bajaj Markets, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Bajaj Markets. You win it for scalable and, most importantly, cost-efficient customer growth. Bajaj Markets. We'll move to our next award. It's now time for the best customer retargeting strategy, the fintech sector. We're all using it every now and then. Give it up for Paytm, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Global Media. Congratulations, Paytm. Congratulations, Global Media. Can we please have our winners from Global Media and Paytm, please, over here? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Congratulations. Best customer retargeting strategy fintech sector is yours, Paytm. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next one. It's now time for the best customer retargeting strategy NBFC sector. No brownie points for guessing. Bajaj FinServ it is at its very best. Congratulations. Congratulations, Bajaj FinServ. Nominated by Arm Worldwide. You win it for Bajaj FinServ Personal Loan Performance Lead. Congratulations, thank you. Moving on to the next award, it's now time for the best real-time marketing campaign. Once again, another one. Ladies and gentlemen, Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Nominated by M Canvas this time. You win it for the campaign, Aditya Birla Sun Life Investor Education. Great job indeed in that space. Congratulations, team Aditya Birla Sun Life. Congratulations, team N Canvas. Congratulations, team Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. To the next award. It's now time for the best rebranding or reinvention strategy. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, everybody in this room, for Kotak Securities Limited. Congratulations, Kotak Securities Limited. You win it for the campaign. Jo tez hai, wo aage hai. Kotak Neo tez, just like you. Congratulations, Kodak Securities Limited. Best rebranding work, reinvention strategy, always a difficult task to do. Very, very well done in that space. We'll move to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for the best ROI-driven affiliate marketing campaign, and it goes to Coin DCX. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody in this room, Coin DCX के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली, please. All our winners from Coin DCX. आ जाइए on stage, everybody. Congratulations to all our winners. Coin DCX, nominated by VServe Offer Deck. Congratulations. Big round of applause for Coin DCX and VServe Offer Deck. On that note, it's now time for the best annual report of the year, ladies and gentlemen. It goes to SBI Caps, nominated by Goldmine Advertising. Congratulations, Goldmine Advertising. Congratulations, SBI Caps. Can we have the respective teams on stage, please? All I can say is that the combination is lethal. SBI Caps and Goldmine Advertising. Combination that has struck gold, and how? Congratulations, Goldmine Advertising. On that note, swiftly flying to the next award, ladies and gentlemen, Best Influencer Marketing Campaign. Give a huge shout out to Kodak 811, Kodak 811. Give it up for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. They've been nominated by Pivot Roots, a house company, for the campaign Kodak 811 Scam Kasiren. Congratulations, Kodak team. A huge shout out to all of you for all the hard work and consistency and lethal brilliance that you put into your game every time. Congratulations to Kodak 811. Congratulations to Pivot Roots. You've been nominated by Pivot Roots. On that note, we move on to the next award. This one is the Excellence in Fintech Acquisition Strategy. Give it up for Navi UPI, nominated by Global Media. Congratulations, Global Media. Congratulations, Navi UPI. The award is yours. Congratulations to our winners from Navi UPI and Global Media. I'll request our esteemed presenters to please kindly take their seats. बहुत shukriya. इनके लिए जोर से ताली, please. Always a selfless start to come and present awards. It's always a happy occasion when you're receiving awards, but it's always a very selfless task when you're giving awards. So thank you so much to all the presenters over here. I'm going to be next calling up on stage our next set of presenters. Can I please have Mr. Harmeet from Zaggle and Mr. Varun Mundra from Motilal Oswal on stage as our esteemed presenters for the next set of awards. Thank you so much. Harmeet ji is back with us after an engaging session. Thank you. And I'll also request Varun Mundra ji to please join us over here. Thank you so much. Varun ji ke liye bhi zor se taali, please, everybody. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the best MarTech innovation. And it goes to Bajaj FinServe, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Arm Worldwide once again. They win it for the campaign, Personal Finance Personalized with AI. AI ka hai zamana, and they have been integrating AI to good effect. And of course, the result is this incredible trophy coming at their end. We move on to our next award right now. It's now time for the best use of rich media campaign. ये टैगलाइन है, टैगलाइन सब बोलते हैं, दिस इज अबाउट म्यूचुअल फंड्स. सही है, कांग्रेचुलेशंस, म्यूचुअल फंड सही है, आप सही हो इसलिए आप जीते हो, कांग्रेचुलेशंस. I request Think Result, nominated by Think Result and Dentsu team to please kindly come up on stage and accept this very special award honor. Mutual funds sahi hai, nominated by Think Result and Dentsu. Nominated by Think Result and Dentsu X. Congratulations, best use of rich media campaign is yours. Mutual fund sahi hai, nominated by Think Result and Dentsu X. All right, we'll now move on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for Excellence in AI-driven Search Marketing. Give it up once again for Acco Insurance. Congratulations, Team Acco Insurance, nominated by Teamology, Softtech and Media Services. ये campaign है Acco's dominance, absolute dominance in GEO plus LLM driven SEO auto insurance. Congratulations, Teamology. Congratulations, Acco Insurance. On that note, we'll now move on to the next one. This one is about best UPI or payment app marketing campaign, the banking sector. Give it up for PayZapp, ladies and gentlemen, by HDFC Bank, nominated by Pivot Roots, Sahavas Company. Congratulations, Pivot Roots. Congratulations, PayZapp by HDFC Bank. Congratulations to all of you are winners from Pivot Roots. बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award. This one is for best UPI or payment app marketing campaign, Fintech sector. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Navi. Ladies and gentlemen, Navi it is. Congratulations. Nominated by BitKinetic. Congratulations, Team BitKinetic. Congratulations, Team Navi. Can we have you on stage over here, please? Team Navi, Team BitKinetic. I believe they're not over here. You all know the drill, what we need to do. Can we please clap and appreciate their victory to make them feel special when we see the moment on camera. Thank you. Moving on to the next one, it's now time for the best UPI or payment app marketing campaign, Fintech sector. Congratulations, PhonePe it is, nominated by Global Media once again. Congratulations, Global Media. Congratulations to all our winners from PhonePe. Congratulations, PhonePe. Congratulations, Global Media. Thank you so much. We'll move on to our next award. It's now time for the best use of programmatic advertising, Fintech sector. And it goes to 5 Paisa, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Ethinos Digital Marketing. Congratulations, Team Ethinos. Congratulations, Team 5 Paisa. The award is yours. So much. Congratulations to our winners from 5 Paisa and Ethinos Digital Marketing. On that note, we'll now move on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for the best use of programmatic advertising, financial institution. Give it up once again for BSE India, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Howl Digital. Congratulations, BSE India. Congratulations, Howl Digital. Can we have all of you over here on stage, please? You win it for the campaign SVI, SEBI, SEBI versus Scam. Congratulations, Howl Digital. Congratulations, BSE India. You win it for the campaign SEBI versus Scam. Let me tell you, our DJ has got some really enthusiastic music. Can we have a huge round of applause for our DJ in the house, please? Playing up music right since morning and how. Moving on to the next award. It's now time for the best use of programmatic advertising NBFC sector. Give it up for Poonawalla FinCorp, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by VServe Offer Deck. Congratulations, Poonawalla FinCorp. Congratulations, VServe Offer Deck. The award is yours. Here in Leeds, squad goals इसी को कहते हैं. Congratulations. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now move on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for the best use of AI/ML in marketing banking sector. Give it up for State Bank of India, ladies and gentlemen. State Bank of India, it is. Congratulations. You win it for the campaign Bank Day Computer Generated Imagery CGI Video. Congratulations to our winners from State Bank of India. And a humble reminder to all our winners to stay back for the group photograph, please, right till the very end. Request our esteemed presenters to please take their seats. Thank you so much. इनके लिए जोर से ताली, please. Our esteemed presenters over here. Which means I'm going to be calling up on stage new people as presenters. Can I please have Sunil Gangras from Liquid Digital and Ankit Palrecha from Mob Avenue over here as esteemed presenters for the next set of awards. Can I please have both of you over here on stage? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Pleasure to have you. Give him a big round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you, sir. Welcome. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next award. It's now time for the best use of AI/ML in marketing Fintech sector. ये वाला जाता है to Bajaj FinServe AI. Congratulations! Nominated by Arm Worldwide. You win it for the campaign Personal Finance Personalized with AI. Congratulations, Bajaj FinServe AI. FinServe AI, it is nominated by Arm Worldwide. Congratulations. Our next award is for best use of AI/ML in marketing financial services. Next winner, you already have many in your house. I'm sure it's going to be adding up a lot more. Congratulations once again, Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Another one to your kitty. Congratulations, team Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Congratulations, team Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. We'll move on to the next award. It's now time for the best transit media campaign OOH category. Ajay, once again, Aditya Birla Capital is you guys. Congratulations, Aditya Birla Capital. All your esteemed team members, can I please have all of you on stage once again? You win it for the campaign for ABCL. Olympic Ab Hat Kar De. Congratulations. Move on to our next award. It's now time for the best hyper-personalization in search experience. Congratulations, Team NPCI. It's yours. Nominated by Pepper Content. Congratulations, Team Pepper Content. Congratulations, Team NPCI. Can I please have all of you over here on stage to celebrate this spectacular victory? Congratulations NPCI, congratulations Pepper Content. We want the perfect photograph. Congratulations. It's now time for the next one. It's now time for the best use of email marketing. Very, very special category, very, very important category. Congratulations, Team Acco. Congratulations to Team Global Media. This is yours. Team Global Media, can we please have all of you over here on stage? Can we please have the team of Acco over here on stage, please? Congratulations to Team Acco. Congratulations to Team Global Media. You win it for best use of email marketing. Moving on now, it's now time for the best women/youth focused offline campaign. Once again, I feel we need to help you with the truck in order to take all the trophies. Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Congratulations once again, another one at your kitty. Congratulations. Congratulations for the best women youth-focused offline campaign. We'll move on to the next award right now. It's now time for the best use of video marketing banking sector, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to SBI, State Bank of India it is. You win it for the campaign Bank Day Computer Generated Imagery CGI video. Can I please have our winners from State Bank of India on stage, please? Congratulations, sir is a one-man army himself. Big round of applause to him and his entire team at SBI. Congratulations to SBI. We'll now move on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for the best use of video marketing mutual fund sector. Congratulations, Kotak Mutual Fund it is. Aap log aa jaiye on stage. Ethinos Digital Marketing, please. Can I please have all of you over here on stage? Ethinos Digital Marketing, Kotak Mutual Fund. Award is yours. To Ethinos Digital Marketing, best use of video marketing mutual fund sector. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. We've announced this. This is going to be for best UPI or payment app marketing campaign Fintech sector. Congratulations to Navi, nominated by BitKinetic. Congratulations. Congratulations, Team Navi. Congratulations, Team BitKinetic. A huge round of applause for them, please, as the representative comes on stage to accept the award honor. Thank you so much. We have a couple of CMO felicitations that were set to unfold. We're going to be doing it right now and then we move to the awards. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is a CMO felicitation. BFSI Marketing Visionary of the Year. Congratulations to Girish Kalra from Tata AIA. Congratulations, Girish ji. Thank you so much. We are truly, truly humbled to have your presence over here. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Girish Kalra, please. I will request you to say a few words for all of us, please.
Thank you so much for this. As I always say at such events, it's always good to receive an award where you don't need to nominate yourself. You don't need to fill that lengthy form. So that's always a good thing. And I think seeing this gathering and the number of awards which are being given, it just makes me feel so special that I'm also part of the marketing fraternity from the BFSI sector and among all of you winners. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. के लिए जोर से ताली, please. We'll move to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for the best use of data and analytics NBFC sector. Congratulations to FINIXX by JM Financials, nominated by Digi Expressions Media Private Limited. Congratulations to all of your winners from FINIXX by JM Financials. And a gentle reminder to all our winners, please stay with us right till the very end for the group photograph. We have a few more awards to go. The next one, ladies and gentlemen, is for best use of data and analytics capital markets. Once again, Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund at it. Congratulations to them, nominated by VServe Audience Pro. They're truly a pro at it. That's why with their winning awards left, right and center. Thank you so much to our winners. I'll request our presenters to please take their seats. A big round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you. I'm going to be calling up on stage our next set of presenters. Can I please have Mr. Raj Swaminathan from Global Media and Mr. Vishal Lohia from Hybrid as our esteemed presenters for the next set of awards. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, so on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set for the next award. It's now time for the best use of content marketing NBFC sector. Give it up once again, Bajaj FinServe at it, what it very best. Congratulations, nominated by Arm Worldwide. Congratulations to Bajaj FinServe. They were nominated by Arm Worldwide. Win it for the campaign From Gold to Goals. Financing made simple. Thank you. इसी बात पे बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award. It's now time for the best use of content marketing fintech sector. Very, very easy. No brownie points for guessing. Like I always mention, Zaggle it is. Congratulations. Thank you so much. We have Harmeet ji joining us over here. Thank you so much. Zaggle, Spends Simplified. You win it for best use of content marketing fintech sector. Thank you. We'll move on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time for the best use of content marketing banking sector. Bob Card it is. Congratulations, team Bob Card. You've been nominated by Liquid Digital India Limited, I beg your pardon. Congratulations, team Bob Card. Congratulations, team Liquid Digital India Limited. You win it for the campaign. Aur kya chahiye? Congratulations to all of you, Liquid Digital India Limited. Congratulations to Team Bob Card. We'll quickly move on to the next award. It's now time for the best branded content partnership. A big round of applause for the winners. They work spectacularly hard throughout the year, and no wonder they are winning awards left, right, and center in almost every event which is catering to the industry. A huge shout out for Teamology Softtech and Media Services. Congratulations. Can we please have our winners from Teamology? Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Gulrez, Mr. Badsha. किसी ने सही कहा, triology of Teamology. That's what it is. I picked that word. Congratulations, Teamology. Thank you so much. And I request both of you to please take your seats. Thank you so much. Give them a big round of applause, everybody, please. I'm going to be calling up on stage our next presenters. Can I please have Mr. Aditya Singh from Motilal Oswal and Mr. Vinay Singh from Digi Expressions on stage, please, as our esteemed presenters for the next set of awards. Thank you so much, sir. Pleasure to have you. Mr. Aditya Singh from Motilal Oswal and Mr. Vinay Singh from Digi Expressions are our esteemed presenters. Alright, so I'll request Mr. Surab Khanna from VServe to please join me on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I see you right over there. Thank you. Moving on to the next award. It's now time for the best TV campaign financial literacy initiative. And it goes to Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Congratulations to them. Nominated by Mindshare for the campaign ABSLMF IESIP. Congratulations, Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Congratulations, Mindshare. Ladies and gentlemen, a humble reminder, we have a few more awards to go. I request all of you to please remain with us right till the very end for that very special group photograph. That's not just a part of the core memory from today's event, but also a part of the editorial coverage. So thank you so much. I request all of you to please cooperate and stay till the very end. It's now time for excellence in contextual targeting banking sector. Give it up for Ujjivan Small Finance Bank once again. You've been nominated by 21N78E Creative Labs for the campaign Banking on Road Safety Week. Moving on to the next award. It's now time for excellence in contextual targeting financial services this time. Give it up for our winners from Visa. Congratulations, Team Visa. They've been nominated by Hybrid X Starcom WW. You win it for the campaign Visa CVP campaign. Congratulations to Visa. Congratulations to Hybrid. Congratulations to Starcom. Thank you. And right now, I'm not swapping presenters. I'm going to be adding one more individual over here. Can I please have Mr. Devesh from VServe as well joining us over here as an esteemed presenter? Thank you so much, Devesh ji, for joining us over here. Pleasure. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for Excellence in Lead Generation Fintech Sector. Give it up for Policy Bazaar UAE, nominated by VServe Offer Deck. Congratulations to Policy Bazaar UAE. We have the entire squad and team coming up over here. आपका पूरा टीम इधर है. I hope photos खींचने के लिए कोई होंगे नीचे. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next one right now. This is going to be about excellence in lead generation NBFC sector. Congratulations to our winners from Bajaj Markets. Can we have all of you over here, please? Bajaj Markets. You win it for the category Excellence in Lead Generation NBFC sector. Winners from Bajaj Markets, Excellence in Lead Generation NBFC sector is theirs. Thank you so much to our honorable presenters. Inke liye zor se taali, please, everybody. Can I please have all of you clapping and participating to appreciate their presence? All right, so right now we're going to be having some special awards that's going to take place right now. And special awards call for special individuals. So before I call out our special awardees, I would like to call up a special person over here, the lady who needs no introduction. Please give it up for Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Adgully Media Network, to present those awards. Bijoya ma'am ke liye, everybody in this room, on a countdown of 1, 2, 3, whistles, whistles, whistles. Yes. And joining ma'am would be Mr. Manas from Arms Digital. Can I please have Mr. Manas from Arms Digital over here on stage, please, as our esteemed presenter for the special awards. Welcome, sir. Thank you. All right, so the first special award, ladies and gentlemen, it's for BFSI Marketing Excellence Award, and it goes to a huge shout out for Chandni Mehta from Turtle Mint. Congratulations, Chandni ji. Congratulations, Turtle Mint. We'll now move on to the next award. It's now time for the BFSI Marketing Head of the Year. Give it up for Kinjal Shah from Kodak Mutual Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 more awards to go. Like I mentioned, right since the beginning of the awards, we'll be having a group photograph. I request all of you to please remain with us to be a part of that special core memory. So thank you so much. On that note, the year. Give it up, a huge shout out, everybody. From Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Brand Storyteller of the Year, BFSI. It's you, Mr. Aditya Singh. Congratulations, very, very well done, well deserved. It's now time, ladies and gentlemen, for the Fintech Disruptor of the Year. A huge shout out to Zagel, please everybody. Harmeet Ji, One Man Army, and his entire squad. Zagel, truly slaying, and how in every way. Spends simplified with Zagel. Fintech Disruptor of the Year award जाता है आपको. It's now time for the penultimate award of this spectacular evening. BFSI Brand of the Year. Any guesses? Almost the second last award. I'm playing the guess game. Okay, let me not play the guess game anymore because it's very evident. Give it up. Congratulations, State Bank of India. BFSI Brand of the Year is USPI. Remember the name, everybody. Legacy and how. Thank you so much. It's now time for the final award of this very, very interesting evening. Very, very special category. I don't need to hype it up because the category in itself is quite an interesting one. Doesn't need any hype. It's the Agency of the Year. Everybody in this room, from the left to the right, from the front to the back. Global Media के लिए ताली बजाइए please. Congratulations, Global Media Agency of the Year 2025 at FINIXX Awards. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'll request both of you to please remain on stage. And I'm going to be calling up on stage all our esteemed winners from today's evening. Can I please request all of you to come on stage with your respective trophies for that very, very special group photograph, which I mentioned is a part of not just the core memory, but also a part of the coverage. Can I please have all our esteemed winners on stage with your trophies? हाथ भले दो हो, awards भले 4-5, जितने भी हो, एक साथ लेके आइए. It's now time to celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, the hashtag for social media, it's FINIXX Awards 2025. Hashtag FINIXX. Hashtag FINIXX Awards 2025. And please don't worry about the number of people. इतना बड़ा stage हमने बनाया ही इसीलिए है ताकि सबको fit कर सके. That is the idea. All our winners from... हाँ जी? All our winners from today's evening at FINIXX Awards 2025. If I may put it this way, you all have risen like a phoenix from the ashes to emerge victorious. You all are inspiring yourselves, you all are inspiring a new generation, and you all are working hard towards taking the BFSI sector forward and making Bharat proud of your achievements. I request all our winners with your trophies on stage. And I request everybody, school में सब लोग class photographs करते थे. We all did that, right? Just think of that, and our photographers will help in setting up the correct frame. आप लोग बता दीजिए किनको बैठना है, किनको खड़े रहना है. You guide, because you are the ones who are clicking, right? So they are the bosses right now. They'll be guiding where and who needs to sit and who needs to stand. And please flex your trophies because it's a result of a lot of hard work, consistency, resilience, and I can keep adding adjectives. So thank you so much. I know everybody is excited to take the photographs, but then main coverage का photo नहीं आएगा तो issue हो जाएगा फिर. हाँ? I request all of you, all our winners, to remain with us. Even after the photos are done, there's an announcement that needs to be done. I request all of you to hold on to your poses. I have an announcement to make for all of you, please. Please hold on to your poses. Even after the photos are done, I have an announcement to make. Sir. Please. भले पेमेंट ऐप इसमें लिमिट होता है, यहाँ पे कोई लिमिट नहीं है लोगों का, प्लीज. Look at the camera, please, everyone. Thank you so much. टीम से अलग कर रहे हो सर आप इस चक्कर में. वो उनके टीम की इतनी अच्छी रिसोर्स है, आप उनको हटा रहे हो वहां से. I request all of you to wait. I have an announcement to make. Please wait. हो गया, done. Music. Nishe, I have an announcement to make. Thank you so much. You all have been absolutely spectacular. Before I ask you to clap for others, because gratitude is the attitude, can I please request all of you to clap for yourselves, please? आपके मेहनत की वजह से, आपके बेहतरीन काम की वजह से आज हम लोग ये FINIXX Awards celebrate कर रहे हैं. Like I mentioned, gratitude is the attitude. It's been a long day. I have a few Thanksgiving to be done. So can I please request all of you to join me? Can I please request all of you to thank our console members who have been working hard relentlessly since morning. Thank you so much. Can I request all of you to clap and appreciate the efforts of our photographers and videographers who have been working hard? Can I request all of you to thank the efforts of the chef and the culinary team for all the great food which we all enjoyed, right? Right. Can I request all of you to clap and appreciate for the hotel staff putting up the chairs right and center? Can I please request all of you to clap for Bijoya ma'am and the entire team of Adgully? Every year, हर साल धमाल मचता है FINIXX में. This is the reason. And the entire team, Nehal, Sudhir sir, Sunil sir, everybody, the entire Adgully team over there. And big round of applause. I really wish that you all continue to take the BFSI sector forward. And like I mentioned, Bharat Mahan, right? Hamara Bharat Mahan. Jai Hind. Thank you so much. God bless. Take care. Stay safe. Thank you. This is your host, Shubhajit, signing off. God bless. Thank you.